Oh, hi there. Oh, hi ho. Oh, it looks like my audio is actually really low. That's weird. All right, let's see if we can get that fixed real quick. Audio is low. What do I need to do to fix this here? That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Oh, this needs to get out here. Goodbye. Go away. You go away. You are need to chill your titties. This needs to be. Yeah, oh, that's fine. This needs to go. Threshold needs to go to here. There we go. That ought to do it. Hope I'm not blasting anybody's eardrums. God damn, now it's really high. There we go. All right. So, welcome. Hi. Hello. 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 Hi. Hello. Hello. Hi. Hi. Hello. Oh man. Hello. It's good to see everybody. It's been a while. Been a while. Let's get you guys up on the chat right over here. Hello. I see Rose. I see Trish. I see Liz. It's good to see you. Hi, Honest Red. Feline, this is you can thank Feline for this video. I wouldn't be doing it without their input because I'm basically just doing this on request because for some ungodly reason people want to see my reaction to this nonsense. And so it's either because they like me and they think what I have to say matters, or it's because they want to see me suffer. And yes, maybe a little bit of both. So we are here to listen to Amber Heard's testimony from what is considered day 15, so from yesterday. I did watch the majority of leading up to this, so I'm still behind by a little bit, and so I'm going to this a little bit blind. I haven't been talking about this live like while it's been going on, mostly just because there's enough people talking about it, and I also wanted to be able to watch it at my own pace. Because I have to take breaks. I have to take breaks in between this because it's giving me a headache. And also because I don't want to I want to like get as much information as I can before I talk too much. I have my basic thoughts on it. I thought I looked cute today, and I have every expectation that this is just going to deteriorate as we go. So drink every time you see me like do one of these, because I feel like that's what's going to be happening. I think that's what's going to be the deal. So fair warning. I am not a lawyer. I am not even American. So my take is not going to be too much legal analysis. It's mostly just going to be behavioral, social, and more analysis of like, I'm going to do my best. Oh, hey, Claire. I'm going to do my best to try to decipher what she's saying with the most amount of charity possible. So we're going to take Amber at her word, and we're going to see how much of that word makes any goddamn sense at all. And I suspect it will not be very much. Icarus and Jackalope, it's good to see you both. Hi, how's it going? Hi, guys. Hello, 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 hello. This is going to be a fun day. Buckle in because this is going to be like this is like 7 hours long. Side note, I don't have closed captioning for this. I'm looking at the Entertainment Tonight version for anybody who cares. It's titled Johnny Depp Trial, Amber Heard full day 15 testimony. So that's what we're going to be looking at. I do have some alcohol for later. We're starting with tea for now, though. And you get bingo. If I cry, you get bingo. So let's get started, shall we? I need to do... Oh, nope, that's not what I want. That's what I want. I need to do this. All right, here we go.
It was like I couldn't win if I didn't do anything, if I didn't say anything to him about the drinking, if I didn't acknowledge it. It got worse. If I did acknowledge it, it was my fault and I was nagging. And I get it, you know, I wouldn't like to be told what to do either. So, but it made him really angry, and the kids were on this press tour, and I was just concerned about them. I was concerned about them hearing us. Johnny screamed at me in the hotel room, and all I could think.
Pause real quick. Hi, Verilion. It's good to see you. I haven't seen you around in a little while. It is good to see you. Yes, I do have a mega pint of tea. John, also, good to see you. So she's describing how if she told Johnny he shouldn't be drinking, it would be her fault for telling Johnny not to be drinking. And it's like, I mean, yeah. So she's saying that her attempting to help Johnny was viewed as nagging to help him with his alcohol abuse that he may or may not actually have. Because that wasn't very well established so far, in my opinion, about whether... Because it's one thing to be, like, addicted to drugs, and it's another thing to be an alcoholic. Drinking a lot, depending on how you define alcoholism, will vary from person to person and conversation to conversation. So, for the sake of this conversation, alcoholism is a dependency on alcohol, an addiction to alcohol, as in, like, I can't go to sleep without having a shot. So you might only have that one shot throughout the day, but you need it to sleep. Therefore, you've now got potentially an addiction to alcohol, and therefore some version of alcoholism. If you're talking about like the broader definition that most people will be using is that alcoholism just means consuming a lot of alcohol regularly, which I don't view as necessarily an addiction, because that addiction is a need that needs to be filled, not just a large consumption of something. You can consume a lot of coffee without being addicted to coffee. You can also consume very little coffee and still be addicted to coffee. So it depends on how you define it. But let's get going.
Where the kids were in an adjoining room. What if they could hear us? You know, I had just met them and I didn't want them to think poorly of me and hate me, not knowing what was going on, you know, in our behind closed doors.
So she brought in the kids, and from what I know so far, Johnny's kids have not been called to the stand. Anything related to Johnny's kids has been being struck. So she's basically introducing them as witnesses, or that their testimony may now be required to say, hey, when you first met Amber, did you witness this fight that she brought up? So that might be the case. Now, as far as I understand of the case so far, is that Johnny Depp has not wanted his kids to be brought into this as least as best as he can. So looks like that's not she's not going to respect that.
I just I remember it was name calling, and he eventually passed out.
Do you recall what names he called you? Do you recall what he said?
I heard at this time nagging bitch all the time. Called me a cunt. He even said that he made a mistake with me, and that he didn't want to, that when we touched back down, he'd get rid of me and I'd go back to, he said some disgusting things to me.
I mean, I feel like he was probably right and should have listened to himself given this situation, right? This is the whole thing. I've been watching it on regular speed. If you guys really want me to speed it up, I will, but I really do want to kind of be able to take in the mannerisms and like the way she's saying things, because I think that's kind of what's important right now. Hello. Welcome.
Okay. Know if I need to repeat it.
Okay, let's go. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 1090? You indicated, I think, that he passed out at the end of that. Did you take this picture?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1090.
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
1090 in evidence. You can publish.
Thank you. And where was Mr. Depp when you took this picture?
He was passed out with his head in a table in the hotel room, in our hotel room, not the kids' hotel room, in Tokyo, on that press tour.
All right. Now I'm going to take you to August 2013. What, if any, discussions did you start having with Mr. Depp about moving in with him?
Well, after this, I was getting close to his kids, and he had a stint of sobriety shortly after that, and it felt really good again. And shortly after that, he started suggesting that I let him rent my apartment for the vultures. That's what he called the press. And he said now that we were like a known couple, now that it was out in the press, that my apartment wasn't like safe effectively for me. And I had a modest apartment in Los Angeles. And so he started saying I needed to have security on me, or we'd rent out the neighboring houses because of the vultures. And it was a conversation, and then that conversation evolved into I should move in with him. Always wanted me to go with his security guards, wanted me to have his credit card. Obviously, I wouldn't accept that.
What an asshole. What a dick. How dare he be concerned for her well-being and provide her with security because he's concerned that his fame is going to affect her regular life. What an abusive dick. I mean, to be fair, you can love bomb people, you can care for people, you can care for people that you're abusing. That's not, these are not separated things necessarily. You can certainly give gifts to somebody that you're neglecting. That's not terribly uncommon to do with guilt. Like, if you feel bad, you buy something for somebody who makes them feel better. So, I don't know if this is supposed to imply pressure, but
the conversation about moving in became, hard to resist because I was increasingly becoming a part of his life.
I still too loud?
Loving his family and feeling like, more stability would mean more stability with him and his struggles with drug and alcohol use. And I thought I would minimize some of the jealousy and insecurity that he had. It was hard for me to justify working. Every audition, every meeting, every script I got was a negotiation or a fight. I had to justify it like as if I was saying, hey, let's have an open relationship. It was, and I thought that would be minimized if I could make him feel more secure. By, if we live together, certainly there would be more security, right? And that was.
I mean, that's certainly certainly a decision I could see somebody making to be like, hey, listen, this person is insecure. If we move in together, they'll feel less stress about that insecurity, particularly when it's like the press that there's an external force that's putting pressure. I'm considering, if we take into consideration Johnny Depp's testimonies about how Amber was asking him for advice about how to advance her career and what she should do, and how she was concerned about being viewed by Hollywood in this way, that way, or another way, then it's very likely that she would have been talking to him. I mean, I know if it were me, I would be talking to my significant other, particularly if my significant other is far well versed or well more versed or established in a career setting, to be like, hey, these are what's been presented to me. What do you think I should do? What do you think is a good idea? And then have that kind of a conversation. But we've heard the way Amber Heard deals with and talks, like the way she speaks. The way she speaks is very confrontational. And so if you question her, she views that as like, well, now it's an argument. So, and there are people who are like that. You see that a lot with like, oh, the debate me bro, where everything is a debate. And it's like, no, not everything needs to be like that. But if you're the kind of person who is like, hey, what do you think I should do about this? Well, I think you should do this. Well, I think I want to do this. Well, okay, but if you do that, then this, and this. And they go, now it's an argument where they're like, well, you're against this side of things and I'm against this side of things. And now I need to prove my point that I am right about what I want to do. And they want you to convince them that they're wrong. But in retrospect, it just looks like arguing all the time. Right. And so it's a communication barrier when it comes with people that are argumentative.
That's my reasoning.
So you talked about still reading scripts and things. What, if anything, did you do differently in terms of pursuing your acting career?
Well,
I would take Johnny Depp's advice if he was giving me advice on my acting career.
I've been really independent, and I've never imagined not working. I've worked from the earliest time I can imagine. I come from, parents who worked until they literally couldn't anymore. I never imagined myself having to explain my job or justify my job, but I did, and I am independent and I see myself as independent.
Okay, this is exactly what I mean. If you asked him for advice on your career, or you're in a relationship that is a very public type of relationship where you need to be working together to navigate that situation, and you already expressed that you don't want to come across in Hollywood as a specific way, then him giving you advice isn't, you feel like you need to justify it because you're like, hey, I want to do this, and he's saying, hey, maybe that's not a good idea. Now you've put yourself in a, because the way you're taking that criticism on board is that you're now in the argumentative place of, hey, no, I'm going to do this and here's why, and I feel like I need to justify it. When you're not justifying it to him, you're justifying it to yourself as to why you want to take a job that is maybe counterintuitive to what you've said that you wanted. That's my analysis so far.
And strong-willed, and I had to bargain. Every time I'd get a script, it would be, I thought you weren't taking another job. I'd always say, are you kidding me? That's crazy. I have to work. I support my family. When I moved out to LA, I'd get a check for, a gig, $600 or something. I'd save half for me, send half to my family. I kept having to justify taking work by saying, I'm supporting my parents, I'm supporting my sister, I'm supporting my family, I have to work. And he would say, you don't have to work, kid. Let me take care of you. My woman doesn't have to work. And that sounds really sweet and really romantic in some way, but it became a real fight. Every time I got a script, it was what kind of, how I was dressing, what kind of behavior I'd have, did I have a sex scene? And then I started saying, no, I won't take the sex scenes, or, I'll take the part where I don't play, that kind of character, or.
This is literally the advice that Johnny and that others have said she was asking for. She said, I don't want to be viewed this way by Hollywood. And so Johnny's telling her, hey, listen, you don't have to worry about money in your family. I'll take care of that. You take care of building your career in the way you want to build your career. So if you don't want to take those scenes, you don't have to take those scenes. You're bitching about the thing you asked him to do. So what? Okay. Okay, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right.
Then I started minimizing the kinds of kissing scenes that I had, and eventually I had to change the wardrobe that I could have in the movie. I couldn't have a sex scene, but that all, it didn't happen all at once, of course. It was little thing after little thing after little thing, and eventually I found myself pushing as many scripts off my desk as I could, picking the ones that had minimal makeup, dressed as conservative as possible, finding ways to minimize the scenes I had where I had a romantic involvement of any.
I I hate to stop this so often, but have you guys seen Johnny Depp? Have you seen the women that he's been with in the past? Have you seen like his behavior and the people he hangs out with? Does Johnny Depp seem like a guy who's like, no, 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 the lady I'm with's gotta be super conservative? Like, does he really come across that way? Yeah. And press X to doubt that the framing of this is kind of, it's almost like it's self-imposed. It almost sounds like there's a situation where she's asked for advice on how to take her career in a specific direction. When Johnny says, hey, this isn't going to help you, she takes that as confrontation and saying, you can't do this. And then she needs to justify why she should, because everything is an argument or everything is a debate. And then when she realizes that her argumentation is bad, she's then like, well, he's telling me I have to do this, therefore, or I need to be more conservative, therefore, and imposing that onto him when she's like just doing this on her own. He's like, you don't have to get rid of any roles. And she's like, no, I got to get rid of all these roles. Amber Heard's career. Pff, Amber Heard. Why would Johnny Depp do this? Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay.
It was a constant battle and negotiation.
So let me take you back. Did you, as a result of your discussions with Mr. Depp about moving in, did there come a time that you did move in with him?
Objection leading.
Overruled.
Thank you.
Yes.
Please. And
nice
and let me ask
ascot.
you this. You've talked about penthouse. We've heard a little bit about penthouse appointments and suites. Could you just explain to the jury the different places that Mr. Depp had in Los Angeles and what they were called, just so we have some context here when we're going through all this?
It's a little confusing, I imagine. He had about, I think, 4 or 5 mansions.
Do you think they could actually, that's a really good point, speculation. Does anyone believe that Amber would be turning down roles? That's actually a really good, I wonder if they're going to ask for that evidence to say, okay, you said you were turning down all these roles. What roles were you turning down? So we're not at the point of cross-examination. Can you tell us what roles you decided not to take? What roles were coming across your desk? Yada, 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 that you were not just choosing not to do. And as well as, if I'm not mistaken, there was a smaller, like, Sundance Festival type film that she was in where she has, like, tons of sex scenes, and Johnny Depp was in it and, like, helped her with it while they were together. So I don't... lady... You're your own problem.
In this beautiful, like, border of Beverly Hills and West Hollywood. And they were all on a cul-de-sac. And we called it Sweetser, because that was the name of the street. And there are 5 houses, I think 5 houses. It could be 4, all, effectively, he had the whole street. Then he had about 5 penthouses downtown on the same floor of the Eastern Columbia building, which you've heard about, the ECB. And Sweetser was, Johnny's kingdom. One of those houses was like a whole house was his man cave. It was a studio. and it was where he made music and hung out.
Johnny Depp like literally used his I'm rich money to do what everybody says that they're gonna do with their rich man money.
We spent some time in there, but that was effectively Johnny's, place. And then there was the downtown places, and they were effectively empty save for some furniture and one of Johnny's friends, Isaac, who you met, and he lived there at some point before Johnny and I eventually decided to move in together.
Let me just stop you there. I just want to make sure we're clear. Are we talking about the penthouses, or are we talking about the suites here? From where
Isaac lived in the penthouses.
Okay.
The rest of them were pretty much empty. And my best friend, who I was very, 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 very close to, went through a breakup, and he very kindly insisted on moving her into this penthouse. And of course, she said no for the first few times, but he insisted and said they were empty and he would love to have her move down there. And he very kindly moved my best friend downtown. Problem is,
Rocky?
Yeah, okay. Rocky Pennington. But the problem is, it's like 30, 45 minutes from
Isn't that the
West
lady she
Hollywood,
punched in the
my
face?
place was, which we call Orange at the time.
Okay. So when did you move into the penthouses?
Shortly after he moved Rocky, my best friend, into the penthouse. So she was in one of these empty-ish apartments, and
yeah, and now they're empty-ish.
Somewhere around that time,
the fuck does that mean?
I think it took me some time, actually, but after that, I eventually agreed to move in with him and give up my place, although that made me pretty nervous, to be honest. But we were in this relationship that was very serious, and we were constantly traveling.
That's
also
fair.
is another part of it, is we were in LA for a matter of days or weeks. I'd go do a job, he'd go do a job, I'd come back for a photo shoot or a red carpet, go on a location, go visit him on a location. And there was an incredible amount of travel and movement.
Well,
so we weren't really, living the day-to-day that
Hold up. If you were so busy all the time, how could you have possibly been getting rid of all these jobs and not working? There was so much traveled. I was so busy. I was doing red carpet. I was doing photo shoots. But I was turning down all these jobs because Johnny told me to. I couldn't, like... Which one you got? Which one you got, lady? Hey, bearded. Hey, warrior. Welcome, welcome. And I think Lola had said something. Am I the only one that thinks they're both trash people? I mean, it depends kind of a little bit on what you mean by trash. Like, what is it that makes somebody trash? The thing is I haven't seen evidence yet of Johnny having actually done anything besides live a life of, what's the word I'm looking for here? Being eccentric. I'd put it that way. Johnny Depp comes across as eccentric to me. He doesn't. I haven't seen any evidence of him beating her. I've seen evidence of them getting into very toxic arguments and discussions and having a shitty relationship, but I don't think having a shitty relationship makes somebody trash. On the other hand, though, I do think that there's something to be said for a victim doesn't have to be innocent. Somebody who's a bad person being a bad person doesn't make them immune to having shitty things happen to them. So, like, if Amber Heard was just as bad as everything, like, say all this is true, everything that happened to that Amber Heard did is all true, everything, yada, 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 yada. She's a terrible person. She shaved Johnny Depp's head while he was asleep, whatever. At what point is it okay that she gets hit in the face by somebody else, let's say? The answer is none. She shouldn't be getting hit in the face. But yeah, Lola, she clarified and said, both being toxic and destructive and violent with each other. That's the thing. I have not seen any evidence outside of Amber Heard's word that Johnny Depp has ever been violent with her. So that I I don't buy that Johnny Depp's been violent. I think that he's been maybe aggressive in his speech, like he's yelled at her or has gotten into fights. But when it comes to like throwing things or hitting or like anything in regards to that, I have yet to see anything that demonstrates that kind of violence. So far. Again, I'm still catching up, but that's my take. I'm gonna play. Also, hello, Bunny Wabbits. Good to see you.
Normally with a partner, you know, where you have a home and you move in together and you have one home. We didn't have that. It was
Okay.
very different.
I'm going to take you to September of 2013.
You mean you had your own
What
spaces?
were you filming at that
'Cause that's
time?
cool.
London Fields?
Yes, that's right.
Okay.
I was filming London Fields. I just started.
All right. And did there come a time that you became engaged to Mr. Depp?
Well, yeah, it was difficult because in that role was a very difficult role. I mean every time, every scene that involved sexuality or romance was like, I'd look at that on the page and it felt like I'd feel my gut tighten because I knew it was going to be an issue. But Johnny dropped me off. I gave him the script. I sent him pictures of what I was wearing in my wardrobe fittings. I sent him everything.
Speaking of documentation, surely these text messages exist that she is talking about. I sent him pictures of the script. I sent him pictures of what I was wearing to confirm with him that what I was doing was okay, because I was a very independent woman.
I shared my script with his team, and
the team had it too.
Eventually, kind of minimized. It was clear I was going to do this job, and I told myself I had to do this job. And Johnny had to go to London, I think, for some pre-production stuff for a movie he was going to do a smaller part in. I think it was called. I think this was Into the Woods. Is my best guess. So he dropped me off in London, and when he dropped me off in London, we had a few days at this hotel that we first, consummated our relationship in, as when we were on the London press tour, and
What?
our relationship
The first time we banged.
developed. That was the same hotel, and we were in this same room, which is Johnny liked to be in the same room. And it was really sweet. He got down on one knee and said, I want you to be my girl forever, my woman, my girl. I want you to be the rest of my life. Say yes to me.
Johnny is pretty flowery with his language.
He said he wanted to spend every day.
In my opinion.
He promised me that every day when I woke up, that I would wake up and he would make me smile at least once. And that would be his goal.
And I took that as a challenge.
I looked into his eyes and I saw my future, hope, like blind hope, so in love.
So dramatic.
It was one of the most, I can't describe that kind of joy, I thought, if we were married, then this is real. This is real. This isn't a thing of, this isn't chaotic and this will change. I had so much hope in that moment.
So the face, my guys, the face. She's her emoting is an expression of like, she's trying to emote an expression of a painful memory. Like, this memory made her so happy at the time, but now remembering it is painful. And so she's trying to emote this a complex feeling of joy. You guys see the movie Inside Out? The animated characters sold it better than she did, of when Riley in Inside Out remembers times with her friends and her family and their joyful memories, but they are also sad in retrospect because those memories of being a kid and those memories of her friends that she no longer lives near are sad. They're bittersweet. And so what she's trying to emote is an intense version of bittersweet. And I've got memories that are like that. Most people have memories that are like that, which is probably why most people aren't buying this face. She's acting as if everything is only painful, and that's it, when she's describing something that should be bittersweet. So her voice is emoting the sweetness, and her face is emoting a contortion of pain, but it's an over the top. Right? She wants people to believe that this memory is so horrible for her of this joyous moment, or at least now it's horrible. And like the expression is like, I was trying to think if I could like, it's an expression that you would make even, I mean, if you wanted to make it really intense, if you had a pet in your life that is no longer with you, that kind of like you remember the good time with your pet, and then in that dog is, or that animal, fish is no longer with you, and so you end up with a far more like a little bit of a smile, but also like pain. She's just like got a look of disgust of like, ugh. Now, like, if she were trying to emote like, oh, I don't believe I bought that bullshit, like, then yeah, I would believe that face. But that's not what she's trying to convey. Oh boy. Oh boy.
And I just said to him over and over again, "Are you serious? Are you real? Are you serious? Are you sure?" Because he didn't have a ring, so I thought, "Is this an impulse thing?" You know, my experience, Johnny, could be very impulsive. And
can I please recommend if you're gonna get married, have a session 0. So in Dungeons and Dragons, there's something called a session 0, and it's basically all the time that you spend setting up the game and playing to get like figuring out what you're gonna play and how you're gonna play it and what kind of game you want to play. If you're gonna get married, can I recommend please talk about getting married before you propose? Maybe talk about like what your life is gonna be like and what your plans are ahead of time. Have a session 0, and not like, oh, is this an impulse thing? That's just a little bit of relationship advice from, you know, my dumbass. But hey, whatever.
He said over and over again, be my woman forever. I want you to be my wife, my wife, my wife. I, of course, cried, and we had a wonderful evening, and he left shortly after, and I was, like, the next day I had to go to work, and I couldn't tell anyone, and I wasn't sure. Part of me was worried that he didn't mean it, or, you know, or that he wasn't sure. You know, I just didn't want it to be an impulse thing, so I didn't want to mention it. I want to bring it up. I didn't want to. And I kind of felt, I walked around for a few days like I had butterflies under my skin. And then he brought my dad out to London with my best friends. And my dad told me, you know, Johnny has asked me permission for your hand in marriage. And
what a guy. Helios45 said she is acting like she was on camera for a movie where you have to exaggerate the emotion to get it to translate well to film and seem realistic. Yeah, a little bit. Hi, Bearded Heretic. It's good to see you. It's nice to see you. I know you've been around. Hi, Puck. Yeah, yeah, it's there's definitely a degree of over emoting, but if for anybody if you haven't watched the forensic analysis, I definitely recommend watching it before watching Amber and just take a couple of notes on what is like to what she said Amber's behavioral patterns are because they are on point. Like those behavior that her behavioral analysis of Amber Heard, it watching her on the stand is a direct. It is on point. That doctor was so on point. I definitely recommend watching those things in succession. I really do hope somebody actually clips that stuff together.
I felt like the luckiest woman in the world.
So while you were filming London Fields and Johnny had gone back to LA, what, if any, issues did you have with him on fraternizing with the cast? I'm going to ask, Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 188, please?
Thank you very much, Helios. It's greatly appreciated.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay.
Your Honor, I'm going to, let's pull up 188A. I've redacted everything but what Mr. Depp says.
All right, let me
On
just take a look
188A.
at 188A.
That's submission against interest. Do you have that? You don't have it?
Yeah, fair warning, trigger warnings on this. This is going to get, there's going to be some descriptions that if I'm not mistaken, are going to get a little bit intensive. So be aware, no one's going to take care of your mental health better than you are. To take a line from Katie
Can you
Davey.
tell us what transpired between you and Mr. Depp when you wanted to do something with a cast member?
So,
Do
as I
something
said,
with
he
the
came to London for his own work and also he dropped me off in London where I had to be for a few months to film this movie. And he asked me to marry him. He brought my best friends and my dad out. They left. And shortly after they left,
Two points. EMP for 5. Just got home to see a worried and confused Chesh face. I don't blame you. Heard is fucking insane. Fair. Speculation said, wait, Amber Team Turd redacted something. I didn't think they knew how to do that. So one of the things that I noticed early on, they were asking to redact things that were providing context. So they were looking to get like one line, but then removing everything around it. So that way there was just this one line and there was no context to what was being said. And that's when Johnny Depp's team actually were just like, no, don't redact that. That's for context. And so there's been some back and forth on that. So them redacting stuff is a little bit, I guess we'll see. But I'm going to keep going.
my co-star, one of my co-stars, invited me to go to a concert with him and some of the cast to kind of break the ice, and I'd be working with them for the next few months. And I had already, I already knew I couldn't like be photographed, even if it was platonic. I couldn't be photographed with men or women that other people could possibly spin as romantic. I had learned that, but in January, the hard way. So I asked him permission if I could go to this concert with the cast. And I said, Johnny, that like, he's my co-star.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell us what the co-star said. Just tell us what your communication was with Mr. Depp.
Objection, hearsay. Her communications are hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
I'm not sure I understand.
If you want to approach this.
Yeah.
Oh, really? You're not sure you understand hearsay now all of a sudden? Johnny Depp couldn't tell you what Amber said, but Amber's allowed to tell you what Johnny Depp said? Come on. Unless it's written down, you ain't got shit. Bleh. Oh God. I'm just making some tea. If you see me wander away, I'm just getting something. I needed more. I was running out already. Oh boy. Oh boy. Yeah, there's red flags all over the place here. There's a lot of I noticed in the day before this, I noticed that Amber Heard was describing any interactions with Johnny Depp with like women around her, subtly implying that he was like anti like LGBTQ plus, which is really bizarre to me because I don't know, I Johnny Depp is eccentric and seems to like he does not. I've never seen anything to imply or even suggest that that would be the case. That like he would be not okay with other people's sexual interactions, or you know what I mean? I don't know. Yeah, make sure you get some water, get a snack. We're in for the long haul. Settle in, get a drink. I'm making more tea because like bruh. Yeah, Depp does seem pro human being. Depp would probably be pro like weirdo too. Like you know what I mean? Like not quite human. So he seems like the people who go in the forest and are like avatar people. But like Johnny Depp be like, yeah, cool man. Spiced rum in my tea, maybe. Johnny Depp was very factual about his description. He got emotional a little bit once or twice, but he was very much like together in what he was saying and what he wanted to get across. Amber does come across as manipulative in her descriptions because she's like acting like she's been so offended that he called her a name, and when it escalates and gets so much worse, when you start then describing these things and your reaction was already uh, if your reaction's already here when you're describing something down here, when you get up here you have nowhere to go, you've hit the limit. But so you had to have a lesson in hearsay, did you? Team that keeps calling hearsay all the time. Oh,
That if
there we go.
I accepted the invitation and went out to a concert, that the engagement would be off, that the relationship would be off, and that I was foolish, naive for thinking that people could invite me to a concert in a platonic way. I tried to say that it was fine.
Objection,
that it was,
hearsay.
She's testifying about what Mr. Depp said. I don't understand.
All right, I'll overrule that objection.
Please continue.
yeah, he said I was foolish and naive, that no one could invite me to. How could I be so dumb to think that somebody could just invite me to a concert? Why would they want to hang out with me? Obviously, it was because
Fair question. Why would anybody want to hang out with you?
they wanted more from me, and that I probably wanted more too. I was basically asking for it. You're going to go backstage. What are you going to say to the band? And then I know how this plays out, and who's the other girl going to be there? And how could you be so stupid? How could you be so foolish? You're more naive. You should be smarter than this. And I apologized. I
hope Johnny's learned to not
that whole
date
evening, I think
people
for
so young.
hours I spent on the phone with him, texting, calling, or talking, hanging up. He'd hang up on me, be upset, and then send me cryptic messages about my foolishness. And I'm already doing a movie where I play this character where I was empowered. Like, I read the script and I thought this character was empowered sexually, and by the time I got Johnny's feedback on it, I had been convinced that actually I was just being used. I was just being used. It was clear that that was all I had to offer, and I was too foolish to see it. And I had
Amber,
some.
I'm just going to stop you right there because I'd like you to take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 188A. Is that in front of you? Do you recognize this portion of the text chain between you and Mr. Depp?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and this is on September 9, 2013?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and are these statements Mr. Depp made to you during that evening that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's 188A.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 188A in evidence as redacted. Do I have that redaction, or is that something you need to give me?
I think we're going to need to give it to you
Okay.
hard copy.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your
Appreciate
Honor. And if
You can publish.
I can draw your attention to it, he first says, I don't want to make anything an issue, baby, but I literally have been on the ground just 14 fucking hours from leaving your side. Do you see that?
Yes.
And then he says, you know what I want, who I am, and where I want to go with us. You know very well what type of fucking man I am, and yet you lay a gauntlet before me that you know is the very species of danger that will always attract me into a very tempting test. What's behind that door? Almost impossible to, I think he meant not take you on. You want me to roll the dice? This sounds more like an aggravated ultimatum than soft words that could help us make both feel better. Don't test me, please. Did he tell you that?
So her description, just reading that out, her description of the conversation does not match what's being read out here. In this presentation of the conversations they were having, this is Johnny being like, "Hey, this is you're making this really difficult. I don't understand why you're doing this. Please stop doing it." Now his language is flowery. Like I said, he seems to be like a flowery, dramatic, eccentric kind of guy where he uses language that is not quite what you would expect an average person to use. But I don't know why you would read this and view, like, he's claiming that she's putting an ultimatum there, not him putting the ultimatum. That's the opposite. This text message doesn't show what they're presenting it as if it does. So at least to me, I don't read it like this. This is like, you're testing me. Why do you keep testing me? And from the forensic analysis of Amber Heard, we got, and from Johnny Depp's testimony, and from other text messages that we've seen prior to this, is her being like, well, don't you love me? Well, don't you care about me? Why don't you fight for me? Well, if you can't fight for somebody constantly forever, that's not healthy.
Yes, he
And
did.
what did you understand that to mean?
It was
She
clear.
can't read.
It was a threat that if I wanted to be.
Objection, speculation.
I think she can say what she understood it to mean.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. All right. Let's move on then.
I would love to know how. I would have liked to hear how she thought this was a threat, because I see no threat. I see, please stop doing this. I don't understand. Is this what you really want? Please stop. You're making this very difficult. Like, that's what I read this as, but, you know.
The filming of Mordecai with Mr. Bettany in October, November 2013. Where did that take place?
In London.
Okay. And what, if any, involvement did you have? Were you there for any part of that filming?
For part of it, I happened to be in London already for the film I was just telling you about. And Johnny came to London shortly after to film his own movies. He did the smaller, I think it was a smaller role in Into the Woods, and then he was filming Mordecai after that. So after I finished my movie, I moved in with him into his house in London, a rented house in London.
Okay. And describe your experiences during that time period with Mr. Depp. It
It was really touch and go. He was filming with Paul Bettany, and there were days when he wouldn't come home, or they couldn't get him up out of on set. He'd be asleep in his trailer, sleeping whatever he'd done the night before off. I remember he missed a few days of work that way. It struck me because in my experience in our job, you don't miss work.
This is directly contradicting other people that have already testified, saying that Johnny Depp didn't miss any work. He was late once or twice, but the alleged reason he was late was because he was arguing with her, and a day that he didn't need to be on set anyway. So
it doesn't matter how sick you are, you go. You know, it's millions of dollars every single day they're filming, and I had not experienced someone who could effectively just control the set like that, you know, I mean, to that extent. And one day he didn't come home, and I was worried sick. I found out that he was in a hotel room with Paul Bettany.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay. Move forward, because
When he came home, they had to carry him home.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you see them
I
carry
watched
him?
it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay.
oh, that
continue.
face.
I
Oh, did you see that? Oh my god, hold on. I need to put this back. I just gotta be I gotta be careful because I'm on a thing that's making it a little bit difficult to.
dollars every single day they're filming, and
Okay,
and,
look
and
at
I had
watch
not
her face here
experienced
when the objection comes through.
someone who could effectively just control the set like that, you know, I mean, to that extent. And one day he didn't come home, and I was worried sick. I found out that he was in a hotel room with Paul Bettany.
Objection, hearsay.
Objection.
Okay.
Yes.
Move forward, because
When he came home, they had to carry him home.
Objection, hearsay.
Did you see them
I
carry
watched
him?
it.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so the objection was appropriate because it's her lawyer's job to establish, right? So her lawyer was the one who needed to make sure that she had seen this happen, right? So the objection is completely accurate and reasonable. She is so mad. I saw it. She didn't wait for the reasoning for the objection and for the next question. She interrupted both the judge and the two lawyers who are there to do their jobs to basically look at her face. She's so pissed. I saw it. Oof. She does not remember during Johnny Depp's, for anybody who's watched it so far, during Johnny Depp's deposition, it was interruption, objection, objection. So much so that people have made parody songs about it at this point, which are hilarious, by the way. This is exactly what I talked about this on the Discord, so, you know, become a member or whatever, join the Discord. But I said that Amber is going to be on the verge of tears. Look how brave I am. Then she's going to break down and like have a breakdown. Then she's going to get mad. And we're starting to see, like, it takes the tiniest button push. What Amber Heard's lawyers were trying to do is they were trying to make Johnny Depp mad during their questioning. They were trying to get him to be upset so they can say, see, look how upset he gets. Look at how easy it is for him to just get all riled up. Amber Heard, Johnny Depp's team is going to do the same thing with Amber Heard, but it's going to work and it's going to take nothing. This lady lives at like you know how like at 10 you boil over angry? This lady's living at an 8. She's already pissed, and it's just going to take the smallest nudge to just set her off. Look at her face. Oh boy.
Go ahead.
Okay, please continue.
I watched. It actually, I was shocked that he could do it. One of the security guards carried Johnny like a baby.
So I've seen images of Paul Bettany carrying Johnny Depp for one of their movies. And first off, I was offended that that was a princess carry, not a baby carry. Baby carries you have to hold their head. Second off, Johnny Depp's not that big. Like comparatively, like if you look at Johnny Depp in pictures compared to other people in the industry, especially a security guard who's trained to be strong, why is she surprised? Why does this surprise you? I don't understand. I think the security guard should probably be able to lift Mr. Johnny Depp.
Into the house, and I looked at that, and I mean his boots were hanging over the security guard's arm, who had to negotiate getting through the doorway, carrying Johnny like this. And I watched this, his assistants and the other security guards shaking their head, you know, just shaking their head, acknowledging this is how bad it is. And I remember thinking, this has got to be it. Like, this has got to change. This is it. And he was understandably very, very sick for at least 2 days, is my recollection. And in that 2 days, I had a lot of conversations with this team. I won't say what they were, but felt.
I won't say who they were. Johnny Depp is 1.78 meters, which would be to feet. That would be he's 5'8", so he's not like. How tall is Paul Bettany? How tall is Amber Heard? What? So he's 1.78 and she's 1.7 according to Google. So they're almost the same height. All right. Helio said, fun compilation was already done on the first part of her testimony where everything she said was either something said to her in a movie or something her character said. Yeah, there's one of the things with when you're trying to... a lot of what Amber Heard says is very cliche, and we heard that from the forensic psychologist. The forensic psychologist was like, overdramatic, is going to try to elicit, but sometimes succeed and sometimes not. She's trying to elicit emotion. She knows that these things, these cliches, will elicit people's reaction, and so she's using that to either bolster her story or her fabrication, whether or not whatever she's saying is true. With addition to that, the problem is when you speak in cliches, like Johnny Depp is poetic in his speech. He doesn't speak in cliches. She's speaking in cliches, and I'm curious if that's her also attempting to mimic the way Johnny Depp speaks, but mimicking somebody who's poetic like that and has that kind of artistic flair is really not very easy.
At that juncture, very encouraged that everybody and myself were on the same page. And I felt encouraged that we were in a new chapter, that Johnny had finally hit rock bottom, and finally he felt like changing for good.
I was just waiting for him to hit rock bottom.
Buoyed, supported by these conversations I was having with people that he was close to.
Can we please maybe not date and marry people that you're trying to fix? It's not a good scene. It's really not. It doesn't mean don't help people. It doesn't mean don't want to help people. It means don't be manipulative in your relationships.
Trusted.
November 2013, did you have any contact with Lily Rose?
But Johnny Depp said I was naive about relationships.
Discussions with Mr. Depp?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, communications did you have with Lily Rose in November
She's so
2013?
annoyed.
Objection calls for hearsay, leading.
I'm asking what her connection was. I didn't ask what she said.
I'm going to sustain the objection. If you want.
Okay. November 2013, what, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose without saying anything she said?
Objection, hearsay.
It's interaction, Your Honor. I'm not asking for what she said.
If you can lay a foundation out.
Okay. Did there come a time in November 2013 that you saw Lily Rose?
Yes, they came to stay with us for some time in the winter. Yeah, around November, I believe, 2013.
When you said they, who were you referring to?
Okay, so just so you were watching, when she was trying to remember when she had seen Lily Rose, that was very normal. That was a very like accurate, like what your face does when you're trying to remember something. So just keep that in mind of the way, like, because I believe that she's telling the truth here. So if you keep an eye on how somebody looks, don't look for the way somebody lies. If you're looking for somebody lying, look for the way they tell the truth, because then you'll be able to recognize things that are different in the future. You need to establish a baseline of how somebody generally reacts and responds to things. We were talking about this in the Discord about up left being memory, down right being emotional, up right being fabrication, or invention. I can tell you that if I'm remembering something, I will start in the top left, and if I do not remember, if I'm having trouble remembering, I will then move to the top right, because in my brain I'm building a connection to that memory. So if somebody says like, oh hey, what's this line in this movie, or who was the actor in this movie, I'll go to remember the movie, and if I'm having trouble remembering the actor's name, I will then start building a line to that actor by saying, okay, well, what other movies were they in, and I'll go that direction. So you need to have a baseline to understand that just looking to the top right doesn't necessarily mean they're lying. It could mean that they're building connections within their own mind to get to the memory that they're looking for. So you have to understand how somebody reacts and behaves when they're telling the truth to really be able to spot if you think somebody is lying. There are generalities, of course, but
Johnny's kids, Jack and Lily Rose.
All right. And was there a particular incident that led to a disagreement with Mr. Depp?
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, interaction did you have with Lily Rose that led to an argument with Mr. Depp?
Objection, leading.
That, what, if any?
If we approach.
Amber's so annoyed. Her lawyers arguing with the judge kills me. Because, like, shit, it happens so much. And at the same time, they're trying to be like, well, we're not trying to waste your time, but we're just going to argue every single thing all of the time. Oh, boy.
Did you have an argument with Mr. Depp relating to Lily Rose in November 2013?
Yes.
Can you please describe that?
Well,
it's already been established that his kids do not like her at all.
These kids I found them to be these beautiful, wildly intelligent little weirdos in the best way. They were.
Okay, beautiful, wildly intelligent little weirdos. Please note this, because I get the feeling that she's going to describe them in a way that's hyper positive right now to establish that the argument with Lily Rose was on her side. And then I feel like later that's going to change. I have an instinct that makes me thinks that perhaps that she is bullshitting about how much she did or did not like these kids, or that she's just going to say what's convenient and you use cliches to describe them. But I love your bluish greenish brownish eyes, child. She speaks like a poorly written pop song. But Yeah, 4 qualifiers and then comes and lands on weirdos. Yeah. Please keep in mind this little description because I feel like we're gonna see a pattern in her descriptions, and then there is no court today. Correct. You're gonna see a pattern in her way of describing things, which again the forensic doctor, the psychologist, described fantastically. We will see that here, and I get the feeling that when Lily Rose is not agreeing with her or something like that comes up, then, or she doesn't believe she can spin it in her favor, then Lily Rose is suddenly gonna be such an awful person. But let's watch.
I was falling in love with them, and you know, they were in my life at that time, a short amount of time, but I loved it, and I started to feel very protective, and you know, Johnny's sobriety meant that he was there and then he wasn't, and the nature of our lives with the travel and work meant he was there and then he wasn't. And Lily Rose at some point had a crush on a you know.
Objection, hearsay, and lack of foundation.
I'll overrule for them.
Thank you. Please continue.
This argument happened because Johnny was. I didn't agree that this gentleman, it was a famous musician over the age of 18, spent the night at the house, and I felt protective over Lily Rose and concerned.
Was that a hint to Marilyn Manson? I'm not sure, but that, because her not saying who it is makes me think that it's probably Marilyn Manson with the allegations going on around him, which he is now also suing over. But I'm curious to know if it actually was him or not, because Johnny Depp has hung out with a lot of old school musicians. Alice Cooper is one of them. So is she implicating Alice Cooper now of being into Johnny Depp's daughter?
And naturally, they were not my children. It's not my place, and I understand that. I know it's a sensitive subject, so I understand why Johnny got so upset with me. But that and the introduction of the weed with his daughter, she was so young, I just felt protective. Again, it's not my place. I understand that, and I made him really angry.
That's not entirely true. If you're in a relationship with somebody and they have kids and you've been introduced to those kids and you're entering the family, then yeah, it is your place to say something. It's not your place to be controlling and a control freak about it and then start importing rules and putting rules onto people that don't know who the hell you are and start imposing your beliefs on their lifestyle. But it's not unreasonable to have a conversation about it and say, hey, I'm a little bit worried about this. Can we have a conversation? And then if you get shut down then and told that it's not your place, then okay. But if you're with an average person, then yeah, no, that kind of a conversation is a normal conversation to have. There's something that she's doing here. It's kind of annoying me. And she's self-deprecating to try to seem more likable. She's saying like, hey, listen, I overstepped my bounds. I know it wasn't my place. So I understand that he got mad, but yada, 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 yada. And then describes all this horrific stuff. Right. So she's trying to like take responsibility without taking responsibility. And it's kind of really, really fucking annoying. Also, yeah, that's a good face. You'll notice that she's done this a couple of times. I noticed it yesterday.
In on that.
Or the day before.
Okay. Did there come a time that there was a family engagement gathering?
Well, we celebrated Thanksgiving out in London. The kids were there. There was a stint of sobriety following how sick he got on set with Paul Bettany after one of his drug binges, and he
Objection, hearsay. That hasn't been established.
Kind of just came alive again, you know. He even like played a prank on me about having like relapsed when he hadn't relapsed. You know, it was, I started to kind of feel that
What?
with the kids being around.
He played a prank on me that he had relapsed into his horrific drug addiction. Haha, it was so cute and great. What a fun time I was having. What? After you described him being back and forth, and that's a really horrible thing. What? Also, yeah, that question was ambiguous.
I kind of thought, I did think that maybe this was it. We were on a good path, meaning to sobriety, that this was it. And our life was
Hi, Raz. Good to see you.
peaceful for a minute. You know, it went back to being wonderful.
Somebody asked in the chat, Jay Bird asked, I know this is irrelevant, but did she have cheek injections? That might not be irrelevant. So there was somebody put a comparison photo of somebody who got cheek injections that had bruising under their eyes. That was the same, like the same shape and the same area of bruising that her pictures had. So there might be some kind of connection there. I don't know. But that's some speculation that I've seen around the internet. What drugs is Johnny supposed to be on other than weed? Prescription. So they've established prescription drugs, and they've established that once in a while he said he would do cocaine. However, the only person who said, so I'm going to draw a separation line here. We, as the audience watching, don't have to ignore people. Like if something got struck from the record, that's for the that's for the jury. We don't have to take it that way. One of Johnny Depp's friends who has been struck from the record and removed as a witness doesn't have to be ignored by us. She just needs to be ignored by the jury. So early on, when a friend of Johnny Depp is the only one really so far besides Johnny and a drug test that says he did cocaine. And her description of him doing cocaine was that he didn't really change at all when he was doing cocaine versus not doing cocaine. Like his attitude, his personality, he didn't like, it wasn't like a switch that is being proposed. But there was also she said that the number of times he did cocaine was maybe 10 times in 20 years. So it was like a very occasional, once in a while thing. So it wouldn't have been like a drug addiction or necessarily drug abuse. It just would have been an illegal drug, which, as we know, Amber Heard was also doing. Somebody also made a good point. Barbara said, it is Paul Bettany's 18-year-old son who she made cry. So if she's going to go ahead and say, hey, I'm concerned for Lily Rose, I'm concerned for Johnny Depp's daughter, that somebody might mistreat her as I mistreat Paul Bettany's son, allegedly. So, yeah, good point. Let's keep going.
There were these moments that just felt so wonderful.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
All right. I'll just sustain the objection.
Okay. Take us to the engagement.
She didn't answer the question.
There was this engagement party, correct?
Then, yes, come Christmas of 2013, Johnny had rented this beautiful mansion in Malibu.
Yo, shout out to the
beach.
lurkers.
It was gorgeous. And he brought my family out, and his family was out, obviously in LA, and we stayed in this rented mansion, and we're all together for the holidays. And one evening we were going to his mother's house. His mother, who you've heard about, was older and sick, but at home being cared for. And
her description of people
when
kill me.
evening we're going to have dinner,
She was old.
Christmas dinner there with her around the time of her birthday as well. And my best friend said, "You should."
Objection,
really...
hearsay.
Sorry.
Wasn't offered to prove the truth of the matter, but go ahead. Go past that. What did you do?
We went to Betty Sue's house, his mother's house, and Johnny proposed in front of our families in this big, surprise. He surprised me, got down on one knee, and I cried and hugged my mother and hugged his mother, and
I didn't hug him,
he
though.
gave me this enormous diamond ring, and it was a nice time.
That was almost
to January,
convincing.
February 2014.
That facial expression was almost.
You
convincing.
had you employed.
It's just that it was, like,
a
tacked
woman
on at
named
the end.
Kate James. Is that correct?
Objection leading.
What, if any, relationship did you have with Kate James?
She was my assistant at the time. I hired her sometime in 2012 and had as minimal contact with her as I possibly could. So.
And why is that?
So I know a lot of people have said that Amber Heard comes off as very scripted. And in her defense, because I do want to be fair, usually people have spoken with their lawyers. So it makes sense that the lawyers are going to go back and forth, and that she's going to trust her lawyers in answering these the questions that they've probably already discussed ahead of time. So if she does seem a little bit scripted, that would be one reason why that might be the case. In the other case, that her and her lawyers are trying to be convincing. They are trying to put forth a description of Johnny Depp, so they're going to cater whatever's being said. Now, the reason why it's problematic that she seems scripted is because she seems scripted in her emotional response. So it comes off as disingenuous, right? Like, she's like, oh, I need to be sad at this part. Oh, I need to do this. And sometimes she's like, it's almost like she drops it and then remembers it. Now, if you notice that when it was Johnny Depp also trusted his lawyers and was distrusting of Amber Heard's lawyers, which is why you see him being more guarded and more like short with Amber Heard's lawyers, who were also purposefully trying to bait and frustrate him, right? So what I suspect we will see is she when we come back from the week break, you are going to see Amber off script. And so keep that in mind.
She was difficult, troubled, and inconsistent. She drank on the job and stuff like that, and her behavior was
Objection relevance.
horrible.
She's already testified. Kate James has testified, and I think the bias. We can.
All right, I'll allow that. Go ahead.
Thank you. Okay. Please describe for the jury what job responsibilities Kate had and how you communicated with her, and kind of how that worked.
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Thank you.
We had minimal person-to-person interaction because I was hardly ever in LA. If I was there for a few days at a time. And Johnny and I kind of lived in this insular bubble anyway when we were together. But we would send emails, texts, and a lot of voice memos, voice notes. And, if I found that if I said, Kate, you left the car running with your doors open and your kids in the car on the street, you need to move
hearsay.
She's not testifying. She's testifying about context.
Sustained objection. Next question.
All right. I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant.
There's something to be said about right now she's dealing with people directly that are on her side, as well as people who are going to take her at her word at what she's saying. One of the reasons why she's going to get so annoyed and why she's already getting so annoyed at Johnny Depp's lawyers and interrupting her is because particularly the one question we already watched, when she said they had to carry Johnny in, yada, 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 and then they said, objection, hearsay, and then they had to establish, were you there? Because they need to establish that she was there and isn't just speaking off the cuff. The reason she got so annoyed at that is because it wasn't just somebody taking her word for it. They needed to establish whether or not she was there and what like, if it was something she saw or something she heard or knew about after the fact, right? She doesn't like that. She doesn't like that she's getting questioned. So right now she's still dealing with people who are on her side because they're paying her or she's paying them to be on her side.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay grounds.
All right.
It's still hearsay.
Ms. Hurd, did you, may I lay the foundation first? Ms. Hurd, did you communicate with Kate James by email in the ordinary course of your business?
Yes, I did.
So with the way some of the media are trying to present Johnny Depp during this, he's like, they've shown him like doodling and stuff. And as somebody who also does art, I doodle when I'm listening. So like in school and stuff and in church, I would doodle and listen to what was being said. And this is something that my mom used to catch because she'd be like, pay attention. And I'm like, I am. And she's like, oh, really? What did they just say? And I would just repeat it back. And so after once or twice, she was like, oh, okay. And she left me alone, like a good parent does. But it's keeping your hands busy in a stressful environment as well. But I like to imagine that what they're saying is, as if they're presenting it, is 100% fact. And so that I just like to imagine that Johnny Depp and all of his lawyers are just watching him like scribble, he's doing some kind of doodling. He's like drawing some kind of picture of like the Amber Heard's lawyers like breathing fire and being like with a patch eye and like the little devil horns and the twirly mustache that you draw when you're a kid on. I just like to imagine it that way, and like they're all watching it intently like it's this really important thing. But yeah, that's just, I'm just goofing.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to take a look at Defendants 209. Is this a communication that was between you and Kate James that was in the ordinary course of business with her as an employee?
Yes, it is.
So, Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendants Exhibit 209. Business records exception.
Still hearsay, Your Honor.
Is that your
Business
signature?
record exception gets the business record, but it's hearsay. If there's hearsay involved inside the business record, there's still objection to hearsay.
Your Honor, the business records exception,
I hate that this lady walks away from the mic when she's talking. Sometimes it drives me crazy.
The point that hearsay can.
Approach.
Sometimes I really wish we could hear these conversations because I imagine the judge is just like giving them the business. Look at the other lawyers in the background laughing. They're just like, oh boy. And you get to a point where, and Johnny Depp described this, you get to a point where you just see the absurdity of a situation and you just laugh at it. Humor is a coping mechanism, and Johnny Depp's right. It's a coping mechanism, and sometimes it's just your initial reaction is just to be like, what about how ridiculous and absurd some things can be. And so, man, I don't know. Johnny's probably doodling Jack Sparrow, but it's a sparrow. The judge get pissed soon. Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it. I'm watching this blind. This is the first time I've seen this. So I watched a little bit from the day before, but I haven't seen this day yet. So again, go get a drink, drink some water, stretch. We in for the long haul. Oh boy, look at her. She's like outlining it, looking at the paperwork, being like, listen, lady. The court reporter's still listening in, I think. I'm not sure if the court reporter actually records all this stuff or not. But props to that lady. Actually, props to this judge, too. This judge has been fantastic. Like, with the people trying to monkey around in her court. Props.
What, if any, communications did you have with Kate James about your issues with Mr. Depp?
Objection hearsay.
Your Honor, Ms. James has testified.
I'll sustain the objection.
She comes back. Oh no! They go up, approach the bench, talk about hearsay, and the next question she asks is hearsay. Bro, come on! You've got to be kidding me. Dear God, listen, Amber Heard, come talk to me. I'm pretty good at PR. I can probably help you. Help me to help you. Come pay me a bunch of money and I will fix your reputation for you. It's going to take some work, but I can help you with this. Once this case is over, you hit me up. You can email me. It's the YouTube email. Go find it on the about page. I got you. Got you, boo.
In the February, I'm going to jump to February, March 2016. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Depp about a prenup?
Well, after the engagement, but before the engagement party, I started to feel like it would make, I know that he earned significantly more than me. He's a successful actor. I wanted to eliminate any doubt in his mind and in other people's minds. So I brought it up to him and brought it up to my therapist.
Objection, hearsay.
She's just saying that she brought it up to her therapist. She's not saying what she said. But please focus on Mr. Depp, okay?
Of course. Johnny
She's
said
so
he
annoyed.
would
That was a
tear it
teeth
up.
grind if you caught that.
He said, if you ever brought one up to me, or if I ever saw one, got my hands on it, I'd tear it up. Only way out of this is death. Only way out of this is death. And
yes, Johnny is very dramatic.
I thought it was,
and poetic and
I thought it would be like
morbid in some of his wording. Yes, we got that.
I didn't care either way.
I took it
feel
literally.
like it would eliminate suspicion or
He might murder me.
doubt, and it would make things easier. And I told him over and over again, are you sure? Are you sure? Maybe we should do this. And one time he said to me, he's like, kid, are you already thinking of how you're getting out of this? Are you already planning
Spooky
to get out of this,
language.
kid? You already planning on leaving? It was around the same time as the moving in together conversation.
But he's the one who proposed the prenup. That's the opposite. That's him making sure that he's protected if you decide to leave. That's the opposite of what you're presenting, because she's the one who didn't want to sign the prenup. I mean, realistically, I would be totally, if it were me, I'd be like, oh, you're going to pay for everything while this is going on? Cool, I'm going to keep working and I'm going to sock all my money away. So if there is ever a split, I'm financially fine. Like, god damn. What?
It was, he accused me of having 1 foot out.
You're the one who
and
wouldn't
kind of
sign the
were
prenup.
happening around the same
What do you
time.
mean?
I still had my apartment, and we're engaged now. He was asking me to redecorate Sweetser, his main house, and kind of move into the ECB building downtown where my best friend was living at this time. While the decorations and the remodeling had been done on Sweetser. And so these conversations were kind of happening about how to build our future together and how we were going to move forward together. And
Conversations that would have been useful to me yesterday. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know why you would. I don't know how they managed to actually end up getting married. Like, how do you be so unhappy and still, like, pull off a marriage? Like, his descriptions, her descriptions make me think, like, what? You sound like you weren't happy being engaged and you weren't happy being together. So why would you agree to this? Whereas his descriptions make me think that it's just like, no, things were really wonderful. There were a couple of rough patches, but, that's normal. And there were a couple of things that I was a little bit worried about, but, I loved her and I wanted to move forward. So, like, His descriptions, I can see how this happened. Her descriptions, I don't see how this happened. Like, what? I don't understand.
I would have forgotten about the extent that we had those conversations early on in the engagement if it hadn't have been for my therapist's notes.
I'm sorry, if it hadn't been for your what?
If it hadn't been for my therapist's notes, which were taken at the time when I was talking to her about this and my conversations with
Objection,
Johnny.
hearsay.
Okay.
I'll sustain the objection.
We'll move on. Okay. Let's take it to March 2014. Did there come a time there was an engagement party?
Yes, so it was March 2014.
Please describe for the jury.
We had an engagement party, and we decided that when we did get married, we'd have a small wedding, something intimate. But, our lives were kind of big. His life was extremely big. And we needed to incorporate, we wanted to have a bigger engagement party than a wedding, and kind of get our guests in, our family, our friends, and have a big event of it, as opposed to making the wedding something that was big. And so we kind of put it on the engagement party and had a bunch of people, a lot of friends, business acquaintances, a lot of family. I had all of my family friends and my childhood friends come out for it, and I even invited my therapist. It was a big event.
Okay. And describe what took place at the engagement party.
Well, we walk in together, and we
What about Bob
took some
over
pictures
here?
and said a
Inviting
few
her
hellos,
therapist
and
to the
then
wedding.
Johnny disappeared upstairs in, I guess it's like a coat room or something. It was in a big abandoned building that was rented out for events, and he had disappeared upstairs.
I'm sorry, hold on. It was in a big abandoned building that was rented out for events. Then it's not an abandoned building. What are you talking about? Then it's a it might be a rustic building or an old building that's not, or a house that is no longer utilized as a house. That's just not what an abandoned building is. Johnny Depp took me to the end of the cul-de-sac, and there was this old spooky house that was abandoned, and we got married. And he said, "Till death do you part," while he carved the pentagram into his arm. Death is only the beginning. Imhotep. Like, this is such a fantastical way. Again, just to bring it back to something more realistic, this is what the forensic analysis doctor said. She said the language will be over dramatic. The way things are described will be through the emotions, will be through the eyes of other people. And she can't do that on the stand because that is hearsay, which is one of the reasons why she's getting so frustrated. And on top of that, she can't be like, well, my sister was upset. Nope. Were you upset? You have to talk about yourself. And then on top of that, you've got the saying that there's going to be the descriptions of events are going to be larger. And if you listen to the other people describing their interactions with Amber Heard, particularly her ex-assistant said she's very dramatic. She exaggerated a lot.
Almost the entire party, I would say. It was kind of came down at the end when we were leaving, and came down once because he was at the time sharing drugs with my dad.
Objection. Speculation. Lack of foundation.
How do you know that he was sharing drugs with your dad?
I was there. I watched it.
Please continue.
Johnny Depp's face.
My dad
Wait,
at the time was was addicted to.
Then why aren't you describing the situation in which you witnessed this? She's passively saying these things, but if you remember, and I know I've talked about this before, specifically vague is basically when somebody is detailed enough, but they're specifically leaving out details, where it's like, this is implying things, and it's specifically implying things, but it's just implication. You actually haven't brought any details forth. So it's so vague that you have to assume the implication. Right?
Did the same thing Johnny was. And so my dad had, either my dad ran out or Johnny ran out. I can't recall which of the two ran out, but there was a, you know, they needed more, of course, and had to leave the party. My dad actually left with Johnny's security to go get more drugs from...
Objection calls for speculation.
And how much did you drink that night?
They told me.
Hearsay.
Sustain the objection.
And they left to go whatever, and then they came back with drugs, and everything was okay in terms of the withdrawal symptom of the, I don't know what you call it at that point, but he still stayed upstairs. And
Are you referring to me?
So is she saying her dad had withdrawal symptoms or Johnny had withdrawal symptoms? Because there has been no establishment of Johnny Depp being addicted to illicit drugs, only to his medication. So what she's saying here is very confusing, and maybe we'll get some clarification.
Mr. Depp?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
so
continue.
Shortly after that, I tried to get Johnny to come downstairs, and he just snapped at me, just verbally told me to shut the fuck up. And I remember talking to my mom about the irony of it.
Okay.
We were in an engagement party, but that was a pretty...
Just to be clear, Helios makes a good point saying that it was an abandoned building is a specific claim. In fact, it's a claim that is provable, either true or false. So unless it was actually abandoned, she lied while under oath, and that's perjury. Now, I don't think they're going to go after those kinds of that kind of a perjury charge, but you make a good point. But what she said immediately after already proved one way or another about whether or not it was abandoned. It was in fact not abandoned. It was a building that was used for events. Therefore, it was not an abandoned building as she described. But I digress.
Pretty much it for the engagement party, and I went downstairs and entertained guests and smiled and took pictures and put on a face and, you know, went about my evening.
I'm really curious to know, like, how he said shut the fuck up. Was he just like, shut the fuck up? Or was he just like, shut up, bitch? She's presenting as if he's saying it in a specific tone without any actual backing up of that specific tone. She just says, he told me to shut up. Okay, well, how? Like, what did... Like I said, she's specifically vague. She's very, very specifically vague.
I'll take you to May 2014, the Met Gala. Could you please tell the jury what a Met Gala is and what's involved in that?
Objection compound.
Overruled.
Met Gala is a big event, annual event, celebrity event in New York. It's a fashion event, but it's just a major red carpet event. And so you have to be invited, and it's kind of a thing. You know, and we were invited that year. And
we were invited. Okay, so I'm curious to know if this is like a big deal and it's like we were invited, and given how much we know Amber Heard cares about her image and her career, I'd be curious to know if she was it a we were invited, or was he invited and you got to go with him? Because that seems to be a distinction that is not... She doesn't usually say we. She says I was invited because of the way she describes things. So the fact that she didn't use I here, even though just listening to her previous descriptions, she's the plus one. She didn't get the invite herself because she would have said, oh, I was invited, and so Johnny and I went because it's assumed that he would be invited. But she said we. She hasn't used we almost at all, except that we went to the island. I went to Johnny Depp's island with him. It's his island.
I'd already gone for the previous year or two And this year we were going to go together.
Uh-huh.
And at some point in the evening, we're sitting across the table, and Johnny starts asking me about this woman.
Across the table from
He
each
thought
other.
I was looking at this woman in a sexual way, and I kind of turned it around on him and said that exact same
Objection
thing.
hearsay.
All right.
It's context, Your Honor. This is
I'll
context.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Just say
Yep.
what Mr. Depp said then. I guess you can't tell us what you said to him.
Okay.
Oh! The sass from the lawyer coming out. Okay. Because that's not what she was saying at all. She was speculating on what Johnny Depp, she's not giving a quote. She's saying this, this, and this because he was this, this, and this. She doesn't get to say that. That's just her interpretation of what he was saying. Oh my goodness, Puck, do we need to take a break? All right, Puck is whining. I'm gonna take him outside real quick. Look at him, he's being all sitting right by the door. Yes. So I'm gonna take him out. So we're gonna take a quick break. I will be right back. We are almost at the hour mark of this, so I will be back momentarily. I will put that back just so we can hear the sass that was coming out. Is almost as much sass as my dog is giving me right now. So I'll be back momentarily. Yeah, be right back. Whatever. See you guys in a minute. You all right? I got a drink. I hope you all got drinks. Go get a drink. Go get a. I found out why Puck was complaining so much. The dog that was upstairs was laying guarding the front door. So he was like right there, and Puck was like, meh. But that's all taken care of now. Right, we were gonna put this back just a touch. I'm also put some popcorn on because nice. Kenny G music for the breaks. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. I might do something like that. All right. I give people a second to know that we're back and set that up. I am drinking dark rum, some Pepsi and a lime, and some ice. Make sure you stretch, breathe in, breathe out. Again, trigger warning, because from what I know, this stuff is going to get a little bit intense. So let's go.
Already gone for the previous year or two, and this year we were going to go together. And at some point in the evening, we're sitting across the table, and Johnny starts asking me about this woman. He thought I was looking at this woman in a sexual way, and I kind of turned it around on him and said that exact
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
It's context, Your Honor. This is
I'll
context.
sustain the objection.
Okay. Just say what Mr. Depp said then. I guess you can't tell us what you said to him.
That sass from that lawyer right there. The objection wasn't about what he had said to her or what she was saying. The objection was about that he thought that I was doing this in a looking at this person in a sexual manner, which that's speculation. She can't speak for him or what she can't say what he thought. She can only say what he told her. She makes a lot of assumptions also, I've noticed. Like, if you look at her interactions and even her description of her interactions, she assumes a lot about what people are saying and what people are doing. She probably thinks she's really good at reading people.
Okay. He was accusing me of flirting, and that's how the argument started. I don't recall what other accusations I was fielding at that moment, but typically in my experience with him, it wasn't just one. So you'd make a point and then he would go on to a different accusation. But I remember that what started it is this accusation that I had been flirting at this event. We get back to.
So, real note, if you notice that she hasn't actually presented a proper quote of what Johnny Depp said these words to me. She's just saying, Johnny Depp accused me of flirting. Did he say, you're flirting with that girl? She's not describing the words that he said. She's describing her interpretation of the concept that he was trying to get that she alleges he was trying to get across. So she hasn't actually presented. I got popcorn, by the way. I hope you guys got some popcorn because you're gonna need this.
The hotel room, and Johnny shoves me and kind of grabs me by the collarbone area, like not really my neck, but
in public at the gala. She's describing this happened at the gala and nobody noticed. No film crew, nobody saw this. Bullshit. This is bullshit.
Grab me by the above my collarbone, below my neck.
That's not how that.
I think at that point connected. When we were still in the living room, I shoved him back, but I can't. I don't really recall too many specifics. I remember he threw a bottle at me. It missed me, but it broke the chandelier. And at some point, I remember maybe this was.
I'm sorry, a broken chandelier? So now we've got a broken bottle, a broken chandelier, which nobody else witnessed. And nobody else described. Okay.
The shove that I was talking about, but at some point, Johnny and I are in a struggle in the living room, and
a chandelier, yeah, a chandelier is something that hangs from the top. Like, it's a big lighting fixture with lots of lights on it. So he threw a bottle at her, but somehow managed to hit a chandelier and break that. I wonder what kind of bottle it was.
Kind of like shoves me down on the sofa, and I get up and I'm trying to get him off of me, and it's just stronger than me. I don't know how else to describe it. And at some point he just whacks me in the face. And I had not at the time been I think that was the first time I was like, is this a broken nose? At the time I was unsure what that feeling was, but I suspected I had a broken nose. And other than that, I was relatively unscathed.
When Johnny Depp described this situation, he specifically described what she had said. He was specific to say, she said to me, "Well, good job, Johnny. You broke my nose." And then she wouldn't let me see it.
I remember my nose being swollen, discolored, red, and I took a picture of my face at some point and made a joke about it to my friend about how bad I looked compared to how the
Objection, hearsay.
So she took a picture of her face. She sent a picture of her face, but she hasn't presented that to the court? Where's that picture?
All right.
It was not offered to prove the truth of the matter.
Yes, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Okay. Just don't say what you told a friend. Okay. Okay. Let's take you to the Adderall Diaries. When did you start filming the Adderall Diaries?
Believe May. I filmed another movie in New York, March, April, May. I went straight from that movie to another movie, an independent film with James Franco. The one I had previously shot was with Christopher Walken. That's right. Okay, so I went from one to the other and saw Johnny.
Firefly makes a really good point. Where's that friend? What friend was that? What text message does that friend have?
In these, in between, like if I got a long weekend or, I'd fly home to be with him and then fly back. It was kind of like that.
Fly back from where? Where were you filming those?
In New York.
Okay. And where was Mr. Depp at that time?
Johnny was in LA at the time and then eventually went on location for his movie, Black Mass, in Boston.
So you were in New York and Mr. Depp was in Boston at some point?
Eventually, by May 2014. That's it.
All right. And what, if any, discussions or arguments did you have with Mr. Depp relating to James Franco in that time frame of May 2014?
There's a really big sigh.
It's a nightmare.
I don't know if you guys noticed that. That was a sigh of annoyance. That was not a sigh of like, oh, it hurt me. That wasn't a sigh of, oh, this is painful. That was a sigh of, oh, that shit again. I know that because I've done that. I see, I recognize that. I've done that. I've done that so many times. Oh god, this shit. Oh yeah, let's have that conversation again. Great. Oof. I just want to point out what Mother Dragon said real quick because I think it's important. Being a victim of domestic violence myself, Amber Heard's testimony makes me so angry. Joking about a broken nose with a friend. If she could joke about it, then why is it so bad now? Just because she wants money? I think there's a really good... There's a point in there that is valuable. She had these pictures. She was able to joke around about it, and it was so bad. Some people deal with trauma or deal with stress by joking around with friends and playing down whatever is going on to help as a coping mechanism. However, this is a situation where this was such a, she presents every situation as if it is the highest rung of issue, right? So she presents everything as the worst she could possibly present it as. This is the worst possible thing. And so as she's trying to escalate, she's got nowhere to escalate to. So when you take a small thing and you blow it up into something that's a really, really big, like, oh, Johnny told me to shut up on my wedding day. And you present it as if this is like the worst thing that could happen. And then you then describe, he punched me in the face. And you don't even describe that with the same vitriol that you described him telling you to shut up. It creates a disconnect between the story that you're trying to tell. The thing, if you notice how vitriolic she describes physical abuse versus her description of somebody challenging her verbally, she gets more offended if you tell her she's wrong. It bothers her more that somebody would dare tell her to shut up than it does being hit in the face. There's such a lack of description there. And, sometimes there's memory issues when somebody is abused or somebody is in these kind of situations. But I don't like seeing people prey on that, which is what she's doing. She's usually as a shield. She's using other victims as a shield.
I wanted to do this independent film. I liked the story. I liked the character. I told him I'm not going to wear makeup in the thing.
Objection, hearsay.
Apparently,
Ms. Peter, if you could approach, please.
Her lawyers wanted to keep her off the stand, which is why they tried to dismiss the case before she would have to be on the stand. They failed. Oh, hi, Puck. Oh boy. We got to explain what hearsay is again to Amber Heard's lawyers. Yeah, she's escalating too quickly. And when you escalate on things that are smaller, well, first off, it's giving us a tip into like Amber Heard's mentality and what bothers her and what doesn't. Which is why we know Johnny Depp questioning her or telling her to fuck off bothered her more than the alleged hitting in the face. Now, that makes sense if she was never hit in the face, but it also makes sense as to what she views as a big deal. But it also builds in this problem of once you've escalated to the top and you try to present something that would most people would consider worse, you've got nowhere to go.
so tell the jury what Mr. Depp said.
Oh yeah, usually
He
a motion
was
to dismiss
mad
happens in
at
every
me
case, but however the timing of this one was very
taking the
specific.
job with James Franco.
They wanted to keep her off the
He
stand, for sure.
hated James Franco, and was already accusing me of kind of secretly having a thing with him in my past since we had done Pineapple Express together. Okay.
So
What?
I'm going to take you to the Boston plane incident. We've heard about that earlier, May 24.
Well, I
Can
guess
you
that didn't
please
really matter.
describe
Moving
for the
on.
jury what
Because that
took
would have been a whole
place
bunch of hearsay.
on May 24 relating to the plane incident?
Well, I had spoken.
Okay, so from my understanding, there's the plane incident they're talking about is the one that Johnny Depp's friend, who was the sound director, the guy who was talking about the earpieces, that guy, he talked about this earlier. So we're getting now her perspective of that situation where he said nothing happened. The plane ride was tense. She snapped at me. Johnny told her to not snap at me, and that was the extent of it. So we're going to see her version of this plane ride, which I'm sure will not include anything fantastical.
Spoken to Johnny, you know, he's in Boston, I'm in New York, and I spoke to him. He had already been upset with me and accused me in like many arguments about not telling him about scenes that I had. If I had a kissing scene, any sort of romantic scene, and I wasn't explicit about what I was going to do, then I was accused of having withheld information and hiding it from him.
Because you did. If I hid information from him about my roles, which were for some reason something that was regularly discussed in our relationship, if I didn't tell him explicitly what was going on and left out information, I was accused of leaving out information, which I was doing. You might be justified in leaving that information out. Sure, that's fine, but to pretend like you didn't is kind of silly.
So I didn't want the fight, of course.
Amber, if I was ever in an argument with Amber Heard, she would probably punch me in the face. Because I am far more pedantic and petty than...
But I had to kind of eggshell tiptoe around how to tell him when I had any sort of scene like that. And I did tell him in this occasion.
Objection, hearsay.
We need to stay with what Mr. Depp said, okay?
Okay, so he was upset with me, but he didn't sound coherent so much on the phone. He was yelling at me about how could you tell me this? How could you tell me this when I'm filming, when I have this scene that I'm doing? How could you tell me this when I'm working? Obviously, I couldn't tell him any other time because we were both filming, and I told him as soon as it was relevant, but he kept saying, how could you tell me this? How could you just tell me this? And it was like I had told him I was having an affair or something, you know, it was that angry at me. But he kind of started to sound less connected to reality as these like arguments would happen on the phone. This is in one day. Eventually, he hangs up on me in the conversation, screaming at me. I talked to his assistants.
I thought we were talking about the plane incident. This is not a plane incident. This is an incident of them being on the phone together. Is this the incident that Isaac talked about? I think that her lawyers are specifically going out of their way to confuse the timeline about who's talking about who, because at this point, I don't know what they're talking about. They're talking about a phone disagreement. Notice how, by the way, she's not explaining how she presented the whatever information she was giving to Johnny in any way, shape, or form. She didn't even talk. She gave a vague description about generalities, but didn't say specifically. She's being very specifically vague. She said, if there was any scenes like this, if she was saying any scenes, if she was doing any scenes like this variety, then Johnny would get mad. And then I was on the phone with Johnny and he got mad at me because he said, "Why, how could you tell me this? How could you tell me this?" Tell him what? What did you tell him? What did you say on the phone? There's no description of her own behavior and what she was saying. She's just vaguely saying that Johnny Depp was angry and yelling. What
they said, but I had conversations.
And this is supposed to be on a plane?
Encouraged that I could continue on with the plan, which was for me to get on the plane, go to Boston, pick him up, and we would go back to LA for his daughter's birthday. I was nervous because the conversation I had had with him, and he was so upset with me on that conversation, but I figured I assumed he had passed out and that he would have been kind of sobered up the next day, assuming that the work would mean that he felt pressured to kind of pull it together. And I get on the plane. He sent the plane, so I assumed he's not that mad at me. He's over it.
Now we get to the
Moving
plane
on, he's
situation.
sobered up. There had been a lot of talk about a sober plan, like a full detox, a full recovery, a doctor, a whole plan. You know, there were talks of that following what had happened in London. So I was feeling like, okay, well, maybe we're here. And I get on the plane, it touches down and the SUV pulls up and it sits on the tarmac for a very long time. He knows I'm on the plane waiting for him. So I kind of started to anticipate that things weren't as I hoped, meaning that he was sober and had slept it off. And I'm sitting on the plane for a very long time waiting for him, and he finally opens the door, and I see him get out of the SUV, and I can guess by how he's moving, how he's walking. I didn't realize at the time I had already become really sensitive to these little changes because my life changed depending on what he was on. And he gets on the plane, and
Allegedly.
I just knew in every cell of my body something was wrong. And he comes straight up to me, doesn't say anything to me, but is looking at me. He's got these glasses on, and he takes them off in this kind of aggressive manner and sits down across from me, not in the usual spot. We'd kind of have our places on his plane, you know, where you get used to sitting. And I remember I got up and moved to accommodate him getting by so he could sit in the normal seat as per usual. He didn't. He sat across from me at some point, and I don't really...
I'm just going to pause for a minute because somebody in the chat made an interesting point named Rebecca. Said, describing the first apparent slap, she says, it changed my life. But when she gets to the most brutal part in Australia, she says she was heartbroken. There's something that can happen for somebody who goes through trauma. And it has to do with numbing. You become more numb to the next time it happens, or the next time it happens, or the next time it happens. You get used to it, which is awful, and but it's certainly a thing that happens. However, that's something different from when you're describing the situation after the fact. So, you know.
Really remember the exact sequence of it. We take off, and at some point he's asking me what's wrong with me. What do I have? Do I have something to tell him? Do I have something to tell him? You want to talk to me about your day yesterday? And then it gets, I already know that he's drunk.
This asshole fucking asking me about his day. I know that he's drunk, allegedly. Okay. How do you know he wasn't just on the phone in the car and he was doing, like, had to talk to somebody to finish up a meeting or something? Like, I don't know, man. I feel like she's kind of like fucked up her own life just by making assumptions about other people, but maybe I'm wrong.
I already know he's using, he reeks of weed and alcohol. I mean, his breath smelled so bad, and I could anticipate that there was a no-win situation here. There was no me talking myself out of this or talking him down or any, you know, a lot of my arguments and my involvement in them are me trying to diffuse by explaining or
Objection, non-responsive.
She is not answering the question. The thing is like, we've heard her. We've heard the way she talks in conversations and the way she's the way she has conversations and has arguments, and she's like, why can't we just have a normal argument? We should be arguing about this. We should fight like normal people are. She wants there to be an argument. Now she's sitting here pretending that she doesn't want there to be an argument. There was no other way for me to get out of this. So you could just not talk to him and leave him the fuck alone. Mother of Dragon says, even getting numb to domestic violence, I was still scared to speak my mind or do anything that would anger my ex, and flinching every time he went to touch me in any manner. Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's exactly correct. When you're in it versus when you get out of it versus how that trauma sticks with you. Those are all things that we're not seeing this. We're not seeing this in Amber. We're not seeing her struggle to describe these situations. The things we see her struggling to describe are the things that are, you had an argument against me and your argument was correct. That seems to bother her more. But yes, no, Mother of Dragons, you're 100%. You're 100% right. Same with, who did I see in here? I saw Catherine. Catherine.
She's telling the story, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection as part. Good. Okay.
Hi,
So
Keon.
he is asking me questions, and I know
The objection
to
was
not
sustained,
engage.
by the way.
I was polite. I made sure to answer minimal amount of, the minimal amount that I could. I moved slowly. I was trying to be polite, but not engage because there was no win. And he kept going, kept asking me. Eventually he went from, do you have something to tell me, to, you want to tell me how much you liked it? Tell me, did he slip a tongue? It got worse and worse, just more. It went from asking me about how my kissing scene went or how the sex scene went, to asking me what James Franco had done in the scene, to being really explicit about.
It seems like she was being evasive, which probably escalated the problem, because if somebody is concerned about the interaction that you have with somebody else, purposefully avoiding it and avoiding those answers and having that conversation would, particularly if you've got somebody who, she's presented Johnny Depp as somebody who gets very jealous and gets very about other people being around. So she's now describing herself escalating that problem on him. Right? And Bearded Heretic said, to be fair, as a victim of psychological abuse from a woman, they will try to isolate you from your friends, not move them into your penthouse free of charge and let you go out with them. Yeah, what we see from a lot of abusers will try to, I mean, you see this with like just regular bullying, like not as far as domestic violence. The goal is isolation. If you can be isolated, then you're an easy target. You don't see Johnny Depp isolating Amber Heard. You see more Amber Heard isolating Johnny Depp by being rude to his friends, by, you do not sit around in a room with Alice Cooper and like the guitarist from is it Aerosmith? And you don't sit around and talk about these big names from 80s rock and 80s metal and say they're just a bunch of old guys fucking around on guitars. Like, are you mad? Hello?
My body, he was talking about he was saying really disgusting things about my body, about how I liked it, how I responded.
Like what?
Then he started
Just
straight up taunting me. I know you liked it. He called me a go-getter. He called me a slut in front. And also, this is happening.
What did he say? This is the thing. She's not describing what he said. She's just throwing buzzwords. Describe the situation. I was sitting here in the plane. He was sitting here in the plane. He said these words to me, not the general. She's speaking in generalities and it's driving me crazy.
Security and his assistants on the plane, and I remember I felt I struggle to be able to tell you how embarrassing.
She struggles to be able to tell you how she feels because she interprets things through her assumptions about other people, which is what the forensic psychologist said.
I was, because he was speaking to me in front of people in this way, asking me if I liked it and if I was wet, and why I wasn't looking at him, and that was proof I wasn't looking at him. That was proof that I was asking for it. Did I ask James to do this and this to me?
That's what I said.
How about if he
avoidance
does those
of these
things
kinds of
to
questions
me,
make it worse.
insert sexually explicit descriptions of what he accused me of wanting or deserving. And I, at some point in this, get up and move to the front of the plane. And I remember getting up so slowly. I didn't want to aggravate him. I didn't want to give him any excuse to pounce on. I didn't want to upset him. I didn't want him to flip a switch and get worse. I didn't want...
Now she's describing it as flipping a switch. It wouldn't be a flip of a switch. It would be an escalation. Those are different things. So it's not that, oh, he's fine, and then she said something and set him off. No, he's already upset. He's upset and trying to have a conversation with you, and you're avoiding the conversation, which is making him more upset. And instead of saying, hey, listen, I think that this is not a good time to have this conversation, and can we wait till the plane lands? Can we take a couple of breathers? Because I'm not sure where you're at. Can you describe to me where you're at? Like, this is not how an adult handles this kind of a conversation. Not in any reasonable manner. This ought not to be how you, particularly if you're afraid that this person is going to abuse you, right? Now, obviously, once there's abuse involved, things change. Your responses change. The way you behave changes, right? Because you're in a defensive mode. Totally fair. Totally makes sense. Totally reasonable. However, all we have right now is Amber Heard's word that these things have happened. So if we take this as if Johnny Depp has not hit anybody like he claims, if we take him at his word, then her response and reaction to him probing her for information about something she lied to him about is not unreasonable so far. But that's if we take Johnny Depp at his word and the people around Johnny Depp at their word and, the evidence so far. But who would want that?
I just remember very slow movements, and I slowly get up and move to the front of the plane, and he starts throwing things at me. Ice cubes, utensils. He's calling me a go-getter and then an embarrassment, talking about what an embarrassment I am. I don't know how many times I moved seats. I wish I...
Lady, you shit on a bed. Yes, you're an embarrassment. He was correct. But again, she's not describing she's not describing the situation in that he said this, I said this. She's not specifically vague.
I did. I remember moving more than once, and Johnny came to me each time, not the other way around. He sits down in front of me at one point, and because I'm not answering him, I was looking out of the window, and he slaps my face. And his friend is in our proximity. And it didn't hurt my face. It just felt embarrassed. Did he do that to me in front of people?
Which friend? Because no friend has alleged that this has happened.
It was the first time that anything like that had happened in front of somebody. I got up to move again, and he's just taunting me, having a laugh, screaming, and then just straight up mean, calling me names. And it was oscillating between those things. And I get up slowly again, and I just resolve to just sit the rest of the time up at the front of the plane. And as I get up, he kind of kicks the swivel chair into my hip, or kind of just hits me. And I look at him, and he asks me, what are you going to do about it? I just stared at him.
That's the first interaction that was actually a full description.
At him and wanted him to see me. I wanted to get through to him. Didn't feel there was it felt like there was a blackness in his eyes. I wanted to look at him. I wanted him to see me. It didn't even feel like him. And
All right, just to touch on this real quick. That was a very, very cliched description of someone that's like out of a book. That's a very flowery, out of a book kind of description. When I looked at him, there was like a darkness, a blackness to his eyes. It was like he was a different person. Come on. Like, this is, you're already mentioned that you were concerned that this switch was going to flip. Is this what you described with the switching flip? The switching flip, the flipping switch? This is what I mean. What are you talking about? When you describe somebody as like, oh, I was worried and I was scared about this, and then you describe that she's described. I've been in these kinds of situations before. And you can tell when somebody gets angry. You can tell when something like in their brain is like, okay, I'm done. I'm done with this. Or somebody is trying to bait you into an argument or a debate. I work on the internet. I've seen plenty of people trying to bait me or trying to get me to say something or trying to people who are mad at me. Right? This is a normal thing that this is a standard. This is not unusual. But her description is it's like a flip. It's his eyes were dark. They were black. And it's like you're describing this like it's a book, lady. Come on. Can you please give us something that's like a realistic, not flowery, not Johnny Depp was not flowery on the stand. He went on the stand, and when he described these situations, he wasn't using romantic, poetic, or hyperbolic language. He was using straightforward, basic language for people to understand what he went through from his point of view. She's treating this like it's a script, which is why it's not believable.
As I'm walking away, slowly,
one of the reasons.
Trying not to be, I was being very deliberate about my movements, wasn't saying anything, I wasn't engaging. I am walking away from him slowly, and he tells me to hurry the fuck up. Hurry up. And I just look at him one more time, wanting to penetrate the monster to see the man that I love underneath that. The man I loved.
You would have to have a conversation for that.
And I pull my gaze away from him. I walk away from him. My back is turned to him, and I feel this boot in my back. He just kicked me in the back.
Okay, so I'm going to pause there for a second, because she said, I'm going to break down what she's saying happened. She was sitting there, he was trying to engage her in a discussion, an argument, whatever. Then she got up and moved. And I guess he followed her, because that wasn't that specific. She said she just kept moving seats. And then she finally got up to like extricate herself from the situation. He kicked a swivel chair and it spun and hit her in the side. She looked back, so he would have had to been at range far enough to I'm gonna need physical so he would have had to be sitting down, kicking that chair. So she was already past him. He kicked the chair, it swiveled and hit him. She looked back, then she turned around and kept walking away slowly. He said, hurry up, and then he kicked her in the back. She was moving further and further away. So I'm wondering, too, one, did he stand up and walk up behind her to kick her in the back? And two, how long are Johnny Depp's legs? Because if he didn't stand up, there's no way this makes any sense.
I fell to the floor. I caught myself on the floor, and I just felt like I was looking at the floor of the plane for felt like a long time. And I thought to myself, I don't know what to do. I can't believe did he just kick me? No one said anything. No one did anything. It was like you could hear a pin drop on that plane.
So there were
feel the tension,
more
but
than
no
just
one
his
did
friends
anything.
there, according to her now. There's more than that.
And I just remember feeling so embarrassed. I felt so embarrassed that he could kick me to the ground in front of people. And more embarrassing, I didn't know what to do about it. I got up and I walked to the front of the plane. I sat down and I just looked out of the window. And Jerry Judge's security and my friend both kind of under their breath asked me, "Are you okay?"
Objection, here's.
I was about to say there better be an objection. Jerry Judge is dead and cannot testify.
I spent the rest of the time looking out of the window.
Sustain the objection.
And
Did there come a time that you tape recorded Mr. Depp on this plane?
I want to sit here and say that I was telling myself I needed to leave him. But as he got worse, he demanded the oxygen tank from the flight attendant. Excuse me. And he continued to drink and then eventually started howling like an animal and passed out in the bathroom.
This is a direct contradiction from Johnny Depp's friend who was on this plane, who we heard talk. This is the guy with the earpiece. So this is this incident. And where he saw nobody get kicked. Nobody was doing anything with the oxygen. There was no altercation or no physical altercation. There was just awkwardness when he was like, "Hey, what's going on?" She snapped at him. Then he said that Johnny intervened on her poor treatment of his friend.
With the door locked. And was howling, and I at some point pushed record on my phone because there was that 5% part of me.
Objection, non-responsive.
I don't think it's non-responsive. She's explaining what led up to her tape recording him and why. I mean, I can ask her,
Okay.
will that solve it?
All right.
Why did you tape record him?
Because I knew that Johnny wouldn't remember what he had done. I knew he would not remember. And if
Calls for speculation.
She can say why she did it and what she thought.
But that last part called for speculation. I'll sustain the
Don't
objection.
say I knew. Why did you tape record?
in my experience, when Johnny was that
Did her counsel just give her advice while she was on the stand about how to answer a question so it wouldn't get struck? Is that what I just heard? What? Wow.
inebriated, he would not remember what he had done.
Calls for speculation.
How can that call for speculation?
I'll sustain the objection.
All right, let's go to defendants 221. And I'm going to play 3 different parts for it.
Your Honor,
if
may
you
we
can-
approach, please?
Okay.
Just to be clear, the judge who says, I sustain the objection, anybody saying they sustain an objection is going to be the judge. Anybody who's objecting will be Johnny Depp's counsel. And the person asking the questions right now will be Amber Heard's counsel, just to be clear. Trigger warnings, by the way. There's no audio right now. Oh, they've gone up to the bench. Yeah, I gotta say, like, the behavior of Amber Heard's counsel suit her, in my opinion. But maybe we'll get another drink. Dang, they chatting for time.
So we're going to start with 221, and we're going to call it A, and that'll be 0 through 1 minute.
Okay, sure.
I really hope we get to hear Amber Heard's description of one of these situations of Johnny drinking, particularly when he had the mega pint. Because I want to hear her also describe it as a mega pint, because that would make me happy. She's kind of reminding me of Kent Hovind, by the way, like with how scripted she is and how staying on.
The first one was 0 to 1 minute. And can we turn up the volume just, I mean, there's part of it that the noise of the airplane is a little bit loud, but to be able to pick up.
But yeah, a lot of the time she's not answering the questions. She's just circumventing them.
And then the second one is from 250 to 320.
I don't know what I was supposed to be hearing. Yeah, I don't know what I'm supposed to be hearing. I don't know what that audio is supposed to represent. Yes, definitely trigger warnings. We talked about that earlier, but yeah, just reiterate trigger warnings for sure. Take care of yourself.
221 is in evidence. All of 221 is already in evidence.
So may I play the third one then, and then we can take the break?
Yes.
Thank you. That would be at 9.
You can play all of it if you'd like. That's fine. Thank you.
I think that'll torture the jury if I do that, Your Honor. 9:30 to 10, just 30 seconds more.
Johnny said something about this fucking idiot, and she's sitting there smirking, being like, see? But I don't understand.
All right. And you're going to be changing gears after that, or do you have any more questions for this issue?
No, I think this would be fine
Okay,
for a break.
all right. Ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our morning break then. Just do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody.
Yeah, I don't know what that was supposed to indicate to me, other than he was out of it, had a really bad headache and was moaning about it. He was drunk and vomiting. I wouldn't call that howling, but okay. I don't know what.
All right, thank you.
I don't know what
Again,
that's
ma'am,
supposed
since
to
you're still
be.
Testifying, don't discuss your testimony with anybody at this point, okay? All right. So
What
let's
was
just
that
come
supposed
back
to
at,
be?
let's make it 11:42. All right.
Vocal
Thank you.
exercises. I saw somebody mention, yeah, he could have been doing vocal exercises for some of his parts, or singing, or for his band. Dentist session? Yeah. What? Especially if it was during the detox. If he's supposed to be detoxing and he's going through withdrawal symptoms, then yeah. Maybe she kicked him in the dick. I don't know. Jumping forward through the break, obviously. I just don't know what, like, without the context that's being given is very, very
All right, thank you.
different.
See
So
your
I
next
don't,
question.
I don't know what to make of it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
So it sounds like somebody's having a bad time. That's probably.
Amber,
But it might not be.
following the plane ride, what did you do once you arrived, once you landed in LA?
I called for a cab, a car to pick me up, met me at the private airport, and I left. I got straight off the plane as soon as we touched down. Johnny had been saying what he would do to me once we got on the ground, and I didn't know how long this.
Wait, now he was saying what he was going to do to you once we got to the ground, but you said you walked away from him and that you didn't engage with him and didn't have that conversation. So now you did have that conversation and there were threats? And you said that nobody on the plane spoke, but there was definitely somebody talking to Johnny in that recording. So I'm getting conflicting information from her testimony.
Cycle would last, so I wanted to just get out of there. I went to a hotel and called my friends to join me, which was my coping strategy at the time.
Okay. I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendants 204.
This lady seriously needs to stop walking away from the microphone when she's fucking talking. She's driving me nuts.
Did you reach out to,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay and bleeding.
Your Honor, I would direct Your Honor's attention to the first one in blue and the third one in blue, and I would say present sense impression and the state of mind at that time.
All right, you want to approach?
Yes.
And they approach again. Sounds like the rambling groans of a drunken man who's experiencing nausea from booze and altitude, which intensifies the drunken nausea. That's possible. Altitude can be a factor. But I don't know. I really don't know what I'm supposed to be gathering from that recording. Besides, Johnny Depp was probably having a really bad time or practicing. But I'm still, where's the image of her face after she got hit? There's no, she said she took a picture and sent it to her friend and was joking about her broken nose. So where's the image of her face and her broken nose? When she starts trying to cry, it's cringe AF. I mean, she's been trying to do that all day. Not to waste the court's time, but we're going to get up and we're going to argue about every single bit of testimony. But we're totally fine with just... You notice how Johnny Depp, when they were... His counsel did not ask to go up every single... Or very, very rarely when the opposition stated hearsay or the opposition made any kind of contention, whereas every time they're contending Amber Heard's testimony and her lawyers want to go up to the stand.
All right, let's go to 205. Defendants 205. And this is a communication between you and Rocky Pennington, your best friend, is that correct?
Think the English guy was Jerry Judge, Johnny Depp's security. Jerry Judge has been dead for a little while. If you're talking about in the recording, supposedly Jerry Judge was with her, according to Amber, not with Johnny. So that doesn't make any sense. They did have a butler who was English, who said he never saw any of this. He wasn't on this flight. The person who was on this flight with Johnny was the audio tech that they were talking about why Johnny was wearing earbuds during filming for things like Pirates, and because people were trying to present it as Johnny was drunk and needed to be fed his lines through the earbud, which is why he was wearing the earbud, but the tech said no, that was not the case. He was listening to music or help him get into character. But
That's correct.
Okay. Objection, hearsay.
Objection. They're back to the bench. Oh boy, this is... Oh, we're gonna get nowhere fast. Oh no, I wish I was able to skip forward, but I don't know. It's too small and I don't know how long it is and I don't want to lose anything. Oh no. Oh, the finger severing. Sorry, yeah. The finger severing issue, the English guy was the butler. Yeah, it's super. I really do. Cloud's Goldfish is on point. I really want to get on with Bearded Heretic and Claire because I really, really do want to join them in some of their conversation because it's gonna be a good time. These lawyers should really know what hearsay is. But the thing is they do. They know it so well that they can call it on every single thing. So well so, and so often, in fact, that Johnny Depp was able to start being like, well, that would be hearsay, and pick it up on his own. I got no arrow key. What arrow key you talking about? This one?
If you struggle to lose weight, you must see this.
No, I made a mistake. That went to a whole nother video. I gotta go back. No, go back. Damn it, I never should have listened to you. Hold on, I gotta fix this now. Damn it. Nope. Hold on, that's the wrong thing. What was I thinking? There we go. Should be this one.
Jeff's been to the bottom of the ocean.
Thanks, Jeff. Yeah, okay, we got to the right one. Whoops! The keyboard arrow key. I pressed the arrow key. Listen, how dare you? Ugh, go away. That kid's pretty... You know what? I like that video. Oh, God, no. Okay, after the break. Couple minutes. Okay, they just approached. Okay, they're there talking. All right, I got right back. We good. And I guess I could just speed it up while they're talking. Why does it look like it's paused? It's not paused. You guys can't see it, but I can see the moving on it. But it looks like it's paused for some reason. I don't know why. Oh, there we go. Oh, they had to reset their cameras for whatever reason. Yeah, see, I don't know what's up. All right, there we go.
What, if any, communication did you have with your mother or your father following this incident?
Objection, hearsay.
Sustain that objection.
Let's go to defendants 222 and.
I want to know if these are the lawyers that, if Elon Musk got rid of these lawyers, because that would be really funny. People might consider suing Tesla more often. How is the judge not insanely annoyed by Amber's lawyers at this point? She probably is, but she can't show it because she's a judge and she's a professional. Now listen, I know the key. Well, there's the shift arrow key, and then there's like the arrow keys, and then there's the shift 6, which will be an arrow key. How dare you? I feel attacked. Yes, whoever this part of the lawyer team for Johnny Depp is, she is on point. She is doing fantastic because she's not jumping onto every single thing. She's jumping onto the things that that she believes matter, and I think she's choosing her battles. Whereas Amber Heard's team objected to every single thing that they thought they could get away with, including their own questions. So, you know, it do be like that. Please, for the love of God, Silver, do not pick hearsay as the drink every time they say hearsay. No.
Communications did you have with Kate James following the Boston plane
Who
incident?
is Kate James?
Objection, hearsay.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if we go to 224.
Okay. 224.
My argument would be business records exception.
All right, you want to come forward? We can do it.
They're back up to the bench. Who is Kate James? I don't recall hearing that name yet. Now, I'm only like partway through day 10 in my personal listening. So I'm not... Yeah, we'd all be dead if you drank every time there was a hearsay. Actually, okay, so that would be a little bit more fun if you took the lawyers out. You ignore the lawyers and drink every time you think the people on the stand did hearsay. That sounds like a really good exercise for people learning how to be lawyers. Kate James is Amber's ex-assistant who claimed Amber stole her sexual assault story. Wait, the ex-assistant that was on the stand? Is that the ex-assistant that was on the stand that said Amber spit on her and did not pay her? See, this doesn't jump forward. Oh, you know what? This might not jump forward because keyboard. I gotta enable my keyboard. There we go. So because I'm in vMix, like the program that I'm using to stream, I have to actually enable stuff. Okay, there we go. We jump forward. We're good. Oh, okay, that lady. I like that lady. That lady had no time for no nonsense. She was hilarious.
228.
That attitude.
Your Honor, we're going to object on hearsay.
First line, Your Honor,
Okay.
is all I'm...
She's getting up, getting ready to go back on the skin, back up to the bench already. Listen, this lady, first off, this lady's hot. I love her hair, the wave, the color. She's already ready to go. She's got all of her stuff. I love her suit, and she's just like against this crabby old lady who I kind of feel bad for her if she wasn't going to be such a bitch to everybody all the time. Oh, God, no. You know what? I'm kind of glad I get to jump through this. Jump forward. I like how Johnny Depp and his lawyer seem to be having a grand old time. I like this guy in the back, but second off, this woman's hair in the back here, this lady, I don't know if you can see her, in the beige, in the second row, her hair, fantastic. The guy beside her, when he was doing his, because that's the guy who was working with the British guy, amazing. His stance, the way he was chatting, love it, on point. I'm really not sure which one of these lawyers is going to end up cross-examining Amber, but I think it'll be the guy with the striped tie. Oh, okay. Cool. I like how you guys are covering the faces of us. Oh, God, no. That's the Premier of Ontario. Government. Oh, boy. Okay.
Tell us please tell the jury what you did then over that night, the next day, and at the hotel.
Hi, Manya.
I cried a lot. Tried to surround myself with my friends.
I kind of believe that she cried. I don't believe she has any friends.
Leave him. I felt...
To be fair, when I say I don't believe she has any friends, I don't mean to say that there aren't people around her who care about her. What I mean to say when I say she doesn't have any friends is I mean to say I don't believe she views those people in a respectful, fair, equal manner. As in, she might treat them as friends, but her view of them is lesser than her. I think she would view her friends as closer to something as a posse or like a group that she is in charge of rather than like actual one-on-one equal friendship. So that's not to say anything bad about those people that probably do very much care about her. More to say about her view of them, that I don't think she views these people as friends, although she probably will purport so, or she thinks these people are the greatest, but as soon as they disagree with her, they're out. So that's my suspicion. I've met people who are like that. It's given me the same kind of vibe. But hey, what do I know?
I felt powerless. Nothing I did made a difference. You know, on the plane, I was so careful.
Objection. Non-responsive.
She's not answering the
Please
question.
just tell us what you did, and you can tell how you feel, but don't go backwards, okay?
She's so mad.
Tried to...
She's so mad, and she's working really hard to pretend she's not.
I knew nothing else would make a difference. So I got myself back to LA. New York. And started going to Al-Anon meetings every day. It's a support group for people who love addicts and alcoholics.
What, if any, communications did you have with Stephen Deuters?
Objection, hearsay.
Your Honor, let me ask it this way. What, if any, communications did you have with Mr. Deuters communicating on behalf of Mr. Depp?
Objection, hearsay.
I would say agency.
Yeah, that's not good. That's a worse way of putting it.
All right, let's go to 229A.
If she is the one doing the cross-examination of Amber, I look forward to seeing what she has to say, because that's
Without saying what the content is, can
doing
you tell
well so
us
far.
who this text message is with?
Johnny's assistant.
What's his name?
His name is Stephen Deuters.
Okay. And what, if any, communication were you having with him following the Boston plane incident?
Objection, hearsay. May we approach?
All right, Ms. Means.
Well, now Johnny's team's asking to approach. At least they're letting Amber finish her shtick, whereas Johnny's team were not allowing that. There's an interesting thing I saw somebody mention in the chat. I'm not sure. I apologize. I'm not sure who did, but they brought up that there's speculation that Amber's lawyers are lawyers who haven't seen a whole ton of court time and who are defamation lawyers, which is good in one way. Because remember, this is a defamation case. So whether or not Amber abused Johnny and whether or not it isn't relative to the case itself, it's whether or not Johnny abused Amber. Now, the countersuit makes that a little bit more difficult because she has to prove malice and he has to prove malice. I would say probably up to this point they have done a very good job demonstrating that Amber Heard is malicious, but they have not. The opposition hasn't had an opportunity, or at least has not done a very good job of showing that Johnny is malicious. His behaviors and the facts of the matter of what has taken place do not come across as malicious, which is required in a defamation case. So the thing that you're kind of stuck with right now is you're stuck with whether or not who abused who is only under the umbrella of defamation. So defamation being that Amber said Johnny was a wife beater, Johnny saying, I never hit you, I am not a wife beater, therefore that is defamation. She has to prove that he hit her, and then he has to prove that it was malicious that she brought this forward. So that's the balancing act. They also have to do the reverse because of the countersuit for the one suit is 50, the other suit is 100. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. So you sort of have to, there's an awkward back and forth. So Feline says they want to allege that the lawsuits themselves are a bit malicious or imply it. Yes, they do. Which so far I think they've been unsuccessful in presenting. It also doesn't help that I haven't seen nor heard of any interviews prior to this that Johnny Depp has done that spoke ill of Amber Heard, and I cannot say the same thing the other way. So, if they are in fact deposition lawyers, I mean, in one sense, that's really good, but Johnny Depp's team, I imagine they're in this position where Amber is not being totally honest with her lawyers, whereas Johnny is. So his lawyers are very much aware of what drugs he has and has not done. And her team, whoops,
Plaintiff's Exhibit
sorry,
343.
No, I didn't press that button. This is fake news. Her lawyers don't know a lot of the details and are kind of working with whatever's thrown at them, whereas his lawyers, I think he was very clear, because if you notice, he doesn't really object to any use of whatever illicit drugs. He's just like, yeah, no, I used these illicit drugs. He's not denying any. I'm gonna watch this kid get hit in the face by this again. Glorious. But not the other way around.
Your Honor, if we go to 224.
Okay. 224.
My argument would be business records exception.
All right, you want to come?
Well, we went past that already.
To go back to New York, obviously without Johnny.
I'm going to ask you to now turn to 225. And Your Honor, I'm going to be referring to the last two blue spots on that page with the state of mind.
Correct, Feline. That's why they're asking questions that ends up with
Mental condition.
They're not on a fair playing field.
Right.
It doesn't, it's still hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
There, that's the approach we were at. I'm gonna see if I can kind of jump forward here. They're talking. She's
A
sitting.
lot.
Oh,
Tried to surround myself with my friends and resolve
yeah, there we
to
go.
leave him. I felt powerless. Nothing I did made a difference.
This is something that was brought up by Bearded Heretic and Rebecca and Mother of Dragons and someone else. Sorry, I apologize. I'm trying to get everybody's names. I think Camilla also brought it up. There's a few people that have brought this up. Catherine B brought this up. Isolation. People who are abusing you tend to isolate you. This is Johnny not doing anything to stop her from going wherever she wanted to go as soon as the plane landed. She got up, she got in a cab, she left, and then she went to be with her friends to resolve herself to leave Johnny. For people who have been, as we've seen described by people like Mother of Dragons in the chat above my head, getting away from your abuser is one of the more difficult things you can do. And it's not about whether or not you resolve to leave them. It's about creating an opportunity for yourself to be able to do so. As well as potentially a resource issue. Like whether or not you have money, or whether or not you have a place to stay, or whether or not you have people around you that you have access to, because if you're being isolated, you don't have people who are around you. This is not the case with Amber Heard's situation.
On the plane, I was so careful.
Objection. Non-responsive.
Directly, I also heard from
I had to re-enable the keyboard. It was not enabled before. There we go. It should be good now. When I reset it, it turned it back off.
Did you communicate at all with Mr. Depp in the days following the Boston plane incident?
Yes, I did.
Please tell the jury about those communications.
I heard from him directly. I also heard from him through his assistants who were texting for him.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
I'll sustain the objection.
You're not allowed to testify about the text messages with his assistant, but can you tell the jury about your communications with Mr. Depp?
Okay.
He's having a hard time. And it's his own, this is her lawyers.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection. I'll strike that from the record, and you'll disregard that testimony. Please answer the question.
Just confine it to the communications you had with Mr. Depp, please.
That he was sorry, and
I don't take that as advisement from her lawyer. Her lawyer is just trying to maintain the rules of the court. I don't view that as her advisement like she did earlier. The advisement that she did earlier was like, that's a bit out of line, but yeah, whatever.
Told me that he was in a blackout. He didn't remember everything, but what he did remember, he was ashamed of. He begged me to forgive him. Said he understood. And
where are these text messages?
Forgave me if I never wanted to speak to him again.
They had text messages about him saying, hey, stop testing me, about him saying, like, hey, why are you doing this? Hey, why are you presenting me this ultimatum? They have those text messages. Where are these text messages? I call bullshit. I need a bullshit button.
He texted me at one point, and then I didn't respond right away, and he texted me again that he understood that I had made my decision to move on, and good luck, and I was better for it. And
wow, you mean he made the adult situation of recognizing that you were both toxic to each other and you wanted to make a decision, and he was letting you leave, and then he had no problem with that and he respected your decision? What an asshole. Oh no, okay. When your testimony undermines your point entirely, big oops.
and then continued to contact me. I spoke to him when I was in New York on the phone, and
how do they not have these
said
text
that
messages?
He had a chip, or that he was going to meetings, that he, I think at the time mentioned
Johnny Depp never
sober,
testified to going to Alcohol Anonymous.
Another celebrity that was kind of advising him on sobriety, or not advising him, but
Johnny Depp talked about this. Johnny Depp talked about how he was hanging out with people like Alice Cooper, who was addicted to drugs for upwards of 30 years, and that these people who were like big rock stars in the 80s who had been addicted to drugs and alcohol and lived that party life, and he wanted to be like them and be able to no longer be reliant on these things. The fact that, one, she doesn't know who these people are. Two, she doesn't know what the... She's being very specifically vague about these situations. Either tells me she's being vague on purpose, or she's that uninterested in his sobriety and his life that she doesn't actually remember any of the details because she doesn't care. And I'm leaning towards the secondary. She's gonna get buckled. Like, she's screwed in cross-examination. Just keep going.
encouraging him, and he was saying, well, look, me and this person.
Anybody who's curious, we're 2 hours in, by the way.
We even went to a meeting. I've got 3 days sober, 4 days sober, and that was the last time. The monster will never come back. Monster will never come back. And because it felt like such a different, it felt so much worse than it had ever been before. And because I had, I went to New York and I was trying to get my strength to leave him, I actually thought that it kind of would be the turning point. I thought I had effectively...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Thank you. Go ahead. Please continue.
I thought things would change.
Okay. Did you draft any kind of email to Mr. Depp to express your emotions? And
she is describing cliches. She's describing a cliche of what she wants. She's describing a cliche of what it's like to be with somebody who's abusive and what it's like to be with somebody who's on drugs or somebody who has issues. I've been with people who have issues. I've been around people who have issues. A lot of us have been around people who are abusive to even people who aren't us directly. And this is not how those people in those situations feel. What she's describing is what the movies describe that it feels like. And it's like, well, I wanted to leave him, but I loved him so much, and this seemed like it was going to be a change, and I was trying to gather my resolve to leave, but I could save him. And it's like, this is such a... Even if that's true, it's such an unrealistic, toxic perception of the other person, as well as the... Not only as a descriptor is it toxic, but also as like, this is not what it's like. Her description is just not realistic for people who go through abuse. I don't... How do I... This is such a difficult thing to explain because everybody's situation is different and everybody's experiences are different, but there are commonalities, and none of the commonalities in her description of how she feels or how she felt at the time, and none of the... This is all dramatized, I think is the word I would use. This feels like a dramatization of what you think abuse looks like, or what you think a person who's being abused feels like, because the sad reality is that unless you're working with that person and you know them directly, which likely you aren't because they've been isolated, the way somebody who's abused behaves is different from how they feel. That's what makes it difficult to recognize whether someone's being abused in their relationship or not. Right? You can be being abused in a relationship and nobody knows. And the reason why nobody knows is because the person who's being abused goes out of their way to make it appear as if they are not being abused. Or they don't know any better. They internalize it a lot of the time because that's what abusers do. And it has to do, part of that has to do with isolation. One of the best things you can do for someone who is being abused is to be their friend in a way that is not viewed by the abuser as a threat, and spend a lot of your time building it up. A good example of that in this case is probably actually Paul Bettany. Paul Bettany, from what I can understand in this case, spent a lot of time with Johnny Depp alone and didn't interact with Amber Heard very much. And he built Johnny up and he helped Johnny Depp get out of this situation by being just a general good friend and positive influence on his life, and say that he is a worthwhile person. Because a lot of abuse victims don't believe that they are worthwhile people, and they've been so isolated from the people and alienated from the people who do care about them that they don't have anybody in their life that does that. And anybody in their life who does do that is viewed as a threat by the abuser. In this case, it would be Amber Heard viewed Paul Bettany as a threat because he wasn't a threat to their relationship in that he was going to steal Johnny Depp away and get married to him. He was a threat in that he was undermining Amber Heard's power over Johnny, and that's one of the things that you can do. But Johnny Depp's description of being abused is far more accurate, or far more consistent, I should say, with the way you would expect a victim to behave, where they've internalized it, or they've found a coping mechanism such as humor. Where's Amber's coping mechanism during all this? People who have been abused have ways of dealing with it and justifying it, or ways around it. I haven't seen a single thing in Amber Heard's testimony, and when she's talking about these difficult things and these horrific things that she's describing has happened to her, I'm not seeing what her way of coping and dealing with it is. What's her outlet? And I don't know, because she presents herself like a paper cutout imitation of what she thinks an abused person acts like. And I'm kind of insulted for everybody who's been abused if this is what she thinks people look like. But hey, rough. Camilla says, it's hard to relate to whatever happened to her. She hasn't claimed any ownership over anything, even something small. Correct. It's hard to relate to somebody who doesn't talk about themselves not only does she not talk about herself very easily, but even when she does. And yeah, Roxanne makes a good point. No coping because none of this happened. But all right, I'm gonna keep going. Sorry, I got off off in the world. Remember when I was talking about the way facial expressions work when you're talking about a painful memory that's not necessarily a bad one? I'm partially drawing from my own experiences, and so you can kind of see the way my face I'm a very expressive person. I'm particularly expressive when I'm on camera, like when I'm on streams. I do that a little bit on purpose. I'll stretch my emotions a little bit further in my face than I would normally. But even normally, I'm very cartoonish in my in my facial expressions. So feel free to analyze those as you see fit. Have fun. Maybe use it as some kind of comparison between the two.
How you felt about all this?
Objection, hearsay.
Well, let's go. I'll lay the foundation, Your Honor. Let's go to defendants 239. 239.
Her lawyers stopped arguing. She knows it's hearsay and is just like, okay, well, moving on.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
And I would say Both present sense impression and definitely state of mind, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
All right. So did you ultimately communicate to Mr. Depp what you first drafted up in an email without saying anything about what's in the email?
That calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
I'm just asking if she did.
No, what she said.
Correct.
Okay. Overruled.
Did you communicate to Mr. Depp what you had drafted in the email? And you don't get to say what you said?
Yes.
Okay. And what, if any, response did Mr. Depp?
Why is she so upset about an email all of a sudden? Really? A chandelier shattered when Johnny Depp threw a bottle at me and then he slapped me in the face. And so this email, I couldn't. Helios for 5 said she's more like the Hallmark movie victim of abuse than a real abuse victim that I have known. She is coming off as an abuser victim blaming, in my opinion. So one of the interesting things, if you don't watch Hallmark movies, I got to see a couple while I was visiting Florida a year ago or so, give or take a couple months. And one of the things that I thought was the more amusing things was seeing Hallmark, like these Hallmark movies. It's very interesting if you have any kind of insight into manipulation and abuse and any kind of insight into toxic relationships. Watch rom-coms. Rom-coms are very, very good examples of abusive, toxic relationships. If you know enough about them. So look at them. Like, I mean, sure, they're entertaining from one side of things, but they're very, very interesting as analysis and analyses as to like people's entitlement and people's views of their own relationships. Go watch yourself some rom-coms. Make you feel better about yourself.
Have to your sending that email to him?
He came to New York to fight for the relationship, for me, to prove that he was sober and he was committed to changing.
He said he would change. When abuse victims talk about their abuser changing and why they stayed with them, they always cry.
Embarrassed and sorry. He said he was, and I believed him. So I took him back, or I got back with him on the condition that he would uphold his promise to do the treatment, to do the full detox, clean up, and never go back.
That's not how that works. Detoxing is not that simple.
Take you now up to
drug abuse and alcohol abuse is not that simple.
Through August 2014 time frame.
Before, I've had 2 opinions about Johnny Depp that have changed from watching this thing. And I'd love to hear your guys' opinions about if there's anything about if you had any opinions about Amber Heard before this, and how those have changed. Please let me know, positive or negative. Same with Johnny Depp. If you have any opinions about Johnny Depp that you had before this, and if you have any opinions that have now altered or been changed by what you've witnessed in watching these, please let me know. I'd love to know what you think about this. I've had 2 things that have changed in my opinion about Johnny Depp, having watched this. One is that there were a lot of things about him that were like, oh, he's on drugs and oh, he's an alcohol abuser. That has, my opinion of that have changed. I don't believe at this point, personally, this is just personal assessment. I don't know the guy personally. I haven't seen him. I don't believe he's an alcoholic. I believe he drinks a lot, but I don't think he's addicted to alcohol. I don't think he's an alcoholic. I think he can stop drinking alcohol whenever he so pleases and chooses to drink alcohol because he feels like it, not because he needs to. The second thing that's changed is that I really want to go get a mega pint with the guy because he just see like I generally don't want to interact with celebrities. I don't want to meet people that I watch and I view. Like if you're me, if I'm you and you're me, I don't want to meet you. Like I don't want to. I watch YouTubers and I don't want to meet them. I don't have that urge. However, watching this case, I kind of just really want to sit down and have like just have a bottle of wine with Johnny Depp because he just seems like it would be such an interesting, surreal experience, and I think it would be wonderful. But shot for a mega pint. Let's keep going. Please, if you have anything that's changed your mind, please leave me a comment. I would love to know what your thoughts were before and now so far throughout this trial, and then even afterwards, please let me know. I'd love to know what you think.
I think you testified earlier, and others have as well, that Mr. Depp brought in Dr. Kipper and his group, correct?
Yes, I did.
Could you please describe for the jury what those next few months were like?
All of a sudden, this doctor gets brought on that we had been talking about. I had heard this name before. And all of a sudden, this doctor, Dr. Kipper, who apparently wrote a book on addiction, and
all of a sudden,
this doctor was going to be this.
Okay, I take issue with all of a sudden. And the reason I take issue with all of a sudden is you have been trying to get this man to go to an addiction facility and to detox entirely from his medications. He's trying to get him to detox from his medications, and then all of a sudden, a professional was brought in. You think? If he was serious, he would bring in a professional? God, you have your cake and eat it too, lady.
Solution, the cure, and he got brought on board, and all of a sudden the plan was that this team would be involved in Johnny's recovery. So it felt real, it felt serious, I felt like protected. I had already by this point heard a million times, it seems like, promises to get clean and sober, but this felt like
for somebody who was like claiming to be
they
and still
were going to come to Boston and start working with Johnny, and the plan was to keep Johnny.
I need a hero
on the same level of drugs that he was on since he was filming. They needed him to finish filming the movie, so he was going to be maintained with his with prescription pills, including the painkillers, and the plan was he would obviously
finish your
from
drink
alcohol completely.
If
and
you
all
hear
other drugs
Amber
like weed and coke.
take responsibility for
And
any
then
single
when
thing.
he finished filming, the plan was
Just
to
finish your
Objection,
drink.
Your Honor, hearsay. And lack of foundation.
I don't understand what the objection, I don't think it is. I think she was just explaining.
Flo makes a really good point that I want to touch on. Lola said, I think it's unusual that they both are doubling down and didn't settle this, but instead blasted their personal life on the webs. Here's the fun thing about that. Johnny Depp tried to settle this in private. If you look at the stuff with the Sun and the stuff with their divorce, because their divorce was made public, and if you listen to Johnny Depp's testimony, his whole goal was to make it as private as possible so it would not hurt either of them any more than it already had. If you'll notice, so far we have not heard the same thing from Amber Heard, and like I said, Johnny Depp I have not heard a single word about Amber from Johnny in interviews before this. No articles, no nothing in regards to her or their relationship whatsoever. Whereas you can't say the same thing from her. You only see her talking shit. So this is all of the shit talking about not settling this publicly or privately has only come from her. And it's like, again, I'm personally not 100% sure about their NDA because there was an NDA signed about the divorce. I'm not sure about the timing on it, but it's not unlikely that she broke the NDA. I'm just not 100% sure whether or not she did because I don't know what the agreement was in its entirety. So I have talked about this in the past. So if you go and check out a previous a video on this, you'll be able to see what I mean. But I'm gonna keep going.
The context there, I don't think she was saying.
Well, we could lay a foundation how she knew, but it's fine.
How did you know that?
I was involved in the conversations
Okay. Please
with the doctors and with his sister.
Objection,
And
Your Honor,
nurse.
that's still hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
That part is. So what happened next? As a result of these communications, without saying what the communications were?
A nurse came to Boston where Johnny was. I just would come for short periods of time in between, on weekends from filming until I wrapped my movie, which I did, I think in May, if I am not mistaken. And then I went to Boston and I was there and saw a nurse was flown out to Boston, Debbie Lloyd, and I believe Kipper came out too. And they put Johnny on a bunch of new medications, which they shared with me, told me about.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, we have to be careful about what other people told you. Okay, but you can testify to what you know. Okay, so
Remember when I said that the forensic psychologist was very, very good at recognizing that she is not able to describe how she feels or what she thinks about a situation and views it through a third party or views it through another person, and so describes situations through that other person. All these interruptions of hearsay, that's what we're seeing. That's what that is. So if you're not sure, that's 100%. So yeah, trigger warning.
I saw his medications change. I know the amount that Johnny told them he was on was so
How do you know that?
They could maintain him for the filming, meaning not make a drastic change in the amount of painkillers he was taking. But his behavior, his whole personality changed drastically. He would be speaking to me, and at the time I was staying in Boston with him,
she's not calling him doctor.
And he would, in mid sentence, mid word.
I had asked Twitter. I had made a poll, and maybe I'll ask again. Johnny called Amber misheard when speaking about her, and as a respect thing. He didn't have to do that. That was unprompted. She has not done the same thing for him. She, at no point, I have not heard her once call Johnny Mr. Depp. She has called him Johnny the whole time. Or the monster. She's called him those two things. At no point has she ever called him Mr. Depp. So I just wanted to point that out. I did do a poll about that to ask. She is not calling him Mr. Depp. She's calling him Johnny. At best.
Fall asleep. One time I was sitting across from him and he would come in and out of sleep, being awake or completely what appeared to be asleep while talking to me, and he had a cigarette in his hand, and Johnny constantly smoked, and he just sat the cigarette as he fell asleep while speaking down on his leg. They're hand-rolled cigarettes. They don't stay lit very long, thankfully, but it was things like that. And
did she just imply that she would have left lit cigarettes in his lap to just burn out and burn his hand and his leg? Is that what she just implied, that she would have just left it? I've seen people fall asleep with cigarettes in their hands. It's not usually that big of a deal.
I didn't understand it. Even though I had experience with drug use in my family, I hadn't seen anything like this. And it was so dramatic, the change, that
the change that no one else recognizes.
To figure out with the nurses and doctors what happened, what changed, how we could explain the change and what medications were causing it. I knew there were new medications.
This was the medication Johnny was talking about that knocked him out, as in, like, it put him the fuck to sleep. He was legitimately just sleeping, and it's like taking NyQuil. It's like, listen, I've never taken anything. I took like Benadryl before maybe, and I'm gonna take some NyQuil. That's what we're talking. That's the kind of change we're talking about here. We're not talking about a change in aggression. We're not talking about a change in personality. We're talking about he's taking some drugs that knock him the fuck out. So he takes them and he falls asleep. She's presenting this as if it's some kind of big major change in his demeanor, and it's just, he's just falling asleep.
Involved. So, you know, I was constantly worried and in communication.
Oh,
and
damn, Lola,
Johnny's
your
got
husband
worse
must be
and
an
worse
abuser.
and more,
He falls asleep. What an
of this
asshole.
Passing out,
How dare
nodding
he?
off, waking up in the middle of the night, screaming, waking up in the middle of the night, sometimes crying, and the emotion.
Yes, detox is a terrible experience.
Would change from one to the next, like by the second.
I need to pause for a second, because this is gonna bother me. Her lawyers when Johnny was speaking, present her as if she was like some kind of angel that was there for him throughout this detox, right? That she saved my life, she was amazing, your daughter was there for me for so much of this, thank you so much, da 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 da. They presented all this. This is completely undermining that, because now she's trying to weaponize his detox to present him as if he changed drastically as a person, or as if he was so awful while he was detoxing. Her testimony is completely undermining the entire case that they were building, that her team was building ahead of time, that she was there for him. Now she's presenting it as if it was like she was not. Everything about this description is that she was not there for him. Now there is an in-between. There is certainly like, listen, I was there for that person, but it was really, really hard, and these are the things that we went through. But that's not what she's presenting. She's presenting as if she wasn't there for him, and that it was she didn't want to be there in any way, shape, or form.
I remember we were on a long weekend when he was filming in Boston, and we went to this like a resort retreat hotel, and you know, he was just bawling, you know, and it broke my heart. There was just a lot of changes, and I really didn't know. I felt so bad for him, and I thought maybe it was just what Kipper had introduced into the regime, the medications. But what I found out in that time is that he was taking about double the amount.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Was this your observation?
I saw it.
Okay, overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
It was taking about double the amount that he told them was his normal when he started the process with the doctors. So after a few, you know, I think months of going, what is wrong? And, you know,
can we please note that this is what she pushed for? She wanted this and pushed him towards this?
All of a sudden, when I realized
now it's happening, she doesn't like it?
Double, I realized then he had been lying to them and me about the amounts so that he could get extra high before he had a detox. But that I can't, it was such an agonizing weeks, months. It was so agonizing. I don't know how long it lasted, but I was so concerned for this person, and he had just been doubling up his meds because he didn't.
For this person.
So, Michelle, can you pull
kind of a degree of separation way to describe that.
Amber, did you take this picture of Mr. Depp?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 1092.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, 1092 in evidence. You can publish. Thank you.
And can you describe what's depicted here and why?
Please describe it.
This was during that time when the prescriptions that he was on in the doubling up of the opiates got so bad that he was like this just throughout the day, off and on, and then he would take Adderall and he'd be really animated and ready to go, and then it would be this again. And
hearsay on what he was taking. Also, the guy passed out in a chair. My uncle passes out like that in a chair if he eats a turkey sandwich. Like, what are you getting at?
It was so erratic and it changed so quickly, and
then you should have more than one picture, lady.
Really did not understand what was going on. I deeply cared about this human's well-being. And it was very confusing and scary.
So did there come a time then that Mr. Depp went into detox for oxycodines or whatever they're called?
Yes. When he finished filming, the plan was to do the detox, and that's what we did.
And when was that?
That would have been early August of 2014. I believe we were there for, I think, a week.
To be clear, yes, Rose is right. Johnny testified that he told the doctors twice his prescribed dose. Like, he told the doctors that he would need more than he needed because he felt better by having access to what he felt like he needed, as well as that he would take sometimes double the dose in certain circumstances. But what Amber is describing is a jumping between medications. So I want to know, my question would be, how do you know what amount he was taking when? Right? Did you see him taking it? How did you know what he was taking was an accurate amount? And I imagine most of these questions will be something that ends up showing up during cross-exam.
Week to 10 days, 8th through the 18th. More or less.
And we've heard some testimony about this, but can you please describe for the jury what took place during this detox on the Bahama Islands?
Drink every time you hear her call him Mr. Depp.
It was for the first few days.
Stone cold sober.
Okay, peaceful. The nurse, and then later nurse and doctor were staying on a different part of the island. A few minutes drive by ATV, like 10, 15 minute, by one of those ATV vehicles. But we communicated via walkie-talkie and occasionally through text. And it was okay at first. And then the behavior, then it just really wasn't okay.
I'm tempted to ask if what Amber Heard means by detox. Because you can detox one thing and not something else. So you could say, hey, listen, I'm going to get off this particular drug and shift to another drug and detox yourself off of that one, but still be on a drug, medicated or otherwise. You could detox off of all medication and still be drinking alcohol. So I think when she says detox, what she means is speculation. What she means is no consumption of anything whatsoever. Like, maybe she would allow coffee, but no painkillers, no alcohol, no whatever medications he was on, nothing. So she wants, like, as sober as you can get with allowing, like, coffee and sugar, which is not necessarily what is medically considered a detox. So what Dr. Kipper might have been aiming for would probably be a different version of detox than what Amber thinks or is presenting detox is to her. So just to be clear, I think there's a separation of terminology, a semantic issue here.
Up, down, he'd be mad at me. Then he was wanting a hug. He cried a lot, and then he...
Imagine people trying to get off of a drug addiction, legal or
wanted
otherwise,
to have sex
and
a
up and
lot,
sword
which is just not like Johnny at all.
Johnny didn't want to have
And
sex with me.
it was just
Confirmed.
like that. It was just up, down, mood, and it was like I felt like I constantly was catering to the mood, that whatever he was going through at the time. I was just trying to adapt and kind of roll with it and provide support. I was taking his
Not an
blood
easy thing
pressure.
to do, but I don't believe
I
you
was
were
on a
providing
schedule
support.
and constant communication with the nurses about delivering the meds, giving him his meds at a certain time. I was just trying to take care of him, and a few days in, you know, I guess the effects of the detox really started to change, and it went from this like erratic behavior, up and down, to just really down or mad. He would burst.
I'm gonna go ahead and press X to doubt that there was any like no doctor or nurse had a conversation with her about what a detox looks like and what to expect. Like when you go into stuff like that and planning for things like that, it's literally planning. They will tell you what to expect and what to not expect. If he comes down off of this drug, this is the behavior to expect. There is going to be erratic up and downs here, there, and when he gets this drug at this time, it's going to do this, and this. So she's presenting this as if this is like, oh, it was so sporadic and all over the place, and I was just doing my best to like after the fact. Nonsense. This is just not the way you go, unless she just wasn't paying attention to anything anybody else was saying, which is possible. Doesn't mean other people didn't warn you or tell you what the hell was going to be going on, but this is nonsense to me.
To anger at me, yelling at me, I crossed the table. I walked away from it at the table. I crossed the table in a certain way, and he screamed at me about that and tried to overturn this table. Luckily, it was bolted down to the deck, but I remember him shaking it and screaming. And at different point, he was really calm and sweet and thanking me. And then another, he looked like he was balancing out, and we had a conversation, and he was saying he wanted to quit the detox, and he couldn't do it anymore. And I was trying to find the language.
Yes,
to
detox is a struggle.
Encourage him. You know, I was trying to
a lot of people who
remind him how
detox
much he
have
wanted
moments
that, how much
of
he had told
struggle
me he
where
wanted
they don't
that,
feel like they can
how much I was reminding him, he told me all the time, I saved his life, and he wouldn't be doing this without me. And I was telling him these things, and I was, at one point in our conversations, I told him about how...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Please try to continue without what you said, please.
I said something to him, and he got so angry at me, he slapped me across the face. But he did it like while crying. It was the weirdest thing, just crying, saying no woman had ever embarrassed him like that. No woman had ever made him feel.
This man was with Winona Ryder. I X to doubt that no woman has ever embarrassed this man. I don't buy that for half of a second. Hell nah. Nope, no way.
Like that. I heard that for the rest of the trip too, just on repeat. And I felt bad. I feel bad. Still feel bad.
I want to know what she thinks she said, because we still haven't seen a single thing of her describing what she had said or done.
It just was over my head. I don't know how to detox someone. I don't know how to help them through that. And I shouldn't.
Maybe you should have listened to the doctors.
Been there. I don't.
Why were you there?
Because he asked.
Okay, so before she answers that question, she's about to say it's because he asked me to. She's saying, I didn't know how to detox anybody. I shouldn't have even been there. And if you recall Johnny Depp's testimony when he finally was like, you need to be away so I can finish this detox properly. I need you to go away from me. She made a big fucking stink about it, saying that, oh, you're kicking me out, yada, yada, yada. And now she's saying, well, he wanted me to be there. And so this was before he was like, listen, go be with your friends. This is really bad. This is not helpful for any of us. Before this escalates any further, please leave. And I'm curious, I doubt her lawyers are going to ask her about that part of it. because I think that'll come up in cross-examination, because I don't think it'll help her case in any way, shape, or form. So keeping that in mind, let's keep going.
Me too. And I didn't know that that was a phenomenally dumb idea. I don't know why why the doctors and nurses didn't tell me not to. I didn't.
Because it's not their responsibility.
I had no idea what that was going to look like or be like.
She literally just accused the doctors and nurses of not telling her what a detox was going to be about during the detox plan and what it was going to be like. I call bullshit. I absolutely call bullshit on this. And you notice how, like, it's far more often that when she gets to this crying, I'm totally not crying situation, she goes to the nobody told me. She still hasn't taken a single step of responsibility, by the way. Key component that Dr. Curry said, she talks, but at the end, what has she said? Yeah, there's a whole lot of word salad. She says a lot, and she says a lot of cliches. And I think she relies on cliches to make it seem like whatever she said is relevant or important or matters. But at the end of the day, she's saying a whole lot of fucking nothing. I don't believe for a second that the doctors setting up for a detox didn't tell both her and Johnny exactly what to expect from a detox.
It was hell. You know, we're on an island. I'm trying to take care of him, and he was hallucinating and...
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled.
Screaming at me.
How does she know he was hallucinating?
For things that I said when I didn't say any... I hadn't said anything. I would tell him, Johnny,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Well, I think in the context, Your Honor, it's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted.
What's it for?
It's just telling the context of...
I'll sustain the objection. Thank you.
Please continue and just say what he says and what he did and what your observations were.
He was accusing me of having...
I don't think she's answered her question directly yet.
We were in a single, you know, in a cabin. It's basically one room with a closet and a bathroom. I mean, there's nowhere...
I cannot wait for
really. I mean,
Johnny's group, like Johnny's lawyers, to ask her if she did in fact shit on the bed.
I was hiding somebody in the house. Another point, he was communicating with someone not in the room. It would yell at me and then yell at someone else. It wasn't there. And I tried to ask for what I should do. I didn't know what to do.
Did you ask the doctors, or did you ask the patient who was going through like a thing?
The whole week was...
Wow, detox was shitty. It lasted a whole week.
After you left
the surprise of nobody
and finished with the detox there, where did you go from there?
We, meaning Debbie Lloyd, Dr. Kipper, and I and Johnny, we flew back.
Ooh, she called him
LA,
doctor this time.
And he was going back and forth between saying he wasn't going to continue to, he was committed,
struggling.
it was back
yes,
and forth.
that's
Everything
what happens
was up,
with
down,
addiction.
erratic,
Yes,
like changing every second. And
correct.
we got to LA, and
what's to be expected?
Debbie and Kipper communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be probably in everyone's best interest if I went away to a hotel. Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished the process of detox in LA.
This is what I was talking about. She is not describing the situation in which she ended up away from Johnny. Right? She's describing as if she wants to be away from Johnny ahead of time, but when he asks her to leave, according to him and others, she did not want to leave and make it a big deal about it. And now she's just breezing past it as if it didn't happen. As if it's like, well, he put me up in here with your friends while he finished the detox, that you were opposed to being away. We'll see.
And I had my friends out with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
So Michelle, can you pull up 272, please? And after you both returned to LA, did Mr. Depp communicate with you by text while you were apart, while he was finishing the detox?
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of 272.
Any
Defendant's
objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to the first message. Excuse me, Your Honor, to the
You
second.
mean the response?
Right.
Okay.
It's just present sense of impression, but I'm understanding Your Honor's
Yeah.
rulings on that.
Okay.
So
If you want to redact it,
can we
that's fine.
redact that second message? All right, Your Honor,
All right. Any objection to 272 redacted?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 272 is in evidence, and we will publish.
God, there's so
and
much to
Amber,
talk
I'm
about
going to
during
show
all
you
this.
now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272, and this is on
Yeah, they just
August
zoomed right
20,
past it. That's what I thought.
2014. It's a text message.
Where are
from
the
Mr. Depp
pictures
to
that she
you.
said she
You
took
see
of her
that?
being hit in the face
Yes,
and
I
her
do.
broken nose?
Okay, and just so that we can highlight here, he's calling.
Did I
you. He says,
seriously
"Just
walk
to
away
let you
during
know that
the-
I'm
during
fine,
the
my
part with the
angel, I
tissue?"
miss you, of course, but this was the
He was committed. It was back and forth. Everything was up, down, erratic, like changing every second. And we got to LA, and
I seriously missed the bit where she was posing for the camera.
Debbie
God damn it, right
and
when I walked to
Kipper
go get a drink.
communicated with me. I won't say what they said, but I decided it would be probably in everyone's best interest if I went away to a hotel. Johnny put me up in this room in this hotel while he finished the process of detox in LA, and I had my friends out with my girlfriends there to support me as per usual.
So let's, Michelle, can you pull up 272, please? And after you both returned to LA,
Wow.
Mr.
That
Depp
wasn't even
communicate
subtle.
with you
Holy shit.
by text.
She like looked
while
up,
you
stopped,
were
didn't
apart,
move,
while he
waited
was
for the
finishing
flash,
detox.
and then went.
Yes, he did.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of 272.
Any
Defendant's
objection?
Yes, Your Honor, to the first
Holy
message.
shit.
Excuse me, Your Honor, to the
You
second.
mean the response?
Right.
Okay.
It's just present sense of impression, but I'm understanding Your Honor's
Yeah.
rulings on that.
Okay.
So
If you want to redact it,
can we
that's fine.
redact that second message? All right, Your Honor,
All right. Any objection to 272 redacted?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 272 is in evidence, and we will publish.
and Amber, I'm going to show you now what is Defendant's Exhibit 272.
If she
and
went to
this
school
is
for
on
acting, she needs to
August
get a
20,
refund.
2014. It's a text message from Mr. Depp to you. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And just so that we can highlight here, he's calling you, he says, just to let you know that I'm fine, my angel, I miss you, of course, but this was the right thing to do to speed up the process. I love you more than life. Yours, Steve. Do you see that?
I do.
So
Who the fuck
what,
is
if any,
Steve?
expressions was Mr. Depp giving you at this point that he was angry with you ever having to help participate with the detox or to be on the island or anything along that line?
Objection, form, compound.
I'll allow it, but just for trying to keep the record clear, 272 has already been entered into evidence without that redactions, and there wasn't any objection. So I would wish if I could have both sides to keep track of their evidence. It's not my job to keep this.
Thank you, Your Honor. And I just got a note to that effect. So
Okay, so 272 is in evidence without, you can clear the redaction and publish it. It's really the party's responsibility to take care of the record, not mine.
my apologies on that one, Your Honor.
Why the fuck are they calling Steve? Why are they calling Johnny Depp Steve. I've got enough Steves in my life. I really don't need the
And I
help.
overruled the objection, so she can answer the question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm sorry, can you remind me what the question was?
Yes.
That's fair.
That's fair. I said, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about that you were torturing him on the island and he didn't want you there?
None of that is in this text message.
Very confusing for me to hear that, because even though he was hallucinating and angry at
Listen
me
here,
at
you
various
don't you get me
moments,
started on
when he would have
Steves.
these kind of episodes, I did nothing but try to take care of him. I'm not a nurse. I did my best to support him. And he thanked me. He thanked my mom. He thanked my dad. And told me, of course, I saved his life. That he wouldn't be able to make
That's
this
that
change
thing you were
without me.
describing about how awful and how much you didn't want to be there,
And
didn't know
that
what you were doing. Good
this
job.
process was horrible and hard on him and us and me, but that he was so thankful that I was there for him.
Wow, this man took responsibility for his actions and was, appreciative in general. What an asshole.
Okay, we can take this down now, Michelle, thank you. And I'm going to
I did not
take
hit
you
her. I
up
did not.
to
He's
September,
bullshit.
October of 2014.
Can we please get
Do you
that
remember
as a thing where
filming
we've
Magic
got,
Mike
what's his
2
face?
in that time frame?
Tommy Wiseau playing Johnny Depp. I did not hit
Yes,
her.
I
He's
do.
bullshit.
And what, if any, connections did you have with Mr. Depp in that time frame?
Well, I bargained with him about me doing the role. He told me he would call the actors. It was a mostly male cast. But I bargained with him.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Don't say what you said, just say what he said, okay?
He reluctantly
I didn't punch you. I
agreed
hit you. Yeah.
to me working on this movie or taking a
How come they
job.
haven't asked her about
He was
that? Is it because
filming
it'd be really bad
a
for her
different movie
case?
in London at the time. I wasn't going to play a sexualized character. I wore no makeup or minimal makeup in the movie. No sexy clothing.
Can we point out how much makeup Johnny Depp wears in a lot of his movies? The Mad Hatter had a lot of makeup. Charlie and the Chocolate Factory had a lot of makeup. Into the Woods, which has been brought up, had a lot of makeup. Grindelwald had a lot of makeup. Captain Jack, a lot of makeup. I really don't think the issue is makeup here, lady.
No kissing scenes. No sex scenes. So I went and did that film in October of 2014 in Georgia while he finished his movie in London. And then at some point he came out to pick me up in Georgia and was there for my last day or two of filming.
Yeah, Edward Scissorhands. Johnny Depp wears a lot of makeup for his roles.
Ask you to turn to, Michelle, can you bring up 310, please? Defendants 310. Did you have communications with Mr. Depp about auditioning?
What's the point in
for
having a
the
handkerchief if you're going to wipe it with your finger,
Objection,
lady?
Your Honor. I'm going to object to the exhibit as hearsay.
I'm not sure who's in the.
Is somebody going to ask her how much makeup she's wearing right now?
It is a text exchange.
go through her routine.
But the green is Mr. Depp. And
Would I be able to sue Amber Heard for the bruising on my forehead?
Page, Your Honor, the top.
Asking for a friend, and that friend is me.
Yes.
All right, so just that text?
Based on Your Honor's rulings, yes.
Any objection to that text?
No, thank you, Your
Okay,
Honor.
if we can get that redacted.
And while that's being redacted, Amber, let me ask you, what, if any, anything was Mr. Depp saying to you in this time frame, we're talking November 2014, about you not working anymore or not taking on any more work or auditioning?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound.
They're all the
And
same
leading.
subset.
Overruled, I'll allow it.
Thank you.
Johnny was angry with me for working. I had finished my job and I needed to eventually find another job, meaning a movie, to work on, and he was furious at me for, he found, like, we call them sides, they're just pieces of an audition, pages, and he found something that had been sent to me to consider auditioning
Where
for,
did he find it?
and he blew up at me for...
We're back to the realm of specifically vague. Where did he find it? How did he find it? How did he blow up? In what way? She's incredibly nondescript.
Yeah, I think what he said to me is that I didn't tell him, that I didn't ask him, and that because he didn't know about that audition that I hadn't done yet, that I had been hiding it, and was furious at me.
Were you hiding it?
I ended up not doing that audition, I believe. Well, there was a few, one or two in that
Such
time.
as?
That I
What were you
did put
auditioning for?
I did audition for, and one or two that I didn't.
Going to ask you now to take a look at what is
Specifically not
Defense Exhibit
specific.
310. Do you recognize this email from Mr. Depp?
Yes, it's a text.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission
It's
of...
in evidence, 310.
Oh, okay.
It's
Oh,
evidence
thank
with
you.
redactions, so I published it.
Please tell the jury about this text and the context.
I have no idea what I'm looking at.
This was Johnny's response to me apologizing for having an audition.
Okay. Thank you. All right, now I'm going to stay in November of 2014. And did there come a time that Mr. Depp told you that he understood that you were not going to accept any more jobs, that you were going to stop working?
Well, Johnny said this to me.
Side note. So they're asking Amber about whether or not Johnny was allowing her to work or not, or whether or not what he understood her working conditions to be like. They didn't ask him this when he was on the stand, but they knew they were going to ask her these questions because you prep these questions well ahead of time. So I find it interesting that the questions being asked to Amber were not codified or are not codified, but by whatever questions they had asked Johnny Depp, because you would think that if this was a big problematic thing that he was so controlling over this, it would be easy to demonstrate that that was the case with him on the stand, because he would have to tell them because he's under oath. So why were none of these questions asked to Johnny when they had the opportunity to ask him? Probably because whatever he said would not have worked in Amber Heard's favor for this case, I would suspect.
In an argument, in a fit of rage is the best way I can describe it. and kind of alluded to me having agreed to not work anymore, which if you don't know me, is preposterous. There's no way I would agree to that. Although I did make concessions and gave up a lot of
Objection,
these
Your Honor.
fights.
Hearsay.
That wasn't,
Overruled.
thank you. Please continue.
So he reached out to other people and to me to that effect. Furious at me for taking meetings. There was one in particular I wanted, one meeting I wanted to take because it was a project in development with a sci-fi writer. And I remember I wanted to take that. These things were just, they were just constant fights. But in between them, when things were good between Johnny and I, he would be, he would word it to me like, I'm trying to look out for you. You say that you don't want to be objectified, but you're doing it to yourself. But at first it was because I dressed a certain way or had
Were
sex,
you?
and it just got more narrow and more narrow and more narrow what I could do.
Can we please point out right now, real quick, the age difference between Johnny Depp and Amber Heard? Because if you're going to talk about what is considered sexualization and what is considered sexy or overtly sexy in Hollywood has changed since Johnny started in Hollywood to when Amber started in Hollywood. So there could be a generational gap here that is being miscommunicated. Or it's because I've seen some of the pictures she was in and her tits were legit just out at an Aquaman event. So, like, as in, like, just full naked boob with, like, mesh. You can see her nipples. So, she's talking about how Johnny was annoyed at her contradiction about how she wanted to be recognized in Hollywood. But fair. Don't bitch about something and then do something completely counterintuitive.
Without being the blame for why the industry, Hollywood, the entertainment industry, was putting me in a box and objectifying me. So it became my fault. I mean, I believed it. I believed it.
Lady!
I adopted a lot of these changes myself, not because Johnny, said, you have to do it this way.
She literally just contradicted everything she said about him controlling her life and what she was wearing, because she said that Hollywood was doing this to her because she chose to adopt this objectification. Hey, okay. And yes, there's pictures of her topless. Pretty much topless in public, yes. Correct. So this is all nonsense, and this is basically setting back. You want to know why people are saying that she's setting women back X number of years in improvements and in women's rights? This is why. Good shit.
But
Yikes.
Because of all the other things that he said and did, I eventually found myself making decisions about my own career, about how I dressed, about how I wore my hair, how I presented, where my eyes were cast when I walked into a room.
I only work on YouTube, and I don't only work on YouTube, but I mean, like, I'm not in Hollywood. I'm not in the public sphere in that way. And I am conscious about the way I present online. If I'm going to go on camera, I am aware that people are going to look at what I'm wearing and how I'm presenting myself. When you're in public and you decide to make yourself a public figure by acting in Hollywood, you have to understand that whatever you're doing is going to be viewed by the public. This is common knowledge. This is the way it goddamn functions. This was the career that you chose to take. Being conscious about the way you present yourself in the public is part of being a public figure in the sphere that you've chosen to work in, lady. Now, do I think that people over-dramatize and overdo their interest in actors? Yes. I absolutely think that they do. I think for the most part they need to fuck off. But the atmosphere is the way it is in which you chose to enter it, and you're using it, and people will assume and take into account that when you do something, you've chosen to present yourself this way. If you show up at a gala wearing a specific outfit, people are going to assume you specifically chose this outfit with that in mind. That's the way it works. When you make a public appearance, you're not a random private woman who got into a domestic dispute with her private husband. You're married to Johnny Depp. Stop trying to have your cake and eat it too.
And I believe those were my own decisions.
Amber, did there come a time in November of 2014 that you engaged in some couples counseling with Dr. Cowan and you and Mr. Depp?
We attempted to. I had stopped seeing my therapist at in 2014. I couldn't sustain seeing her and be in the relationship with Johnny, and I chose Johnny. Eventually,
I've had to have a lot of conversation with a specific someone about how things appear in the public sphere. About how if you fuck something up in public, it needs to be addressed in public, otherwise it will never go away, and otherwise it will always haunt you and follow you around. That person has pretty much, for the most part, refused to listen to what I've had to say, and for the most part, disregarded my advice. Besides that, you guys have no idea how many times I had to have a conversation explaining to a certain someone that what they've said publicly appears this way, and then having them come back to me and say, but this and this and this, and then me say, yes, correct that, and that, but the public doesn't know those things. So either you need to make those things public and make people aware of those ahead of time, or you need to shut your goddamn face hole. This is the problem that Amber Heard is currently having. The public does not know these things and cannot know these things. You can't have it both ways. You either need to decide to make them aware of the entirety of a situation, or you need to shut your fucking face. Public perception
Dr. Kipper introduced me
is a
to
separate
his
thing.
close friend, Dr. Cowan. And I met with Dr. Cowan and agreed to let them share communication about my care, my treatment, both what I said to Cowan and what I said to Dr. Kipper, who had become my physician as well. He also put a nurse on me that would be my travel companion, and that travel companion would keep tabs on me and report to Dr. Kipper, who reported everything to Johnny.
Objection, hearsay. Calls for speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. So tell us about the couples therapy in November 2014.
So Dr. Cowan, this man who is friends with Kipper, who's treating me, agreed to see Johnny and I together. And I don't know how many minutes of that went on before Johnny stormed out, knocked something off the table on his way out, and rolled a joint in the bathroom before storming out of the office, slamming the door.
How do you know they rolled a joint in the bathroom? Like, he's
Right.
like, I don't know what
So
you're talking about.
take you up to December of 2014, and specifically December 17, 2014.
How do you know what they were doing in the
And I'm
bathroom,
going to
Amber?
ask you to take
Were you there too?
What, if anything, do you recall of an incident with Mr. Depp relating to Clive Barker?
He was the sci-fi writer that I liked. Well, fantasy sci-fi writer. I kind of had a dream project based on a book that I loved of this author. He's just a weirdo genius, artist, writer. And I had a meeting with him through another director.
I don't trust your
about
opinion.
A piece of property he wanted to make into a movie. And
Listen, guys, Amber was just really upset that her then husband, was doing a drug that might actually de-escalate his behavior, such as weed.
I just remember I believe we were at the ECB. It was in December of 2014 when Johnny found out that I had this meeting scheduled, and was furious at me. Accused me of having this plan to sleep with this. He was mad that I was taking the meeting at this man's house, but the man was very ill, like terminally ill, and not able to leave his bed or his home. He was under home care and very ill. And the person who was introducing us explained to me how we had to meet, and I did. And that was a big problem for Johnny. At first, it was that he
allegedly
was concerned about my safety, and I thought that was sweet. And there is something that's I thought was sweet and romantic about that, but
go together
combined with the drinking, it was not very long before I was being accused of full on having this other plan to sleep with the writer in order to get this part that I was already being, basically offered to develop. And it was just this, he switched from he was accusing me of having this ulterior motive with this director, the director having it with me.
What did he literally say, though? She's only describing, this is the problem, she's only describing the sentiment. She's not describing the specifics. What did he say?
The important thing that I can try to get across in this moment is that nothing I said, no amount of explaining, apologizing, accepting, not accepting, agreeing to not go, nothing worked. Nothing changed. How mad he was at me and constantly telling me I had done something wrong to deserve what was happening. Until, of course, he takes it too far, hits me too hard, breaks too many things in the house, and then leaves, which was the pattern. And he would leave and not have to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the cleanup. He never had to deal with the destruction or see me or the house that he had destroyed. He never had to deal with
Lady, you had a person who was cleaning it up for you. You didn't have to clean it up either. Allegedly. When you smashed the bottle on and busted up his finger, because of course they haven't asked her about that event. Oh boy.
Face the next day, he would just go. I called it splitting. He just split. And eventually I'd get an apology of some kind, or I would get an offer to have him come over. He would offer to come over and talk or give me my peace or give me my goodbye. And in many ways, I found myself accepting.
Hey, remember like an hour ago, she was describing about how she was resolved to leave him, and then he was like, no, I respect that, go ahead, goodbye. Remember that? That was a thing. Long haul respect, who else? Yeah, anybody who's joined me so long, we are like 4.5 hours into this, and we're at 2 hours and 30 minutes. So we're almost, or 2 hours 40 minutes, so we're almost at the 3-hour mark. I think we might make this a two-parter it's only 4 p.m. I plan to be able to stream until like 8 today, so let's go, boys. Let's start playing Minecraft.
It was kind of false pretense because I too wanted to resolve it. I didn't want him to think I was sleeping with this sci-fi writer. I didn't want him to think that I was this slut he said I was all the time. I mean, part of me really wanted to believe that he didn't mean those things, and I wanted to get to that part of him that would tell me he didn't mean what he said.
Did you believe you were a slut, madam?
This way because he was messed up, and the cycle would repeat, I suppose.
Was there any physical violence on or around December 17, 2014?
Yes is the answer to your question. I don't really remember what happened in that fight. I remember more afterwards. I remember how apologetic he was for it. I remember him telling me he took it too far. I remember him saying he'd never do it again. And I remember wanting to get to Christmas. You know, Christmas is
Kyle's
hard
Goldfish
probably
just sent
for
me the
everyone,
titty
and
picture.
I remember
Hey, look,
it was
Amber
closer to
Heard's
Christmas
boobs.
that I was tired, and I wanted to be in a I wanted to be in a kind, gentle, peaceful state for Christmas. I didn't want to go through a breakup at this time. I didn't want to, that's what I remember of that time.
Let's bring up Defendant's Exhibit 321, Michelle. And this is on 12/17/2014.
Is it wrong
There's a
of me
text
to
message
urge Johnny
exchange
Depp
between
to
you and
date
Mr.
people
Depp.
around his own age group?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of
That's
Defendant's
the thing I think
321.
Johnny did wrong in this
Any objection?
situation. If there was one thing that I was like, listen, Johnny Depp needs to get his shit together about, it's that he in no way should have been dating somebody with that big of a disparagement, not only in age but in status. That's the only thing that I like. That rubs me the wrong way. That's always rubbed me the wrong way. It always does. It's the same thing. It rubs me the wrong way with Elon Musk. It rubs me the wrong way with Matt Dillahunty. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of those kinds of gaps. I'm not going to tell people what to do in their private lives, and I'm not going to go after these people or say they're oh my god, no, that she's an adult. She can make that decision, or he's an adult. They're all adults. Everybody's involved as an adult. They can make those decisions. I'm not going to go after them and tell them they're horrible people. All I'm saying is that it rubs me the wrong way. I don't really like it. I'm not a fan. But I digress.
Sorry, Your Honor, just a quick minute. Your Honor, no objection.
All right, 321 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
Amber, I'm just going to turn your attention to this. This is an email exchange between you and Mr. Depp, and he says, I am truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. I couldn't be more sorry for yet again ruining your day. I do, of course, take your generosity, your selflessness, your affection, and your sweet doting deeply into my heart, and I think that I've been reciprocal. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is rage. Please know that my apology is sincere and solid, and as stupid as it sounds, I hope your meeting with Clive Barker is excellent. Do you see that?
Again, we're back to the text messages saying the opposite of what they're trying to present. Like, look at the other half. Is this a threat too?
Yes.
Okay, and then you respond, thank you for your words, and you indicate you just left Betty Sue's, that's his mother?
Yes, and I then had a glass of wine with my former agent Megan.
Okay.
That afterwards, she encouraged.
Objection, hearsay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
All right, and we can take that down. Let's bring up.
That was also
325,
very angry. She
Defendant
was very
325,
angry about that,
please.
sure. We gotta wait for it to pop up.
And this is an email exchange the following day, 12/18/2014, is that correct?
I'm gonna have to make myself dinner
Yes.
soon.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move the admission of defendants 325. It's already in, it's already in, Your Honor. My apologies. We'll get that figured out at lunch.
I need more wine for this. Kidding me?
It's already in,
It's
so.
been in evidence. Does anybody over there have the list of evidence that's already in evidence?
Yes.
Okay, we're making
The
sure.
opposite. Amber Heard's lawyers don't even know
Ours
what's in
indicates it
fucking
is.
evidence right
It's
now. Are you
It's in
kidding?
evidence.
Without redactions, Your Honor.
It is, it was redacted. I don't know what
Well,
it was redacted to.
The redactions don't.
That's how it is in evidence, Mr. Murphy? We can check, we'll check our copy.
Thank you.
There you go. I'm just gonna double check. I can't believe Amber Heard's lawyers don't know what the hell is in redaction. This is absurd. Amber, you're not looking like you're crying hard enough.
Confirmed.
Yes.
Thank you.
Cry more. Or at all.
All right.
At all would be appropriate. I assure you, like, not unlike Johnny, if I were to sit down and describe whatever abuse I had been through, and I think a lot of other people who have been abused will probably be of the same mindset, you can describe it because there's a disassociation that tends to happen, and when you disassociate from the abuse that happens or has happened to you, you're able to describe it without having a full breakdown. You're kind of able to describe it from like a degree of separation. We're not seeing that with Amber at all.
You can't see it on your screen? All right, we'll take care of that during the break. If you could just share it there. Oh, get it? Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So this is from Mr. Depp, right? Says, it's a way, I've let it go too far, went too far. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
I always regret it when I jump, or worse, when you jump. I don't want to be conditioned to continue that behavior. Therefore, I'll put in heavy work with shrink. What is your understanding of what he's referring to with shrink?
Psychologist.
Objection calls for speculation.
Did you have an understanding of what he meant?
Yes, I knew exactly what he meant.
And what did he mean?
Shrank is shrink.
What did he call shrink?
Johnny called shrinks, meaning of psychologists, therapists, shrank.
Okay.
Mr.
I'm
Depp.
sorry for being less for your disappointment in me. For my behavior, I'm a fucking savage. You see that?
Yes.
All right.
Although I agree that a lot of the evidence has been redacted or not redacted, and there's been a lot of back and forth, it's literally their job to keep track of this. It's like they had, listen, bro, this is like what you're getting paid to do. Do a little bit better.
Gonna lose that, the devil is all around, right? Now, you respond to this.
How dare he take
And of course,
responsibility
before
for
you go
his...
there, and he
It's
says,
almost like a victim who's being
I am
abused
well aware I
is
should have been bigger at the
internalizing
moment,
their
and that it
behavior.
will never again manifest
Weird.
in negative experiences. It can be done. What a killer concept to visualize. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
And you respond, I love you, I miss you already, correct?
That's right.
Right. And what
Oh,
if
hey, look,
anything
there's
is
him
that
having no problem with her being out
consistent
with her
with
friends. Weird.
the cycle that you have described?
Well, the language he used after particularly violent episodes was savage, monster, devil. And so we ended up both calling his other side, the side of Johnny that would do and say unbelievably horrible things. It was very different from the other Johnny. That was, in my opinion, exact opposite. And this is typical of the apologies that I would get when he took it too far physically. I was encouraged because I thought it meant he understood that he could really hurt me. Sometimes I didn't think he understood how much he could hurt me. Physically, I mean. So after this, I had a visible bruise. I don't remember where, but I remember what other people, well, I can't say that, what they said, so. Anyway, and I, you know, in these fights, would try to stand up for myself. By December 2014. I was pushing back. I'd push him off of me. I tried to hit
You
his hands
already
away.
said you did that.
I tried to always get back up, which sometimes, not sometimes, almost always made it worse. Always seemed to provoke him. But I tried. And worse, I would yell at him. I'd scream at him. I'd call him ugly names. So ashamed of the names we'd call each other. It was awful.
The names we called each other.
It's awful. We both got into that pattern. It was so...
This is the closest she's been to taking responsibility for her own behavior, but it's all a she's been provoked and a we thing, not an I thing. So please mark that down.
You know, I felt so angry that this was happening to me, and it just felt so unfair, you know? It felt like nothing I could do, felt like nothing I could do would change the sobriety patterns, felt like nothing I could do would stand up for him, and nothing I did made him stop hitting me. Nothing.
Also, yeah, she's not answering the question.
You know, I tried for over a year, maybe two, of just not responding physically, not responding verbally, just staring at him. I tried to freeze. I tried to go to a different place. I would try then lashing out verbally. I would try to threaten that if he hit me again, that I would call the police. You know, the police were called several times, but I tried to do everything.
The police that have spoken on this matter so far up to this point did not agree with her assessment of the situation and didn't believe she had been abused or any crime had taken place whatsoever, according to their testimony. So there's that.
Threatened to leave him, you know, and tried to leave him, and nothing was working. And
what do you mean you tried to leave? When you said you were getting ready to leave and prepped to leave, he said, okay, bye. Like, what are you talking about? Now you're proposing this as if he wasn't allowing you to, and nothing in your testimony ahead of this demonstrated that he wouldn't let you leave. In fact, it demonstrates the opposite, as in he was like, yes, please leave. Goodbye.
We're both saying awful things to each other, screaming at each other, and unfortunately, when Johnny would start hitting me, he'd just win. I don't know how else to describe it.
He hit me, so he won. Is that what?
Okay, that's good.
Lunch break.
All right, we'll go, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break.
Hey, it's lunch break. I gotta go make my own lunch.
Please do not discuss the case or do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
Bonk. Sorry, that tickled me. Okay, let's let them get off the screen, and then I'll mute it for a minute, and then I'm just gonna set something up, and I'll come back. I'm gonna make my own food. I'll bring you guys with me as far as I can, but
And again, ma'am, just don't discuss your testimony with anybody this time, okay?
I'm just
All right,
gonna
thank you.
I'm gonna
So
make
2 o'clock?
I'm gonna make some
you.
pierogies and take some soup that I made and put that in the pierogies and add some spice. It's gonna be tasty. But like, don't worry, we're not gonna break for the whole amount of time they're breaking, because I think they get an hour break, so we're not gonna break for that long. But I am gonna set food up so this can be ready to go while we go. Thanks for accusing me of being a voice of reason. Who decided that was a good idea? Hopefully this one doesn't have the audio burr that some of the other ones I've listened to has. But I'm gonna set my food up. I'll be right back, and then I'll jump ahead. So I'll be back momentarily while this goes. I want to leave my audio on so you guys can hear me crashing around in the kitchen. Fresh, right? Yeah. If my cord was long enough, I'd bring you all to the kitchen with me. But I don't have that kind of audio. All right. Whew. What do I miss? I got 10 minutes on my pierogies before I throw the rest of the stuff into it. This is testimony from yesterday. Yeah, I definitely would recommend watching. I haven't seen Emily Baker's. I haven't actually watched any commentary on any of this stuff, so this is all fresh. If there was somebody I was gonna say that, yeah, their commentary is probably pretty good, it would be Emily D. Baker's. So feel free if you're looking for legal information. I also think that Legal Eagle has touched on this a little bit, so I would recommend checking out Legal Eagle as well. And check out some of the body language channels, because there's some body language channels that have talked about this situation and the testimony of Johnny Depp, as well as the Amber Heard testimony. So I'm just gonna jump on forward here, so I want to make sure you guys have a chance to take a break too, because this is like a lot to take in, which is one of the reasons why they're taking a break for the jury, because the jury has dealt with a lot of incoming information and they need a break too. So especially since they're doing this for 8 hours a day, every day minimum, and like, you're gonna take time, right? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you. My bad. All right, let's hit play. See where we're at.
Okay, are we ready for the jury? Yes. Okay. All right, thank you. All right, you be seated. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 236, which has already been admitted?
Thank you.
And I'm jumping back to the Boston plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot of different texts and a lot of exchange, but I just wanted to point out to you, this text message is from Mr. Depp to you, correct?
Yes, it is.
And this is on 5/25, the day after the Boston plane incident?
That's correct.
All right, and
See, we've gone back
is saying, once again, I find myself in a place of shame and regret. Of course, I am sorry. I really don't know why or what happened, but I...
This kind of shit is exactly why in Canada, apologizing and saying I'm sorry about something is not considered an admission of guilt. I don't know why America hasn't adopted that. Then again, I don't know why America. So, moving on.
will never do it again. I want to get better for you and for me. I must. My illness somehow crept up and grabbed me. I can't do it again. I can't live like that again. I know you can't either. And I will for both of us, starting today. I love you. Again, I'm so sorry. So sorry. I love you and feel so bad for letting you down. Do you see that?
I do.
And was that the message that you testified to, that he gave you?
Yes.
Okay. All right, now I'm going to jump back to where we left off. We're up in January of 2015. Danish girl, you're filming in London, is that correct?
Yes, that would have been
January 2015.
Okay. Now, we heard some testimony from Isaac Baruch earlier about a telephone call that you had with Mr. Depp. Do you recall that call?
I do.
Can you please tell the jury, and remember to tell them what Mr. Depp was saying on that call? And you can give the back. I didn't mean to cut you off on the context. Go ahead.
How does she know which call Isaac was listening in on? Because Isaac was on Johnny's end of the phone, not her end of the phone.
Is it okay to... The nature of the conversation was pleasant. Friendly, fine, normal. And then Johnny stopped making sense with this. Like, you know, he'd start a sentence and then trail off and...
Kind of like what you've been doing?
When I would be confused. And that pattern kind of increased pretty dramatically in a short amount of time. And I was in a hotel room in London speaking to him in Los Angeles. And the phone, what I assumed, cut off. I thought it was a connection issue. And I remember getting out of bed and walking into the bathroom to get something, and I was redialing him. And in the span of that short amount of time we had been disconnected, it was minutes, not even minutes. I called him back thinking the phone had been disconnected, and he answered and he said, how could you tell me that? How could you say that to me? Who the fuck is he? Who the fuck is he? And he asked me that a few times, and I was so confused. I didn't understand what he was talking about. I expressed that to him. He says, "Who is the guy, the one in New York that you're fucking?" And it was such a bizarre conversation, because it had already started to feel like he was not making, it was almost as if he was confused by what sentence he had started by the time he got to the end of it.
I don't know, that sounded pretty clear.
And then all of a sudden...
Who is the person you're cheating on me with where you're filming is a pretty clear question and a pretty clear scenario and sentence. So I'm not really sure what she is getting at. If he's wrong about his sentiment, I mean, fine, but I don't really get it. I don't really understand what she's saying. She's saying he was incoherent, but here's clearly what he was asking me, and here's what he was saying, but it didn't make any sense. And she's acting more as if she's offended rather than she was confused in recalling this.
He tells me that I have just told him that I had a boyfriend or a lover in New York, and he's accusing me of having just told him about it, which was crazy to me. Not only
what did you
was that
say?
not accurate, I would never have communicated with him like that. More or less called him on the phone to do it and then call him back and wonder what the connection issue was. It was just the most bizarre thing. But he was so worked up, incoherent, and accusing me of having had this conversation with him. Eventually the line drops out, and I spoke to the person who picked up the phone.
Okay. And how did that end?
I no longer spoke to Johnny. I probably can't say what the person told me.
Are we talking about Isaac Baruch?
Yes.
Okay. So without saying what he said, you had a brief conversation with Mr. Baruch, and that was the end of the call?
I did. It was my understanding Johnny was
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
Mrs. Tain?
All right, January 25, 2015, Tokyo. Please tell, it's the premiere of Mordecai, correct? Did you accompany Mr. Depp to Tokyo for the premiere of Mordecai?
I did. When I was,
Please tell the jury about that trip.
well, I had just started to pick out the wedding dress right before that trip, and plans were moving for us to get married shortly after this trip. So we took this trip to promote his movie. I went with him. We got in an argument in the hotel room, and I said, I don't remember what I said to him, but I said something snotty to him that provoked him. It provoked him, and when I walked into the hallway, he grabbed me by the arm and slammed me up against the hallway wall, and I kind of struggled with him, tried to push him off of me, and I managed to get out of his grasp enough to take a few steps, and I kind of curved around and went into the closet. And by the time I made it into the closet, he had me by the hair, and I felt like he was just wailing on me, but in a really sloppy way, like hitting the back of my head, and kind of wrestled me down to the floor. I mean, it felt to me like I didn't even have a fair shot, because I wasn't facing him or looking at him. I was walking away from him. Or else, I would have at this point even.
So this is Tokyo, where she said she had this damage on her back, where she was wearing a backless dress in Tokyo, and there are no markings on her back. Then there is also that her hair got pulled out, but there's no signs of any hair damage whatsoever. And in the picture of the hair that got pulled out, there are no roots, no scalp damage in the picture that she provided, as well as, if I heard correctly, she just said that the line disconnected and then the line disconnected again, and then she talked to Isaac, which is not what Isaac said. Isaac said that Johnny hung up the phone. It was his understanding that Johnny was done with the conversation. Then she called back, and then and then Isaac explained to her and hung up the phone, where she's saying it disconnected twice, from my understanding, if I heard that correctly.
I would have tried to defend myself more, but I didn't. I kind of felt like it didn't see it coming, and he just wrestled me down to the ground. And I remember he was screaming at me. I mean, like really screaming loud. And what I remember of that is trying to get up and him kind of wrestling me back down, and at one point put his knee on my back. It was kind of like kneeling on my back. And I just had this struggle with him.
If you listen to people's testimonies of when they've been attacked, they don't just say my back, they say what part of the back without prompting. This is like standard. The fact, again, we're back to specifically vague. So we're like, usually if somebody's describing a situation that happens, they say they hit me in the face, or they hit me on the right side of the face, or they hit me in the top of the head, they hit me in the back of the head, they don't just say they hit me, period. So if they say if somebody says, hey, they dug their knee into the lower part of my back or between my shoulder blades, or it's just not, she's nondescript. She's specifically non-specific.
And I look at him, and he's still got his glasses on. I just remember looking at him and thinking that was so, he just looked like he hadn't been through anything. He still had his glasses on.
You were looking at him while you were face down with his knee in your back?
And he was screaming at me that he hated me, that it was over, that he didn't want to marry me.
Oh, that's the part that bothers
you.
you.
Disgusted. He made this mistake. It was a big mistake.
You see when her face, when she describes the violence, she is not as vitriolic in her visual response as she is when she's talking about what he said or what her understanding of what he was saying. Because she's not, again, she's still not giving specific quotes about what he said. She's talking about the sentiment of what he was saying or what he was getting across. And she's having far more of like a visual reaction and a vocal reaction to what she's saying he said rather than what he did, or like the sentiment of what she's saying he's trying to get across, which indicates to me that the thing she cares about is what she said, or the thing that's probably more truthful, or what actually happened is he said awful things to her. Awful things. Those awful things being, you're embarrassing me and I don't want to be with you and I hate our relationship. Which, if you've watched most of this, yeah, I don't blame him for disliking you or the relationship because you're awful to him and you're awful together. So that makes sense. But you notice that she doesn't have this visual or auditory expression when she's talking about the physical violence, and it's probably because there's a disconnect between her and that violence that probably didn't take place, and that's what the disconnect is about. But hey, what do I know? Considering that the video and audio and photo evidence contradicts exactly what she's been talking about.
Everyone hated me. And I remember crying on the floor. Just, more than anything, I was heartbroken. I thought maybe he was serious. I thought maybe, God, he doesn't love me. Maybe he really feels this way. It broke my heart. Broke my heart. I wanted to marry him so bad. This is the man I loved, Yes, it was awful at times, but I loved him and what he was saying.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
Overruled. What he was saying to me hurt just as bad as anything else. I just remember that he left me on the closet floor, and as embarrassing as it is to say, I went up to him.
Oh boy, okay. God, there's a lot to unpack with this woman, and it's a lot of the same stuff over and over and over again. I try not to be. I go out of my way to not be judgy about what like people's reactions and responses to things, because sometimes people's flight, freeze, make jokes. There's a lot of coping mechanisms, but again, we have yet to see a single coping mechanism from this woman. What is she using to cope with this trauma? If it is so traumatic, there is not a single coping mechanism you see. You don't see her like fidgeting with something throughout Johnny describing what he had been through. You don't see any visual, audio. No, there's no coping mechanism being utilized. With Johnny, you see that with Mr. Depp, you see the coping mechanisms. You see him doodling, you see him doing art, you see him making jokes. He's consistent. You do not see this from her. There is nothing. There's nothing there. There's no depth to what she's describing. It's all very surface level cliche. If you're willing to suspend your disbelief and believe it for a movie or believe it for the sake of the story, then fine. But not this does not fly in the courtroom. And it's because of the setting. I saw somebody earlier saying, like, well, how could she have possibly fooled Johnny? And the answer is that she wasn't fooling him. Just because her descriptions of situations were fantastical doesn't mean that she doesn't have necessarily an elevated view or an elevated emotional response to whatever it is she's going through. So when she says she was like fantastically in love, she believes that. And she probably felt very high emotional stimulus during those situations, which is why things like this can be really, really difficult to ascertain, because at the end of the day, what she felt was real. Her emotions and her feelings about what had happened are valid. Her recollection and her bullshit to what is actual reality. How do you define if somebody's lying to you if they believe their own bullshit, right? And the answer is external sources, and all of the external sources say that Amber is full of shit. But you know, yeah, Johnny Depp hunches a lot more when he's speaking.
At some point, I don't know how much time had passed, he was sitting at the piano in the living room of the hotel room that we had. It's so... I know it may be hard to understand. It's hard for me to hear myself say, but I felt...
Emotional response.
I just wanted it to stop. I wanted things to just be okay. And I just sat next to him on the piano, and
that's that self-deprecating thing I told you about.
Just laid my head on his shoulder, and of course I was mad. Of course I was mad, and felt it was horrible what he'd done. But on the other hand,
keep trying to cry.
I wanted us to be okay.
Then leave, like Johnny told you to do.
I could put the physical stuff in a box, and I just kept going back on how much I love this person. So just put my makeup on and went to the premiere.
A lot of people who are in domestic violence situations care about the people that are abusing them. That's one of the reasons why they ended up in the situation that they're in. I don't believe that Amber Heard cared about Johnny Depp. I don't believe that she cares about him, or cares about him now, or cared about him then. Because her description of all of the situations involving him don't revolve around any details about that man, who he is, or how he is, or what he was into, or what he was doing. Her description of their like set out to do his sobriety thing, she didn't have any understanding whatsoever about what that was going to entail. And now she's also described it as if she doesn't have any idea about what that entails. She doesn't remember any details about who he was hanging out with or what he was doing when it came to like getting sober whatsoever. And if getting sober was something she cared about so much that she cared about him getting sober and was pressuring that so much to not know any details or put out any details about the things that she doesn't care about him. She never did. She doesn't. The most that she cares about is what he can do for her. And even then, she doesn't necessarily want that, because nothing that he did was ever good enough. So it was a situation of like, hey, listen, she might care about what he can do for her. It might be a situation where it's like, listen, she cares, but she cares in this aspect. Sure. But you don't... Well, Johnny never stood up for me, and I was mad about that. Okay, but... Well, then he stood up and was aggressive in this way. Well, that was him standing up for you. So what do you want? You have your cake and eat it too, lady.
I walked the red carpet with him, and I remember in the car checking my phone obsessively for pictures because my dress was backless. Of all times to have a backless dress.
So then where's the markings on your back, lady? Of all the times to have a backless dress, he damaged my back. And then I wore the dress anyway, and there's no markings on it. Okay.
I was looking at pictures of us on the red carpet. It was surreal because I was
checking for bruises and making sure that nothing, like there would be no marks on me, and we just looked like this other thing on this red carpet when it was just...
Except when you snap at him in his ear.
It was not like that.
All right, still no tears. I don't see nothing.
It's embarrassing. You know, it's hard to...
But her image! It's embarrassing for her image.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
I'm going to take you to February, the next month, 2015.
This lady on Johnny Depp's team letting her go onto a thing and then objecting to it for non-responsive so it all gets struck is brilliant.
To your wedding. Can you please tell the jury about your wedding?
Well, shit, we're back to the wedding. Okay.
So
Let's
we get
go.
married in
We're going
Los
back.
Angeles. I get a sense that
The wedding when he told me to shut up.
we were just, it was wedding, running around Los Angeles. I was getting married that day, and I remember running around I went to therapy,
She could have just
got
gotten a
ready,
different dress, by the way.
Johnny and I met at the Penthouses downtown, and I wore a white dress and a veil, a bobby pin
Probably shouldn't
in my
have.
hair. And I walked out of that penthouse. I met with Johnny in the hallway. And
How did we end up all the way back to the wedding again? Why wasn't this covered
so
when we were already talking about the wedding?
handsome, and he seemed happy, and I felt we were making the right decision. I was so looking forward to having this. I thought we'd get married and we'd have stability, safety. So we get in the car, we get into actually Johnny's car, and for the second time since I've known Johnny, he drove drove us in his truck. It was weird being in the car with him alone. We didn't have that. And we drove to his mom's house, and a justice of the peace arrived, looking kind of surprised. And she married us in the living room of his mother's house, Betty Sue, with our families together. My best friend, my mom, his mom. We ate food with the kids. They were there.
What food did you have? Kind of food was it, Amber? That's what I mean. There's such a lack of detail.
And we had a wonderful evening, and then got up and got on the plane either the next morning or the day after, and flew to Johnny's Island. And we had what we had planned for the better, we had planned for the better part of a year or so, maybe 8 months, for this 3-day wedding on his island with our close friends, about 12 people, maybe 15 people. We had these little houses built, like not tents, but not houses, these little, for the guests. We had them built and designed on the island, and
were they
we had
abandoned
people
too?
come out, and it was magic. I was marrying the love of my life. It was complicated, but I thought it was the love of my life. And we had our friends and family out, and we had this 3-day event. The first night of which was supposed to be he and I separate, with our relative parties, so me with the bridal party and him with his fellas. The bridal party, we had planned to do a cuddle puddle
Talking about a
have
bachelor party?
mushrooms and drink wine and, have our own, girl party separate. And then the next day, have
called a
the
bachelorette
wedding
party, lady.
festivities. We're going to be married around sunset and on this beach, not the beach that Johnny had named for me, although I think we originally planned on having the ceremony.
He named a beach after you? God damn.
On that beach, but it was changed at some point to the other beach, and we walked down the aisle, the beach aisle, and said our vows, and the sunset behind us, and we took pictures with our family, and we shot the bird, meaning the middle finger, up at the paparazzi helicopter circling, or plane circling around us while we were on the altar. And we danced and celebrated. And then I left the island because I had to go work.
When you say you left the island and you had to go to work, what were you working on that required that?
I was filming The Danish Girl in London, which is the film that I had been in London for in January when Johnny was hallucinating on the phone with me. I was there doing kind of prep work for that film.
And
Allegedly
what, if any,
hallucinating.
film was Mr. Depp going to at that point?
Well, the plan, why we did the wedding when we did it, is because he had always had this commitment to do Pirates 5. And he was going to shoot that in Australia, and I was going to shoot The Danish Girl. And I started The Danish Girl in early February, and he was going to fly out mid-February to Australia. So his movie was going to take the majority of the year, meaning until August. So maybe longer. So the plan was to do it when we did it so that we didn't have to wait until the fall of the following year. So shortly after
He's just like, yeah, I should have waited.
Johnny returned to Los Angeles and then flew from Los Angeles on to Australia to shoot Pirates 5, excuse me.
Okay. And what was the plan for you when you finished with Danish Girl?
The plan was always for me to wrap on my movie and then come and join him in Australia, where he was filming Pirates 5.
Okay, and when approximately was that?
That was March 3rd.
March 3rd that you wrapped, that you finished with Danish Girl?
Oh, here comes Australia. Trigger warning,
I believe,
everybody.
I can't recall the exact date, but I believe it was around that time, yes.
Okay, and then tell the jury, where did you fly to get to Australia? How long of a turnaround was it for you to get to Australia?
It was about 24-hour, I think it's about 24 hours. I could be mistaken on the exact amount of time, but I remember it's quite a distance from London. I was filming in London, he was filming in Australia. Effectively, you have to...
When she's remembering something specific and she's being earnest about her memory, she looks straight up and blinks a couple of times.
Fly 12 hours, stop, get on a different plane and fly, I think, around the same amount of time, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. So when you arrived, before you finished wrapping with Danish Girl and were heading out shortly before, what, if any, communications did you and Mr. Depp have?
Well, at first it was great. Even though we were separated, it was so hard to leave right after you get married, especially considering that
It's so hard to leave after you get married for your honeymoon. Yes. However, your previous description of your wedding is during the reception, you walked in on Johnny and your dad doing drugs and he told you to shut up. And then you were grumpy the rest of the night. So why would it be that difficult? Her shit contradicts her other shit.
in Johnny and I's relationship, it was always so much worse when I went away to work. That's when problems started. So it was hard.
Problem started when I couldn't control him and didn't have control over whoever he was around. Weird.
Until it started to change.
Everything was fine until
I got
it
the
wasn't.
sense that he thought I was sleeping with the director, and then it was with the actor I was filming with.
Who was the actor you were filming with?
Eddie Redmayne.
Okay.
I was not that it mattered, but I could do my best to field the accusations, and then they would kind of subside, and I thought things were okay. And one day, right before I'm supposed to fly to Australia, he, I think it was the night before I was supposed to leave to go to Australia, he calls my hotel room, apparently. I had a sense that the phone was ringing. I think it was in the shower at the time, but not much time had passed, and I get a knock on the door, and it was someone from the hotel that I was staying at. The hotel staff had been sent up to the room because
Objection calls for hearsay and speculation.
I'll sustain the objection.
So don't tell what the staff said. What happened next?
Then I start communicating with Johnny.
And when you say started, I mean, was he on the phone? Did you call him? What happened here?
He called the room and then my cell phone, and then once I was on the cell phone, he was accusing me of not being in my room, so he called the room, and I had to prove that I was in the room because, by answering the phone. And we had a lengthy kind of circular conversation about where I was and why I didn't answer the phone, why I didn't answer the phone immediately. He didn't sound like he was connected to reality. It just didn't seem like, to me, it.
Okay. So this has happened a couple of times. And I want to touch on it finally. Johnny didn't seem like he was connected with reality of what was going on in my life while he wasn't with me. So the times where she's describing that Johnny was hallucinating or Johnny Depp was disconnected from what was going on in real life are always in a context of he wasn't there. Right? He called her on the phone and then was making accusations or questioning her. And so she's like, everything he was saying was so disconnected from reality. What were you telling him? What was your conversation? Because she's not giving any details about what was said or what was not said, did he call you and say, hey, I tried to get a hold of you, I wasn't able to get a hold of you, I'm kind of concerned about this? Or was he unreasonable? Because you're implying that he's being unreasonable, but you're not telling us what he said, and you're not telling us what you've said. And so because you're being so specifically vague about the situation, and then using your vagueness about the situation to imply that he's being unreasonable and to say that he's disconnected from reality, when he has to be disconnected from you. You guys are allegedly 24 hours away from each other. He's obviously not there, so there's gonna be some disconnect. It's like you're blowing up his distrust of you after you left the wedding ceremony, being mad because he told you to shut up about whatever drugs he was allegedly using or not allegedly using with your dad, who was allegedly using or not using. It's like you're saying, I was a bitch to him, and then when he questioned me about it, he's an asshole. But a lot of this is like, it seems to be being blown out of proportion. I'll put it that way.
Seemed like a previous pattern. I was unsure what to make of it because he wasn't right in front of me, but he was accusing me of what it seemed like is having, I guess, an affair or a reason to not be in the room that I got a sense from him was, cheating or, that I was hiding something and why I wasn't answering the phone, and hence why I got the knock on the door.
Personally, I wouldn't put up with that shit, by the way.
That was right before I left.
So as you're
Just a personal thing.
before
Somebody
you
talks to me
headed
like that, I'm like,
Australia,
hell no,
what,
I'll
if
just
any
not talk
requests
to you.
did you make of Mr. Depp for him to get you MDMA?
That's ridiculous.
Why is that ridiculous?
Because I would
Hey,
never.
Amber, how much drugs and
since
drinking were you doing at
that
the wedding?
time I learned my lesson the hard way on the plane to Russia. I would never do MDMA with him. I'm asking.
Well, she just backed up Johnny Depp's testimony saying he never did any MDA at the wedding because she did it and he didn't, and she would never do it with him. So I guess that confirms that he wasn't doing it at the wedding as was originally alleged. So whoops.
For a problem in that case, like that, I would never do that.
Okay. So you flew to Australia and met with Mr. Depp, right? And I'm going to, can we pull up Defendants 1809? And Your Honor, these are some of the pictures that Mr. King, you may recall, was testifying earlier, said he had on his phone.
Okay.
And then those were given, so.
So I don't have these, is what you're saying. Okay, that's fine. 1809.
Correct. I'm just going to show you a few pictures. Amber, do you recognize, and I realize you didn't take this photo. I'm going to move the admission of it, though, Your Honor.
Any objection to 1809?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
All right, 1809 in evidence, you can publish.
And let me
If you hear any licking noises, that's Puck
pass one
eating
up and give one to
what's
the
left in my
side.
bowl.
Tried to, given the strangeness of this. May I approach Your Honor?
Yes,
I'm gonna need to make some more
Thank you.
tea in a minute.
I appreciate it.
Amber, do you recognize this photo?
She's gonna snap under
And could you
cross-exam.
tell the jury what this is?
That is the driveway leading up to the house that Johnny was renting while shooting Pirates 5.
So that's London?
Okay. And then I'm going to.
Australia, sorry. That's
Australia.
Australia.
Let's try to make this a little faster, and I'm going to go 18.
What a lovely driveway.
I'm getting,
Ms. Bretterhoff, if you have a series of photos, if you want to
Yes.
show council what they are, maybe we can get them entered all together, and then you could just
yes.
go on with your questions.
That's probably a good
Yes.
idea. Go
Fact.
give them all over and then they can approve them.
And these are
Make sure there's
all
no
representing
objections and then
ones
go
that we got
forward.
from
Thank
Mr.
you.
King.
Thank
All
you,
right, we'll
Judge.
Take a look at them.
And Your Honor, if I may just approach, I'll give you the whole stack.
Okay, that's fine.
She's edging right now. Cross-examination is going to come and Amber's going to like... So far, my prediction has been on point, which, you know, lucky me, I guess.
We can keep that up if you want.
I mean, I guess it's good for Depp's team also, but I'm getting tired. I can only imagine how the jury feels watching all
By
this.
the way,
Ugh.
do you see those kangaroos in there?
When I was pulling up to the house, I saw kangaroos as well.
And this was a pretty big driveway.
It was a pretty
I don't have any
icy.
objection. Sorry.
No objection to any of them?
I don't believe so, Your
But
Honor.
make sure you look through them all, too. I just want to make sure, because
Thank
I'll
you,
go ahead
Your
and read them into the record once you have looked through them all.
Is it just me, or does Amber also seem like super edgy around like women who are standing up to her? Is that just me? Is that just a thing that I'm getting at? Oh boy. Oh boy. Thank you for those of you who have been able to follow me through this lovely journey that has been 5.5 hours so far. Woo! Yeah, make sure to like and share and subscribe and all that dumb shit.
Thank you, Your Honor. I've reviewed them. I have no objection to
All
any
right.
of these photographs.
So we'll enter into evidence defendants 1804, 1805, 1806, 1807, 1808, 1810, 1811, 1812, 1814, 1815, 1816, 1817, 1819.
I'm gonna go get some prescription drugs
1820,
after this.
1821, 1825.
Not really.
1827, 1828, 1829, 1830, 1831, 1834, 1835, 1837, 1838.
Is the picture of her
1839,
that she sent after she got slapped in the face and had a broken nose to her friend part of these
1842.
pictures? Because
Did I
that
get
seems
them
like an
all?
important picture to have.
I want to make sure.
I'm
we
not
agree,
letting
so
that
we
go.
agree that's all of them in evidence? Okay. They're all in evidence. So as long as you're just going to be referencing those photos, we'll keep it on
We're
for
going
you
to
to
keep it
publish
moving.
them.
Thank you, Your Honor. Appreciate it. Okay. Whose home was this in Australia?
It was I think like a well-known sportsman, racing cars or something of that nature.
Okay.
She has no idea.
So if you can pull up 1810.
Why no? I didn't see my husband right after we got married, and how horrible was that and how awful it was. I don't remember the name of the place that we met up for the first time after months right after we were married.
Is this another picture from that home?
Yes, that
Oh,
looks
Rez,
like it's
thanks.
the view
But also,
from
yeah, it's
the bathroom.
it's your
And then
homeland,
let's go,
Rez.
Michelle, if you can pull up 1811.
Watch her eyebrows.
Is that a picture of the home?
That's the house, yes.
Okay. And let's go to 1812. And that's,
That's the view from the living room. It opened into a lagoon.
okay. And then let's look at 1813.
This is a defamation case. Amber Heard, in a public article, accused Johnny Depp of being a wife beater, basically, and abusing her, and he's suing her for defamation over that.
Another view, a little over of the
And
swimming
she's
pool,
countersuing
correct?
him for double the
Yes.
amount.
Okay. And then let's do one more, 1814.
It was a lovely home in Australia.
This
Yes,
is inside the house.
nice
Yes.
sunflowers, very lovely. Thank you.
And
I don't.
If you can
Okay.
look to the back here where I've got my, I'm making some.
Bring
what, if
back the
anything, is that
Disney
back there?
butler.
That's the kitchen.
Okay, and this is the dining room, and this is.
I have
the
no
living
idea
room.
how any
What
of
we're
these
looking at
images
is
are
the-
relevant to anything.
The dining room
I have
table
no
on the
clue.
main level with the kitchen in the background.
Okay.
I mean, if somebody was alleging that she wasn't there and then she had pictures of the
Now I'm
place,
going to ask you to
point?
take this jury through.
I
your
feel like
experience with what
the Johnny
happened
Depp's
in
team didn't
Australia
oppose
once
these
you
pictures
arrived
as per
there.
relevance because they were like, whatever.
Well,
I wish I had closed captioning.
I was nervous because of the conversations that I had with him before I left. And then in transit, I stopped.
Listen, she had pictures of a driveway and a picture of some Australian raccoons, but but doesn't have the picture of her face all fucked up and a broken nose that she sent to her friend after Johnny hit her in the face. The driveway was clearly more important to the evidence.
In Dubai and spoke to him too. So I was a little nervous, but he indicated me that he wanted me to come. He said, I miss my wife at the end of the phone call that we had in the airport. I called him from Dubai. And he said, I miss my wife. I felt okay.
You
safe,
notice that
know.
she says that he repeats
And I missed
himself.
him so much.
I miss my
and
wife. I miss my
that's
wife.
all I wanted
Stay
to do
with
is
me. Stay with me. Be my wife.
my
Be my
new
wife. Be with me
husband.
together forever. Forever.
I flew in. I
says
arrived
things
early.
in doubles.
I immediately
When
I walked
quoting
into
him
the
specifically.
bedroom. I was so excited to see him.
I was so excited to see him,
And
but I
he
don't
was-
remember the name of the place we were at.
so, like, he had lost a ton of weight. So
I couldn't call him a fat old
I just
man
knew
playing
something
guitar
was up.
anymore.
And he kind of quickly, kissed me, and kind of, we had some interaction. It was brief. He was leaving to go work. He had to work that day. But then after the plan was he would come back, which he did in the evening, and then he was supposed to have a 3-day
I want to get carried
weekend,
into my
long
apartment
weekend.
by Paul Bettany.
So he comes back that evening, and the chef had kind of prepared some things for the fridge, mashed potatoes, I think spinach as well. There were some steaks in the fridge, but he had kind of prepped some of the
now she remembers
the
the
sides. And I was looking forward to having this kind of, our style at-home date. We'd just been, we're a new married couple. We hadn't seen each other for basically a month after getting married. And
I can't remember where we were, though.
Start dinner and am happy to see him. And at some point early in that evening, he pulls out a bag of MDMA. I asked him what it was, and he told me it was MDMA. And I was surprised because at the time, that was, there was no question mark as to how I would respond to that, or so I thought. It's like, why would you even think that that's okay?
Just a real quick aside, Johnny Depp during his testimony said that there was no reason for him to do MDMA because with the other drugs that he was on and the amount of alcohol that he drank, the prescription drugs he was on, MDMA would basically have no effect on him. So there's that.
He had already gotten clean and sober. I was, touch and go, but
in a whole
wedding, he was drinking Beck's. I think at some point he did have wine.
Wait, how could he have been clean and sober? You said that you saw him doing drugs with your dad when at the wedding. So how could he have possibly been clean and sober up until that point, besides Vex at the wedding, which is a light vodka cooler, by the way, for anybody who doesn't know what a Vex is. But what? Did they have another wedding that I don't know about? What year is it? Where am I? I'm gonna put hot water on and make some more tea.
On the island, but it wasn't an issue, right? Just moved ahead. So I was surprised that he would even pull out this bag and, well, frankly, not hide it from me. And he kind of seemed to suggest that we should do it together. And I was like, absolutely not. I just got here. I want to see you. I want to spend time with you. It was the exact opposite of what I expected and what I wanted. And it just seemed delusional at the time to me that he would even suggest this to be something that I could participate in with him. If you had been through what I had been through at that point, it's crazy. And at some point,
you're crazy if you don't believe me. Listen, that's just prepping. That's just prepping to say, hey, listen, anybody who doesn't believe me is crazy and doesn't believe victims and yada, 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 yada. Yeah, fuck that shit. Nonsense.
Like a Malbec or a wine or something. And I remember we hadn't, it kind of started an argument. And that was upstairs in that room that we just looked at a picture of, by the sunflowers. That's more or less where we were standing, just closer to the kitchen. And we get in an argument, and I shove past him, just stomp off. And he grabs me, and we have an argument about me walking away, and am I walking out of this? And in my head, I was like, I actually wasn't thinking of leaving yet, but
So
That would
wait,
be-
one of them was the engagement party. So the engagement party was when they did drugs with his dad, but that how long was the between the engagement party and the wedding? Because it can't have been that long. So MDMA is her drug of choice, and he brought up the bag of it for her. Yeah, Johnny, as far as he said on the stand, is that, and he admitted to doing other drugs, but MDMA was not one of them. Holy shit!
Be going through my mind. We had a brief interaction, and I don't remember the exact.
I do not believe for a second that she decided to marry this man believing she could change him. At this point, I'm like, you married this man believing you could take advantage of him because he had issues. Ugh. At this point, I'm like, yo, Amber Heard's a homewrecker. His relationship with his wife or with Parody was probably not as bad until you fucking showed up, you crazy bitch. I don't know, maybe that's too far. Listen, I'm starting to speculate just to be like, I feel like maybe you're kind of manipulative and maybe you took advantage of something that would not have been as big of a deal otherwise in his relationship that existed before you. That doesn't make it not his fault, by the way. He still shouldn't be doing what he was doing, but yeah, whatever. What do I know?
Sequence of things. I wish I did. I have a lot of flashes. It gets a little bit more confusing from my ability to recall everything in a linear way a little later on as things got crazier. But for this part, the first night, what I distinctly remember is at one point, I don't think I had gotten very far, or maybe I came back into the room, but when he shoved me, I went flying across these parakeet floors. I mean, just skidding across these floors. And I remember thinking it just looked so easy for him to throw me around like that, you know. I just slid, screeching my skin against this like beautiful wooden floor. And we had another argument that was a spin-off from that. It was just kind of this on-off sort of thing that I remember eventually in this interaction, he shoves me up against the fridge. He has me by the throat, and he just was
back to the throat
holding
again.
me there by my throat. And I wondered if it was the drugs. I wondered if it was him.
The MDMA?
In my recollection, it hadn't been that long. He has me up against the throat. Just kind of
the floors might be damaged. Oh no.
The wall next to the fridge. We're kind of moving in that area. And at some point,
so he let go of your throat.
And I don't know if he had let go of my neck or loosened my grip, but I remember slapping him across the face, screaming at him, screaming at me. I got my hand free when he tried to grab me when I walked off.
Okay, this is where I said, like, listen, every time I do this and do one of these, take a drink. Okay, so if I'm understanding correctly, you got in a fight, he shoved you, you skidded across the floors X distance that you haven't referenced. He then had you against the fridge by your throat. Then you were moving around the room. Then maybe he still had you by the throat. Then you walked away, and he may or may not have still had you by the throat, but he grabbed your arm, and then you were able to pull away. This is such a disjointed story. Please, for the love of God. This is very disjointed and difficult to understand.
I stormed off. I slammed the door upstairs. I
don't know if it was in that instance or if it was in a later one that I eventually barricaded the door. It wouldn't stop him from coming in. He could come in the other doors. There's there's a back door, there's patio, but at least I'd hear it. And this is March 2015. By this time, I'm being medicated by his doctor. He's giving me anti-anxiety meds, giving me, had already tried to give me antidepressants. They didn't work for obvious reasons, I hope.
No, not obvious.
I had insomnia. I'd wake up with panic attacks. I needed to sleep, but
her drugs are okay.
Ability to do so was really, really compromised at this point. And I kept thinking that I just wanted to hear him or know if he came in, so I could be aware, so I could be ready for what was going to come in with him. And at some point, I go back downstairs. I don't really know at what point I gave up and stayed behind my barricaded door, but I managed to go to sleep. I took some sleeping pills. I woke up, and when I came downstairs,
you barricaded the door, but you wanted to know if he came.
Still up. He confirmed when I asked him that he had not slept. He had not eaten, so I tried to get him to eat.
She has admitted to hitting him a number of times.
We get in an argument. He was accusing me of Eddie Redmayne. And by this point, he thought I was working with Billy Bob Thornton on the movie I had just shot, but I had already worked with him a year earlier. But he was very upset about him and the gentleman that invited me to a concert in London. My co-star, he was upset about these people, even though I had done that movie a year prior.
Who was that?
So he is... the argument is coming to a head, basically, is what she's describing. The argument about her alleged infidelity is coming to a head, so he's bringing up all of the times where he's been suspicious of her. Basically, that's what she's talking about. She's framing it as if he's hallucinating, where what she's actually describing is like if everything, or he's incoherent, or getting things from forever ago as if they're not relevant, when what it sounds to me like is that if the argument is coming to a head, then it makes sense that because it was never resolved, it's just everything that's built up over time. So he's tracing it back all the way from the initial issue that he may or may not have had.
It was Billy Bob Thornton, Jim Sturgis, and Eddie Redmayne that he was upset about.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Have you seen Mr. Depp take any drugs by this point?
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
But not Franco for some reason.
If I left that out, that when we had the argument about the MDMA, he suggested to me that it wasn't on the no-fly list, like it wasn't on the no list. That was his that was his defense. Like, this isn't the. You didn't say I couldn't have this, and over and over again, Johnny told me I wasn't the reason he was getting sober, but I was the reason he was staying sober. I had saved his life and all this stuff. It wasn't like it wasn't my job to police him, but I kind of ended up being in that situation, it seemed like, in his mind, when he would express that to me. So he took a handful of pills, and I didn't count how many, but when I came back.
Okay, I don't know if you guys caught that. Took it as my job. That was his defense. Everything with her is an argument. Everything with her is a debate. And if you win, she holds a grudge. And she'll weaponize that against you later. She forces you into what would be a discussion about people's feelings and how they feel about situations, and turns it into what is closer to something more akin to, here's my point, da 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 da, here's my point, da 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 da. And we heard this described by their marriage counselor lady near the beginning, whose name I don't know anybody's names. the lady with the dark wavy hair, not the forensic psychologist, the dark haired lady who was describing that Johnny's way of speaking and way of communicating is not cohesive with Amber's hot fire. Well, that's not what I said. Well, that's this. Well, that's that. And that was corroborated by the audio that we've listened to. So you're hearing her now describe the same thing both the psychologists described and what Johnny described and what's played in the audio, but it's very it's a dramatized version from her perspective where she takes no ownership whatsoever.
Downstairs, I did the math on the amount that was left, and I think it was either 8 or 10, I can't recall as I sit here now, either 8 or 10 pills of MDMA.
That he had taken or that were left?
I remember we had a conversation about the amount that he took. So I remember saying...
So she doesn't know.
Objection, hearsay.
Guessing.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection. Okay.
She's so mad.
There were only a few left in the bag, so I think it was what he took. And I said, Johnny,
Objection, hearsay.
He confirmed that he took that amount and that he could take that amount.
And what amount?
At this point, there were 10. He had taken 10. 8 or 10, I can't recall.
And when you say at this point, is that the first night? Is that the second day?
This is the second day. This is after I've already fallen asleep for the night in the room upstairs. Come back downstairs, he was still awake.
Okay, please continue with that second day.
He was accusing me.
Claire
being
and
his sister?
Feline, Jack Hammer, and Lauren Amber.
He was accusing
Lauren
me of not
Anderson.
liking
Thank
his
you.
sister. Something about the wedding.
What do you
I
mean? He was accusing me of not liking his sister. Did you not like his sister? I don't understand why that's such a big deal. What a horrid accusation. Wow. You know, I've been with people who had family members that I didn't get along with, and it usually wasn't a big deal unless somebody made it into a big deal.
Put out that fire, as you will.
I've had people use me not necessarily seeing eye to eye with their family members and as an excuse to like remove themselves or get themselves away or use me as a confrontational tool because they also don't like their significant other, but they need a third party excuse.
I was trying to say, no. First of all, I'm not filming with Billy Bob. No, I wasn't filming with Jim Sturgis. Yes, I filmed with Eddie Redmayne, but he was a lovely gentleman.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Let's not offer to prove the truth of the matter.
Overruled.
Thank you.
And then when it came up with his sister, he
yes, you're
was
right.
accusing me of...
She continues to not answer the
having
questions.
Animosity with Christy. I tried to defend myself, explaining why her and I had kind of become cold to one another. I don't know how else to describe it because we never had any sort of direct interaction that was negative. We never had any sort of confrontation or anything, but...
That actually does purport with what she had said, which, by the way, Amber had listened to. So that does purport with what his sister said. His sister said that they never really had any direct conflict and didn't interact with each other that often.
Did my best to explain to him what I could answer to that accusation. And at one point he... I mentioned that
accusation.
I mentioned he, as a result of that phone call, picks up the phone and calls his agent. I don't know why, still to this day. He calls a few people. I don't know who's on the other line. I just heard his side of it, and he's screaming at them. I got a sense that it was money, that he felt people had been stealing money from him, and that the studio had been ripping him off, and that he was calling himself like a whore, or he had been whored out.
He seemed like he was upset, but I did not, at this point, this is maybe early evening, it was before the sun went down on the second day.
This might be what Johnny was saying, what Johnny Depp was saying, that he was upset, and what she had filmed, he wasn't upset at her, and it had nothing to do with her. Potentially. I'm not 100% sure because her shit's all over the place, so I'm having a hard time following when this corroborates with the other testimonies that have been given so far. So the timeline's kind of difficult to follow. Good luck to the jury.
I remember he took the phone at one point and called my divorce attorney.
I don't know who he was talking to. He was talking to his
divorce attorney, or not a divorce attorney, a domestic relations attorney, to do a post-nup, because we got married in February, and there was never any mention or talk from Johnny about a prenup, but
there was never any talk from Johnny about a prenup? That doesn't comport. But yeah, so he's wanting the post-nup then. So maybe what I said earlier was wrong, that he wanted a post-nup, not a prenup. My mistake, if that's the case.
I had interactions with his sister, and so I thought, okay, I'll get a lawyer and let's do a post-nup. When Johnny found out about that, or when I reminded him of that in Australia, he went outside and called my divorce attorney and fired her, and said the only way out of this was death. Again. And I heard that already at this point.
How did he fire your lawyer? That's not how that works at all. What? Alright, yeah, I'll call it bullshit on that one.
March 2015, probably 25 times. So he's screaming at her. He calls his agents. I hear him talking.
He wanted a prenup,
screaming incoherently.
She refused. Then he wanted a post-nup.
My lawyer and his agent. He comes back inside,
that's what I thought.
And I genuinely didn't know if he was still mad at me or if it was about me at all. I didn't know. It didn't seem like it was connected to reality at all.
Okay, so that's a clue right there into her mentality, if you ever needed one. I didn't know if it was about me at all. It didn't seem like it was about reality. The only thing that's reality to her is what's directly related to her. Apparently, she thinks it's absurd or unrealistic for anybody to be upset in her general vicinity without it being about her. It's only about her. So it's not possible that Johnny Depp could have been upset about something completely isolated from her whatsoever, because that would be that wouldn't comport with reality at all. Okay.
At some point shortly after that, I have been saying to Johnny, you need to sleep. Let's eat some dinner, baby. Let's relax. Please, like, calm down. In my head, I was thinking that it would
You know, it's always a good thing to tell somebody that's upset to just calm down, right? That's a good way to go.
Genuinely change if he just got some sleep. He needed to sleep it off. He needed to come down off the drugs. Clearly, the combination of what he had taken pill-wise with whatever else he was hiding from me was not good. I had recognized that sort of delusion.
Allegedly.
I had recognized that sort of unattached to reality rage. I had recognized the patterns of those kind of loops where he's yelling about things that aren't even being discussed or talked about.
Wow, being upset about something he's not talking to me about directly or doesn't directly involve me. It must be delusional. Has this lady never been in a relationship before? No, that's not how that works. You can compartmentalize anger, believe it or not. You can be angry about something over here and not be angry at the person you're in the room with. That's normal. That's actually mature human behavior. Good job.
That he just needed to sleep it off, clean up.
sober up. And I thought
she literally,
I remember
she's actually blaming every other emotion except for being enamored with her as if it's related to drugs and being viewed as, presenting it as if it's negative. There's nothing wrong with being angry. Being angry doesn't mean you're on drugs.
The fridge, I got out the steaks so that they would, be ready to cook. And I got out some of the food
you had a
that I
chef
put together for dinner. Then went upstairs. I don't know if I came back down in my nightgown at that point or if that was shortly after, but the next thing I remember is coming downstairs and looking for him. We had an interaction that I can't really describe. It didn't make a lot of sense to me. He was just...
It wasn't about you, so it wasn't about me, so I didn't pay attention.
Screaming at me.
Was he screaming at you, or was he yelling in general? At this point, I can't... Her perception of reality is so self-centered that she's legitimately calling anything that's not about her directly delusional. What? Also, yeah, trigger warnings. Reminder for trigger warnings.
I realized it was back. I realized that the arrows were pointed at me again. And I tried to defend myself. I was explaining, trying to say that...
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
It was not for to prove the truth of the matter. She hasn't even said it yet, but try not to say what you're saying unless it needs it for context or something.
Coaching.
Try to say what he's saying.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
He was just belligerent. I don't know
this
how to
is the
describe
3-day
it
hostage situation.
Sense.
Yeah, okay.
It wasn't making sense. I don't know how. I don't know how the immediate next string of the next part of the violence actually even initiated, but again, he has me up against the wall, and I remember this time he slams me up against the wall hard. I mean, I hit my head hard. And this is a wall next to the, I say kitchenette, but it's more of a bar. I remember.
Isn't this the part there's supposed to be video of? Where she's perfectly fine drinking coffee?
There were these cooling fridges, and I remember kind of being slammed
but
up
was
against
the steak
those.
good?
I remember pushing him off of me. I remember the name calling, the whore, the slut, the fat ass. I remember a lot of name calling. I said...
Had he been drinking by this time?
He was drinking...
Calls for speculation and leading.
I'll sustain as leading.
What, if any, drinks had you observed Mr. Depp have by this time?
Well, I had already seen him drink.
The answer should be 0, because she said she came downstairs and he was already in this state. So if she says anything other than, I had just come down the stairs and I don't know how this argument initiated, like she had just said, bullshit.
Right in front of me, took a big swig out of a wine bottle upstairs right in front of me as in a gesture of looked right at me and took a big swig out of it as a
as a fuck you,
a show for did it right in my face to make a point,
because everything's about you.
Then when I came downstairs, he was drinking from the bottle. I don't know what kind of...
Was that the mega
I remember
pint?
there was another bottle open, and I was wondering why he was drinking both. But at some point, he had me up against the wall next to the cooling fridges, and I remember slamming my head up against the thing. He had me by the neck.
We're repeating.
Squeezing my neck, and it got really nasty. It went from oh, no one likes you, no one likes me, everyone warned me about you. That's what it was. He started
that might
to
just be
tell
true.
me that everyone had warned him about me,
and that he wished he had never married me, wish he had never met me.
Lady, I heard that audio. I can understand why he would feel that way.
No one liked me. You know, it sounds childish, but I remember feeling really hurt. And then at some point, I shoved him hard to get him off me. And he shoved me back and he said, "You want to go, little girl?" I couldn't, as I sit here today, tell you if that happened before he choked me up against the wall, but at some point...
You just said you had to shove him off of you, which then prompted him to push you back. Which means if you had to shove him off of you, he had to be on you to begin with. So... What do you mean you don't know if he was on you or not in that case? Because this is self-contradictory. I mean, it could have been something else, but she hasn't presented anything else yet, so...
I am in a struggle with him where I'm holding his shirt lapel, and he kind of just flings me, for lack of a better way to describe it, throws me across the room. I land on a games table. It's like a ping pong table.
The ping pong table was broken.
I don't know if I was holding on to him or
that we know that from the Disney Butler.
Pursued me separate, but he gets on top of me on the games table and is just whacking me in the face, like repetitive. We struggle on the games table. I don't know how we get up. I don't know if he pulls me up. I wish I could tell you, but we were in this struggle down in this games room by the bar. And we had this conversation about the drinking, or argument about the drinking, and he holds up this bottle.
He was on top of you on a crushed ping pong table. He smacked you around the face repeatedly, and then you had a conversation about his drinking? What? What? Was he sitting on top of you with like a ping pong paddle in his hand? What are you what?
To me,
the details are so not vague.
And you know,
or like so purposefully vague.
Did you drink this whole thing? Something stupid, focusing on this detail, and he...
So he was yelling at you for drinking. Wait, okay, hold on. She said she saw him take a swig of wine, then went downstairs, saw another open bottle, but didn't understand why he had been drinking from that too. Then when they were arguing, when he was on top of her on the crushed ping pong table, he had an empty bottle of wine and was yelling at her as to why she had drank it, which means that he wasn't the one drinking it, as she had said earlier. Oh boy. Okay, alright. It's gonna keep going.
Is telling me that I can't control him anymore, and that if I really wanted to try, take it. And then he's like taunting me to take the bottle from him. If I really...
While he was sitting on top of you still?
Why don't I take it from him? Go on. Kept saying, go on. And
look at his face. He's just like,
the bottle towards me. And like he does that 2 or 3 times. I reach for it. He'd revoke it, kind of laugh at me. And he's holding out the bottle, I think like maybe the 3rd time or so.
These two are pretty much the same height, by the way.
I pick it up and I slam it down on the ground right in between us. There's a tile floor, a white tile floor. And I smashed the bottle.
I thought it was wait. It's tile down there? I thought they spent a whole lot of time establishing that it was carpet. that I thought, am I wrong about that? I thought the Disney butler and Amber Heard's lawyer spent a good portion of time saying that the floor was carpet and it was going to be difficult to clean out that wine. Is that not what they went over? Did I miss something? I mean, tile and wine, not a big deal. That's pretty easy to clean up. But maybe I'm misremembering that it was. I could have sworn they said it was carpet.
And that really set him off. So stupid.
Wow. Yeah, our argument definitely said I smashed this bottle in front of him and like they threw it at the floor between us. And that's the thing that set him off. Not that you were already thrown down onto the broken ping pong table and then beaten around the head and then you played keep away with a bottle of wine. I don't understand. It was spilled on carpet, but she just said it was tile. Tiled carpet. Tiled carpet exists.
Sorry. It was like a light bulb switch went off. He started screaming.
Okay, I am convinced that Amber Heard does not know what a switch is because this is clearly an escalating problem that escalated to here. Then she's saying stayed here, but what she's describing is as if it had calmed down and then it's escalating again. But she's at the remember when Feline in the chat was saying that I was foreshadowing? Yeah, that's what this is. She's treating this as if it's up here and now she's trying to escalate it, like say, well, a switch went off and it got way worse than him shoving me and breaking a table and then beating me and then into a conversation and then while he was still sitting on me, I guess, because she never said he got off. And then what? Okay. So now it's gonna escalate to the real shit. What about the parakeet floor? Okay, so I thought the parakeet floor was in the kitchen and this is in the bar downstairs. I think the wooden floor is upstairs. But none of that's the carpet that supposedly had to be cleaned out. I trust the Disney butler. She just thinks the floor made of birds.
I don't know if he backhanded me or hit me normally. I don't really recall, but I remember it sent me down to the ground.
Normally.
I remember by the time I picked myself off the floor, I stand up. He's got a bottle in his hand, and he threw it at me.
A broken one?
It
what
missed,
kind of bottle?
Thankfully, but I kind of pulled myself back into the bar area. I don't know how much time passed, but at some point he had a broken bottle up against my face, neck area by my jawline, and he told me he'd carve up my face.
Let's put a smile on that face.
I don't know at what point in the evening. I couldn't tell you what sequence-wise.
What do you mean? You said you got out of bed, went downstairs, had this argument, went down further stairs, and had this argument. Has the whole day gone by? I don't. Wow.
And that happened, but it was terrifying. It wasn't the first time he said that to me. He said that to me on the plane as well. But this time he was holding a broken bottle to me. All
right, real quick. She's talking about how he's now got her pinned again and has a broken bottle to her neck, saying that he's going to carve her face up. And she sounds less upset about this than she did when he told her to shut up. Also, yeah, trigger warnings.
I honestly don't remember if I threw anything in his direction. I don't think I did. I just remember him having me by the nightgown. I remember.
So she's still in her night. She wore a nightgown that evening, and then was wearing that the whole time. But she doesn't know what time of day it was anymore.
Him flailing me, throwing me around. I'm flailing.
By the way, she already smashed a bottle on the floor, so there should be like broken glass and stuff around, right?
This is after there were some bottles broken on the floor. I think this is actually after, again, forgive me, I wish I could remember the sequence, but it's flashes. He's throwing these bottles at me. I remember retreating. There were also cans, like soda cans, beer or soda cans, and they're coming at me one after the other, and I keep pulling myself into the bar area. There's
empty
a
ones
bar
or full
behind
ones?
me, and like a, I don't know, like an L shape. He's standing the only way you can exit, so I'm kind of trapped in front of this sink, surrounded by bar on 3 sides with him in front of me ish, kind of front off to the left.
So it's a closed bar, not a
bottles
kitchenette.
one after the other, and I can feel glass breaking behind me. I remember feeling one of them go by my head really fast. I mean, a real velocity. I remember being terrified. I remember I couldn't move. I couldn't go anywhere. I eventually, he ran out of things to throw. I think that's how I moved myself towards the exit. And I believe that's most likely when we got kind of in this struggle by the bar area.
If you guys remember Johnny Depp's testimony when he's talking about when his finger got smashed, he was leaning on the bar like with his hand on the edge of it, and they were having a conversation after something that was more escalation, and she smashed his hand. But when you heard the butler describe the damage that was done in this area, there was only one. He noticed the amount of damage only seemed to be one broken bottle that he described, not like what she's describing, which would be anything that was on the shelves potentially falling off, cans thrown, strewn, more than one broken bottle, empty wines and glasses and things all over the place, which is not what Disney Butler described. But yeah, there's quite a bit of if you want to talk about microaggressions, there's just, I mean, the whole thing is a microaggression. I don't know if this is micro anymore. I'm pretty sure this is just aggression.
I remember my feet slipping on the tile as he was slamming me from the wall to the countertops. At one point, he has me up against the wall, and he's punching the wall.
I thought she got okay. We're still back to we're going back and forth here. He was throwing me around, then I got away, and then I got back to the corner. But then he ran out of stuff to throw, so I was able to skirt past him towards the exit. But now we're back to he threw me against the bar or against the wall or against the floor, and this is very, very disjointed.
He had my nightgown and it kind of ripped it off my chest. I remember at one point he's teasing me, taunting me that he has my breasts in his hands.
So to be clear, ripping clothing is not as easy as it seems in movies. So it's not easy to grab somebody's nightgown and like rip it open like she's describing. That she would like, if you're pulling on somebody's clothing, like it will hold unless there's already a rip there. Like clothing is more durable than it is in movies. So I don't know what she means, but does she mean like literally like the tearing sound ripping it, or does she mean like he pulled it and the buttons came undone or something? Like again, she's being specifically vague. Did he destroy your clothing? Because I have a hard time believing that the amount of force it would have taken for him to like physically rip it, and the like your own weight just being pulled along with it. I'm suspect about this. This sounds like something you would see in a movie, not like something that would be described in a movie, not something that happens in reality. Very rarely does somebody's clothes rip like that. That's not that's not realistic. It's dramatic.
My nightgown came completely off. It was ripped off.
Just, I got your boobs. So you were naked now? Now she's naked? Okay.
And I'm slipping around on this tile.
So now she's
And
So she's slipping around on tile and glass where the butler said there was carpet, and she's naked because her thing... What? Okay.
trying to get my footing. And I remember slipping on this tile. Glass was underneath me, and I remember just trying to get my footing. You know, I felt really destabilized and felt really vulnerable. I'm naked. And he's flinging me around, and at some point, I'm up against the wall, and he's screaming at me that he fucking hates me, that it ruined his life.
Back up against the wall again. I mean, you certainly ruined his life.
Over and over. And he starts punching the wall next to my head, holding me by the neck. I get free from him. I kind of step back from him, and it's like his energy shifted to the phone. There's a wall-mounted phone on the wall next to where my head was, and he went from punching the wall to like realizing there was a phone there, and he picked up the phone and he's screaming. He's like at the top of his lungs, screaming, "I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. You ruined my fucking life." And screaming at the top of his lungs, he picks up the phone and starts bashing the phone against the wall where I was just being held.
So, to be clear, the Disney butler said that there was no damage to any wall or any phone in this area. He said that there was blood on the wall as if somebody was like walking up the wall along the stairs, but no indicate from his cut finger, which by the way, she hasn't brought up. The cut finger, the busted up finger has not come up in her version of the story yet. But there, as according to Disney Butler, none of the damage that we would expect to see was there. It's still gonna get worse. Oh boy. Okay. I still don't know how she's planning on escalating this, because is there gonna be another switch that's gonna go? Because this is very, very unbelievable. Look at how forthcoming she is with information that she doesn't remember. She's not struggling. There's no, the PTSD symptoms that you would generally see are not there. I feel bad for anybody who's a victim who's tried to listen to this. And, the Disney butler also took pictures of this, and the images did not line up with her story either. So let's keep going. Again, she's still a little bit specifically vague. She said these cans were thrown at me. Were they full cans? Were they empty cans? As somebody's had a phone thrown at them, by the way, or like a shoe, it'll leave a dent in the wall. Like that will damage the wall. So that would be there. That would be a damaged picture you would take a picture of.
And I remember kind of having some distance on what was happening and watching him do this. And it was like his energy had shifted, and I was that phone all of a sudden. And he was just over and over again smashing this phone into the wall, over and over again, screaming at me. And I was watching the phone every single time he pulled his hand back. It was just breaking into pieces.
The phone that was undamaged, according to the butler, was broken into pieces. Also, listen to the airy change to her voice. That is not the sound you would generally get for somebody who's struggling to speak about something. That's fake. that's what you do when you're faking it, but you still need to be expressive, and when you're still trying to enunciate properly, you can make your voice sound airier, as if what you're saying is really, really intense. But that's not the way people talk when speak when they're actually struggling. The way people talk when they're actually struggling is far more clenched in the throat. An airy is like a theater cheating way of doing that.
I remember thinking this phone is disappearing, was smashing it to smithereens, just going into the wall.
A good example of this is anytime you watch a musical when a character needs to like sing emote, you'll hear that kind of an airy bit because it allows you to still control your diaphragm and your voice so that you can still enunciate properly but still sound like you're emotional.
And at some point, he's on top of
yes, the phone is undamaged on the wall in the photos.
No phone, but screaming the same thing. I
testimony
fucking
from
hate you.
Disney
You
Butler.
ruined my fucking life. I'm on the countertop. It had me by the neck, and he felt like he was on top of me. And I'm looking at him in his eyes, and I don't see him anymore. I don't see him anymore. It wasn't him. It was black. I've never been so scared in my life. It was black. I couldn't see him.
No shaking, airy, no tears, dramatic describing, not realistic describing. We're same cycle.
And he was looking at me, and I was trying to get through to him. I was trying to say to him in some way that it was me. I was trying to get through to Johnny, and I couldn't see.
Johnny, it's me, that lady you hate. Great.
I couldn't see him at all. And my head was bashing against the back of the bar, and I couldn't breathe. And I remember trying to get up, and I was slipping on the glass. My feet were slipping, my arms were slipping on the countertop. And I remember just trying to get up so I could breathe, so I could tell him that he was really hurting me. I didn't think he knew what he was doing. I don't know how.
Yeah, no.
I'm sorry. I couldn't breathe. Please. I don't know. I don't want to do this.
Somebody timing this?
I couldn't breathe. I couldn't get through to him. I couldn't get up. I couldn't get up.
I'm impressed by her posture.
How that ended. I don't know. I don't know how. I don't know what happened next. I don't understand this. The next thing I remember, I was bent over backwards on the bar, meaning my chest was up. I was staring at the blue lights, and my chest was on this. My back was on the countertops, and I thought he was punching me. I thought he was. I'm sorry. He was. I felt this pressure. I felt this pressure. On my pubic bone. He thought he was punching me.
I think he was punching me, but I felt this pressure, and I think he was punching me. But I don't remember what happened before that. Manya says she's desperately hinting at her lawyer to stop, but the lawyer is oblivious. Yes, looks like she's looking for somebody to ask her to. This is the What's the terminology for it? There was she did this the day before this, where I was like, she's looking for somebody to be like, she's saying something and the expectation is like, no, 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 sweetheart, it's okay, you say what you need to say, da 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 da. When that's not what happens in court. It's court. Court doesn't work like that. So the bottle. El Botolo. Yeah, I think we're getting to the sexual assault that didn't show up until this court, like, until this trial. It was mentioned at the beginning by Amber Heard's lawyers, but yeah, let's go.
I just saw his arm. I could feel his arm moving, and it looked like he was punching me, but I could just feel this pressure. It was like if it kept hitting him, it didn't feel pain. It was just a pressure on my pubic bone, and I don't know.
What? It looked like he was punching me, but I couldn't feel any pain. I could feel his arm moving, but all I felt was pressure on my pubic bone. So he was like punching, thrusting a bottle into you? Are you kidding me? But you didn't. Oh. What level at oh boy are we at? This is a pretty high level of oh boy. Oh boy. All right. Okay. Oh. So at this point, she's been hit in the face. She has cuts all over her feet. She's had bottles thrown at her. There should be, she could feel bottles breaking behind her, meaning that they would have broken on the bar that she said she was standing at. Now she's laying on top of the bar, which means there should be damage to her arms, feet, legs, butt, back, face, because she was also said she was on the floor and sliding around on the floor that had glass on it. There ought to be a lot of fucking damage. Like, this is like you're going to the hospital levels of damage. Now she's getting raped with a bottle. That's with a movement that is the equivalent of punching. So, yeah, if you need to step away, please do. But just to wrap up the amount of damage that she's claiming has been done to her body is she's been beaten around the face and around the head repeatedly. She's been thrown onto a table so hard that it broke. A games table, ping pong table. She's been thrown up against walls, around the bar, on top of a bar, into shelving. She's been sliding around on a floor with broken glass around it. She's had cans thrown at her. There should be damage to the phone and the wall, and she ought to be bruised. If she's feeling that in the pelvic bone, there ought to be like some serious bruising around her groin area, probably around her thighs, as well as damage to her back, front, feet, legs, hands, and face. So that's the list of damage. So this is quite easily a hospital visit. So I'm sure we will see those records and pictures momentarily. As soon as we see that picture of her with her broken nose after he hit her in the face that she sent to her friend. It's quite a horrific scene she's describing.
I don't remember.
Yes, none of the security heard this, and the butler definitely didn't see any of this damage, according to him, and neither do his pictures also don't show that.
I remember looking around the room. I remember
looking at all the broken bottles, broken glass. And I remember that it's just not wanting to move.
Yeah, side note, that's a really good point, Dawn. Blood everywhere, on her gown, on her hair, everywhere but none. Yeah, the scene described and shown in the pictures from Disney Butler, the amount of blood that would have been all over the place from her feet and hands and back and legs, not to mention whatever damage her face had taken, just from like cut glass and like cuts and stuff. There ought to be blood all over the fucking place. And if you ask the butler, there was not blood all over the place. There were blood in specific spots, which lines up with Johnny Depp's testimony about his finger getting cut. But he went to the hospital when his finger got cut. There's pictures of that. There's pictures of his broken finger. This happened at the same time. Where is her trip to the hospital? Because she would have been in way worse shape than he was. And the paramedics would have been there. So there ought to be a record of this. So, again, this is very grotesque and a very, a horrific scene that she is describing. Parts of it don't really comport with what you see in reality in this kind of a situation, and seem kind of dramatized, but the amount of damage that we see in images and other people's testimony and the medical record that we haven't seen and the alleged blood that would have been all of this place would have looked like a horrific crime scene, and it would have looked like somebody got fucking murdered. This is back when a little while ago I talked about when I said the picture that we're presented with doesn't match the description we're giving of what has happened. Where we're being described something that's up here, and the image of what she looks like after this horrific thing happened to her does not match. Which is why I referenced Rihanna when I said, hey, listen, Rihanna got beat around the head. I think she got hit 3 times in a car, and we've seen the damage and what she looks like. There are pictures of that. And that's like up here. If you say, yeah, you hit me a couple of times, and then present it with that picture, meanwhile, she's like, he beat the shit out of me. There was glass everywhere. And there's like, it's a little bit of blood on the wall because his finger got fucked. There ought to be scars from stuff like that. Yeah, that would require stitches, bandaging. This requires a hospital visit, the amount of damage she's describing, for sure.
I didn't know if it was broken. I didn't know if the bottle that he had inside me was broken. I couldn't feel it. I didn't feel pain.
You thought he shoved a broken bottle up your vagina? Yeah, that would absolutely require a hospital visit. You might be dead, and your insides are going to be torn to shreds if that bottle was broken and he was like pounding it into you like he was punching you, like you described.
I didn't feel pain. I didn't feel anything. I didn't want it. I looked around and I saw so much broken glass that I didn't know if he would know. I didn't know if he would know if it was broken or not. And I just remember thinking, please, God, please. I hope it's not broken. I don't know how that ended. I don't know how I got off the countertop. I just remember it being in the bathroom.
So adrenaline is a thing. So it is possible that you'd be able to get to the bathroom, but there would be blood all over that fucking bathroom, which is probably why her lawyer was asking the Disney butler about blood in the bathtub, and the Disney butler said he didn't see any blood in the bathtub.
Retching. I remember the sound my voice was making. I remember I lost control of my bladder. I remember just retching.
She's almost hunching.
I remember there was blood on the floor.
The tile, not the carpet.
I got up at some point.
Just to be clear, what she is describing is horrific. Like, this is a horrific event that she is describing. My issue is that there is literally nothing that backs this up. Other witnesses, other descriptors, medical records, images, nothing matches the level of description she is currently giving right now. Just to be clear. Oh, come on, Brandon. Women pee while bleeding all the time. That's just a once a month occurrence.
I don't know how that night ended. I don't
Lady, you don't even know what time it was.
What happened? I don't remember. I have a memory of him begging me not to leave. I remember going outside the front door. I remember him coming out
to the hospital
area, but I don't remember if that was before or after this. I don't remember. I just have that memory. I remember taking a bunch of sleeping pills. Not a bunch, like 2. Which is
I took a bunch of drugs. I mean, wait, no, not like 2 drugs. I had just been raped with a potentially broken bottle, beaten around the head, had blood all and glass in my feet, my back, my arms. My robe was ripped off and ruined in blood and wine on the floor. So I took some drugs, sleeping pills, and went to bed. My bed sheets clearly were not ruined. What? Do you think that maybe her ripped up gown would have been in evidence? Maybe? Are you kidding me?
I don't remember falling asleep, but I know I fell asleep because I woke up the next day.
And my healing, I woke up the next day and my healing factor had kicked in. I was perfectly fine. Did you know that Warner Brothers gives you real superpowers when you play a superhero?
I could hear him downstairs. I could hear Marilyn Manson music, not in person. I could hear the music. Maybe he said it was Marilyn, or maybe I could recognize it. I don't remember, but I became aware of it. That's what I was hearing. It was blaring. It became clear, obvious to me when I walked downstairs. He was still up. He hadn't gone to sleep. Again.
It's funny how specific she was about that Marilyn Manson music. Oh, look out for that shit. That'll make you violent.
I walked downstairs and I saw this brown on the walls going down the stairs. And the brown on the walls became clear, like lettering.
She's able to walk perfectly fine as she's walking down the stairs after she stepped on a bunch of broken glass that was still in her foot that she left overnight. Are you kidding me? No! Absolutely no. Okay, I was doing my best. I was doing my best to not say she was full of shit in describing her horrific story. She just contradicted her own story by saying she walked down the stairs the next day with broken, bloody glass feet? Fucking bullshit. Congratulations, you just undermined your entire story immediately. Wow.
And then it was obvious it was dried blood. He had written down this that we had a spiral staircase, like white cream walls. There was blood on the carpet.
She looks pretty comfortable there, yeah.
I could see blood drips. I thought it was from my arms or feet.
Her arms or feet that she's walking on. She's walking on those feet right now. There are drips, blood drips. Bitch, if you had blood in have you ever stepped on glass before? I don't recommend it. It's a little bit more than blood drips. Also, if you've got blood on your feet, it's not drips, it's footprints because you're stepping in the blood that you're walking on. Like, what? Even the damage she's now describing contradicts the story that she was telling a minute ago. What did Johnny, while he was staying up all night, just clean up all the fucking mess he made?
But it was drips. So that plus the wall writing, I saw this brown letters on the wall and then realized that he was trying, that it was meant to be a message, but it was incoherent. I saw what looked like my name, but I really couldn't make out most of the rest of the message. Walking down the stairs, I saw a bird in the house. I thought that was surreal.
What? I saw a bird in the house. Was it the parakeet floors?
My studio was, and I had some canvases out. It was in the living room area. And by the time I got down to the bottom of the stairs, the dried blood had been kind of taken over by paint. It was navy blue paint, and then brown paint.
What about all the blood and did you go and pick up your clothes? Did you even get dressed before you went back to sleep? Did you get dressed and then that got up? There should be so much blood in her bed. Like, she fell asleep with bloody feet, with glass in her feet, with glass in her back, potentially glass in her vagina, and she just went to bed after taking a bunch, I mean only 2 sleeping pills, and like her sheets are ruined, if that's the case, like ruined completely. She didn't talk about, she didn't talk about putting new clothes, she didn't talk about bandaging herself or putting down any peroxide, hasn't described pain at all. Yeah, no, nothing. Holy balls. Oh, wow.
And then it was, on the walls, on the lampshades, pillowcases of the sofa cushions. There was blood in the painting studio. My canvases had been covered with what looked like just brown, blue, green, red mess. It was just a mess. There was a painting that had, a painting that the owners had that had, like giant penis on it, and some other things. There was a table overturned, a bunch of broken glass on that floor. I walked downstairs where I heard the music coming from, and that's where I found him, blaring this music. He was in the study, which is by the bar games table area off to the side, and it was just glass and blood and a broken window, and just, it looked like a mess. The table was collapsed, and I walked into the study.
I picked up my ripped up bloody
couple
nightgown.
Empty bottles. I remember wondering where they came from. And he just looked. He wasn't there anymore. He wasn't there. It wasn't Johnny. He was standing at the office desk. He had his hand wrapped in this like rags, or bandana rags. And
talking about other people being delusional, the walking projectors.
Somehow showed me, and he said, "Look what you made me do. I did this for you." Something to that effect.
Hey, his broken finger.
And I kind of put together, it was covered in paint, and I put together that's like he was using his finger. I quickly became aware that that's what he was using as a paintbrush, even though there was lots of paintbrushes around.
Wow, yeah, why would he use his bloody finger? He could have just used regular paint. There was paintbrushes. What the fuck was he thinking? Like, she's calling him stupid. Are you kidding me? She literally just took a dig at him for using his finger to write messages on the wall in blood instead of, what is he gonna do? Dip a paintbrush in his bloody ass finger that, by the way, you didn't mention in your entire story about what had happened, how his finger got fucked? How did his finger get fucked? I really hope during the cross-examination somebody says, so you had glass and blood on your feet, right? Yes. Did you see any footprints of blood on the ground when you got up the next day? When you got up the next day, how were you able to walk? God, Jesus Christ, I cannot with this nonsense. She's gonna get shredded in cross-examination. Shredded.
And
she's gonna get shredded more than that
we
fake
didn't
glass
have any
did.
sort of like coherent conversation, as you can imagine. I figured out he was missing a finger. He kind of held it up.
Anytime she talks about like any conversation she had with him, instead of saying what he said, she just says that he was incoherent. And she says that he's incoherent almost every time she's describing what he says. And then never actually describes what he said.
I said,
maybe your relationship didn't work because Amber Heard doesn't know how to fucking listen, and only anything that ever matters has to do with her.
Like, what did you do? When? And I realized in my head that there had been many hours since this probably happened, assuming that that was happened with the phone. In any case, I knew it had been way too long, that he had this blood, that he was bleeding, and I said, I'm going to...
Was your face swollen? Did you have, like, blood on your feet? I hate this.
911 if you don't call Jerry now. I still don't recall which of us called Jerry Judge, his security. At some point we went upstairs. He came upstairs, but he went up to the third floor while I was in the main floor, the entry-level floor. I went to make him a cup of coffee.
You went to make them a cup of coffee on your bloody, glass-filled feet with your bruised as fuck face. The fact that you could you see out of both of your eyes? With your... I guess the bottle wasn't broken.
Because he was demanding more Red Bull. And...
Not Red Bull.
I was thinking that's probably not a good idea. I don't know why coffee would be so much better, but in my head it was. I thought maybe, I don't know, sober him up, or I don't know. Help was coming though, and I remember I made him coffee. As soon as I handed it to him, he threw it at the TV and started screaming again. It was like back to square one. Shortly after that, security arrives.
Does Amber Heard think that Red Bull is alcoholic? Like, does she just think that Red Bull has alcohol in it? Does she view it as a drug more or less than coffee? Because, like, I get that she's saying that, well, I don't know why it was any better than coffee, but the way she presents it was like he was demanding Red Bulls, like it was like, Red Bulls don't have to have Jaeger in them. I mean, personally, I prefer them without Jaeger, but does she just think that Red Bulls are alcoholic beverages?
I don't know how long. Maybe
he demanded more Coors Light.
Not long, but they kind of find Johnny, or Johnny finds them walking out of the front door, and they were trying to figure out what was going on. And as they were kind of looking at him and trying to figure out what the heck was going on, Johnny took his penis out of his pants and started.
Blood does take time to turn that dark, that brown color she's describing. It's likely that although it may not have been wet, depending on how thick it was, it takes time before it will turn brown. The oxidization period.
Trying to pee or peeing outside of the house, saying that he had more messages for me, and this is in front of security, and they kind of just like looked at each other.
The security that's described that they didn't see that?
Not laughed, but kind of half, played it off and corralled him. It was how it looked. It looked like corralling a wild animal.
She's just building this as if it's like just all the men and conspiracy is against her and all this bad stuff happened to her and they were all buddy-buddy about it. Boys club, bro.
back into the house with, you know, with his penis still out of his pants, peeing or trying to pee. That's what he was indicating. And he went to the wall of the house. And I remember him standing at the wall trying to leave me more, saying he had more information for me. He was going to leave me more messages, more information for me. It made no sense. And Jerry Judge, his security, and one of the
the location
nurses,
is getting wonky.
Shortly after, I think they put me in the theater room, but shortly after, I remember talking to one of the nurses, and she was trying to give me drugs to sedate
Objection,
me.
Your Honor. Here.
She spoke to a nurse who made no indication or wrote down any record whatsoever about the bruising that would have been all over her face and her bloody feet.
Trying to give her drugs. She didn't say anything. Thank you. Keep going.
And I just remember, crying and rejecting what they were trying to give me, and fighting with them about how much they were trying to give me. I felt like I needed to figure out what was happening with my life.
So you're saying you could have been in a state of trauma and hysteria, meaning that most of what you're talking about is completely not reliable. Okay.
What was happening with Johnny? I didn't know if he was okay. I didn't know. I actually had.
She cares so much about him. What an angel.
Could this be something he could die from? If anything, just the drugs and the alcohol.
Lady, you have glass bloody feet, glass bloody back, potentially broken bottle shoved up your vajayjay. You've been beaten around the head. You lost control of your bladder, so you then took sleeping pills with all of that blood loss, and you're like, he cut his finger, it could kill him.
I mean, that alone, I didn't, you know, I just remember being scared and being in this theater room, this dark theater room, and not knowing what the heck was going on. I eventually was taken up to my room by one of the nurses, and I'm sorry.
Did they bandage your feet?
Debbie, and or suggesting I go up to my room. I went up to my room, and I took a quarter of what she was trying to get me to take, and I eventually fell asleep.
So she actually spoke to the nurse that they deposed, and nothing about any of this damage, nor the damage done to her body, was brought up by this nurse whatsoever, nor was it even asked about by her attorneys. Her lawyers did not ask the nurse that saw her the next day, referencing this incident. They did not ask her. So Amber Heard's attorneys did not ask the nurse that Amber Heard is that Amber Heard is referencing right now, that saw her the day after this incident, where she had all this physical damage done to her that would have been visibly significant. They did not ask this nurse. Her lawyers did not ask this nurse about this situation at all. Was not brought up in the deposition with her whatsoever. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Why would you not bring that up unless it's bullshit? And the nurse is going to be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I came back downstairs to look for my phone, which Johnny had picked up before security came in. He picked up my phone and said, we're going to get to the bottom of this. He wasn't making any sense at the time.
Of course, Johnny Depp never is completely incoherent.
But he picked up my phone and was saying, we're going to get to the I'm gonna prove this. We're gonna get to this. We're gonna get to the proof of this. Something to that effect. I don't remember his exact words. And he pushed record on my phone. I didn't actually at the time think that he had done that. I had no idea, but I did know that I didn't have my phone when I woke up and went downstairs to get it. It was dead. It was sitting out on the dining room table by where Jerry Judge was sitting. Jerry Judge was on the phone and talked to me, and I went back up to bed, took more.
And not a single one of these people saw any of the... Wasn't there another security person that they said that said they didn't see Johnny Depp's dick? They didn't ask him about the bruises on her face after this, or the blood, her bloody-ass feet that are probably still bleeding as she's trucking it around the whole house. Because now there ought to be bloody footprints from downstairs, going to upstairs, going to the bathroom, going to her bedroom, going in the bed, then getting out of the bed, and then going all the way back down the stairs. Like, this bitch leaving a trail. Because, like, even if the blood had dried, as soon as she started getting up and walking around on it for any amount of time, would have cracked it and would have been bleeding again. Especially since there was no indication that she took the glass out of her feet.
More of this sedative and fell asleep. And then I think the next day went to the closet and took out the clothes that he hadn't painted on. I guess when he went back upstairs, he had just like, it looked like what he had done is dip his hand in a bucket of paint and just wiped it on my clothes. Just went, and he had picked up another portion of my clothes and put them in the bathtub. And I don't know if he added paint or if he just had touched them with paint, but it was this ugly navy blue brown paint. I packed what was packable, what hadn't been destroyed, and
with Disney Butler. Disney Butler helped her here. And didn't see any of this.
Eventually left Australia with Ben King, who you met.
Disney Butler! We stand Disney Butler.
Stop you there because I want to ask you some more questions about those 3 days, and then we can talk about Ben King and going home. So, do you recall what bottle Mr. Depp was drinking from and then had that back and forth with you and you threw on the ground?
Objection, Your Honor. Compound leading.
Sustained.
Do you recall what the bottle was?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall whether it was wine or liquor?
It was liquor. The wine was upstairs.
Okay. Do you recall what color it was?
Well, I believe it was white, clear, but I can't be certain. I think it was clear.
Do you remember whether it had a handle on it or not?
No, it was a normal bottle. I remember because he was holding it like this and gestured to me to take it, and I did try to reach for the bottle. It was a normal size, but for life of me, I can't remember what brand.
Okay. When you woke up that third morning and came out of your room,
Get me
what,
out.
if any, food did you see?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Overruled.
There was mashed potatoes smeared all over the bedroom door, on the wall, in various places. But I remember opening the door and being really confused at first as to what it was. It had little specks of green in it, I assumed to be spinach.
After telling such a horrific story, she seems like she's doing pretty fine now.
Throughout the house, there was food rubbed in places. Just
did he jerk
countertops,
off into the mashed
walls,
potatoes?
door, as I mentioned, and later that evening, I found the raw meat that I had left out, the steak, all over the house. There were pieces of it.
Wait, the steak? I thought you took out the steak the night before. And so then the next day that you got up and got in this argument, when you got up and came downstairs that next morning, and then now... What? The steak was out for 2 days? What happened to that? It was already prepared by a chef. Did the chef see the damage you did to his steaks? God. is so she keeps saying that Johnny Depp is incoherent. I was able to follow Johnny Depp's bullshit story. I'm not following her bullshit story at all. Who leaves raw meat out? I know, right? This is unacceptable. Waste of steaks.
It was cut up, and he had ripped my nightgown into pieces, into shreds, and wrapped the meat up, like wrapped the steak pieces up with my nightgown.
Look at them. They're really like, this is getting so absurd. How does hearsay? Speculation? How does she know that he did this? Did she watch him? Is she going to say, oh, I was there, I saw it? I thought you were asleep with your fucking bunch of sleeping pills. I mean, 2 sleeping pills.
Black lace trim. I ironically got it from Dr. Kipper for a wedding gift. And it was wrapped. I found it. I continued to find it throughout the rest of the time that I was in the house in Australia. There's pieces of it in the microwave, pieces of it in the produce drawer, in the closet drawer. I mean, just
what?
Raw meat wrapped up in my nightgown, as well as the smeared food on the walls. It was.
This, by the way, this is now a whole nother amount of time after. This is before she left. This is after the incident. So this is Jerry Judge already there. This is Ben already there. This is Johnny already there. This is whatever other security already there. None of them noticed this? None of them thought to bring it up or take any pictures of this? Like, they have, like, their own jobs to do, right? That they're not just tied to you and Johnny. They're tied to like, Ben is the best example of this. His job is to maintain the property, and this would be considered damage to the property and would get charged to potentially you or Johnny Depp later. Like, what?
Bizarre.
What, if anything, do you recall seeing on any mirrors?
Oh, he had written on the bathroom mirrors in the bedroom, and I believe he had. There was another mirror. I just don't recall which bathroom it was in.
She's legit undermined her entire story by talking about the next day and saying she went to sleep. Her whole story is completely undermined. I hope nobody believes it is.
Retching, for lack of a better way to describe it. I think it was in that bathroom that he also wrote on that mirror as well.
What, if anything, do you recall?
In blood and paint, sorry.
I'm sorry. What, if anything, do you recall of any lampshades being written on?
Well, he wrote on messages to me, things to the effect of go-getter, horror sort of thing.
She's just saying the same thing. He never said anything different, apparently.
But calling me easy, calling me a slut, calling me, like just things about ego and what a whore I was. But it was hard to make sense of it because it was clear he was just out of his mind. It was, he wrote on a back of a pillow in blood, and you can tell because it dries like in this ugly brown color. He wrote on the walls
after a couple of days. Sure,
it took a. In fact, you could see where it looked like he had run out of blood.
She thinks the color is ugly.
The markings became clearly letters, and the letters kind of became. Like I could see where he had clearly run out of blood, or it wasn't bleeding enough, and went and got paint, and then it became paint and blood. You could see both. You could see where he went back with it. Same with the mirrors. I could see where all the dried blood was, and
yeah, fixing this kind of damage would take a lot of time. You can't just paint over blood, and it's not that easy to wash out.
So I'm going to go back to the time in the bar, and I know this is very painful. Do you recall what Mr. Depp was saying to you when he had the bottle and was pushing it against your pubic?
Yeah, she's very clearly on script.
He said that he would fucking kill me. He said, I'll fucking kill you. He said it to me over and over again.
He said, I'll fucking kill you.
Did you bleed from the vagina as well?
Was she drunk and high and drunk during all of this? Or what are the odds? Probably pretty decent.
And did you experience any pain later?
I wasn't thinking about that.
What? You got the shit kicked out of you. Bled from your feet, your back, your face, your vagina. The next day, did you feel any pain? Oh, I wasn't thinking about that. And nobody else noticed.
I was heartbroken. Eventually, I realized that I could be hurt because I was bleeding.
Eventually.
But I convinced myself it wasn't broken and that the bottle wasn't broken, or else it would be a lot worse. And the discomfort I was feeling afterwards just paled in comparison to how...
What about your face, though?
Scared. Shocked I was.
Adrenaline doesn't last that long, especially if you're going to take a sedative.
I just married this man. I just married him.
And forgive me for asking this, but I need to just make sure the record's clear. You were penetrated up the vagina into the pubic bone, is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
Sustained.
What, if any, penetration was there in your vagina? With the bottle.
That bottle must have been, like, pretty, like, pelvic bone. Your pelvic bone is... You know what? I'm not going to go with the anatomy of it. I'm sure somebody else can. I'll let somebody who knows anatomy better than me go through that one. Oh, boy.
I'm so sorry.
Do this.
I am so sorry.
But I'm so heartbroken.
Johnny had the bottle inside of me
Where's she looking right now?
and was shoving it inside of me over and over again.
She's looking... Her... this is not... Yeah. Yeah, the voice of the judge. Sustained. Like, she's... The judge is very professional, at the very least.
Did you experience any cuts on other parts of your body?
My forearms were cut. My bottoms of my feet were sliced up pretty good.
Did you have
The feet
any
she was walking around on.
bruising or swelling?
I had a bruise across my jaw, I suppose, from one of the many times he clocked me in the face downstairs.
I had one bruise on my jaw from the many times I was clocked in the face. Okay.
I think I just didn't make a record of anything else.
And nobody else noticed these things, and I was just walking around with my sliced up feet. No problems. Why doesn't anybody believe me?
Let's go to 1810. Well, actually,
Johnny's just like, damn, I kind of wish I did hit her if I was going to go through all this shit.
so if you can bring that up, defendants 1815. And I think these are all in, Your Honor, so if we could publish.
Yes, they can all be published.
Okay, so here's the thing. If the bottle had penetrated all the way up to the pelvic bone and it was being thrust against her pelvic bone like she described as if he was punching her, you would not be walking the next day, let alone the cuts of glass in her feet. That Johnny Depp is old, his punches are sort of soft. Yeah.
Is this the game table?
Fight.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Wow,
And
it looks
this-
so broken.
Based on your testimony, is this where you
Wait,
were
go back.
on this
Hold on,
table?
go back a second.
Make a record of any
I want to see the
anything else.
game table again, which is ping pong table. Hold on, I
I'm
want
going
to
to ask you.
see the floor.
To
I just want to see if the floor is because there should be blood all over the fucking place.
let's go to
Just want to see this picture again. Sorry.
1810. Well, actually, let's go to 1815. Michelle, if you can bring that up.
Come on. Show me.
And I think these are all in, Your Honor, so if we
Yes,
can
yes,
publish.
they can all be published.
This ping pong table is the perfect analogy for her story. Okay, so is this supposedly after the damage, like afterwards? There's nothing on the walls, nothing on the bar looks broken, there's nothing on the table that looks like there's nothing like destroyed there, there's nothing on the floor. That looks like it might be tile? It's hard to tell, I'm not sure. This looks like it has rollers. I'm not like this. This is it? Oh boy.
Is this the game table?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is this, based on your testimony, is this where you were you on top of this table?
Yeah, that he briefly got on top of me, and was pushing on my throat. Actually, at some point when I was
No
on the
bruising on her
table.
throat, she mentioned,
I
by the way.
forgot
She had no
about that.
bruising here.
And this though looks like it is after a lot of the stuff was cleaned up because it didn't look quite like this.
Oh, okay. This is after it cleaned up. Okay.
Did the table collapse?
Yes, it did.
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What, if anything, happened to the table?
The table collapsed underneath me when Johnny threw me into it and got on top of me, or fell on top of me. I honestly don't know which one.
Oh, okay. Now you're not sure.
Look at 1816, please, defendants. Do you
Johnny's laughing.
recognize this, what's depicted in this picture?
An office chair? This is like an office desk.
Yes,
What is it?
it looks like the bottles that were by Johnny on the desk when I came down that last morning, and he was still up, still drinking.
If we could go to defendants 1817.
What was the point of that?
The bottle shape. The bottle shape.
Oh, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay, hold on. I'm pausing right here. I'm assuming that those are the blood drops that she's talking about. Her feet had glass in them and were bleeding. Where is any bloody footprint? A single one. I see none. I see nothing. I see a big, stinking hunk of nothing. Cleaning up the type of damage she described would take construction. Yes.
I don't, I have not,
Go back to 1816, please.
Your Honor,
I had
fused. Is there a question?
I was going to ask a question.
What more do you recall?
Yeah, that's the blood from Johnny Depp's finger for sure.
It's hard. It took me a minute to respond because I had not remembered seeing the bottle that Johnny was using on me. I didn't have a memory of seeing it. And this picture, I wasn't aware of until just the other day, yesterday, the day before. And
oh, suddenly, yeah, no, it's definitely that one. I know that.
I felt my stomach tighten up, like I was going to be sick when I saw it. Because even though I didn't remember seeing the bottle, what I had remembered is a pressure.
Speculation.
Like something square, which is why I thought he was punching me.
What? Look at his eyebrow. I saw that.
I was feeling the square, something firm.
I saw that eyebrow go.
Hitting me, like butting up against my pubic bone.
You thought he was Did you think he was fisting you at first? Like, are you kidding? What? I know way more about Amber Heard's sex life than I ever wanted to know now, thanks.
Pressure against my bone. It felt like a flat surface. But when I realized it was an object or bottle and not his fist, which is what I thought, because his arm, I could see his arm while he was holding me down, saying he was going to kill me, but I thought he was, his arm.
Oh, now she remembers what he was saying. Okay.
And I hadn't seen
the story's getting more elaborate.
No, and then this came out in Ben's evidence because he didn't share it until this date.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
And so I recognize it.
Okay. Bullshit.
All right, now let's go to defendants 1817.
Somebody fire her
Do you
writer.
Recognize this area or this picture?
Yes, it looks like one area of the bar. Obviously, this is sometime later because all the liquid is dried up. It was quite slippery. I was slipping all over that tile. That's how I know.
And all the glass has been cleaned up, but not the blood yet.
Looks like a lot of the glass has been cleaned up almost.
Okay.
But no bloody footprints.
And then let's go to 1818.
There's no way the judge believes this. There's no way in hell the judge believes this.
Yeah, I don't have that.
That's not in evidence.
Yeah, that's a duplicate. Let's go to 1819. My apologies.
Okay.
Needs more explosions for Michael Bay. He's incoherent, but he definitely said this. Still no bloody footprints.
Yes, I do.
What is this?
I'm going to make a new game that's called Throw a Can in Amber
close
Heard.
to where my feet were.
She's the
when I was
backboard.
dangling off the counter.
I'm going to make her the
when
backboard
he
for
had
my
me on the
garbage can.
countertop by my neck. My feet were slipping on the tile, and I just remember my feet. I remember.
It's awfully convenient that they were able to clean up all of that liquid around all the blood spots when they were taking the pictures. I like how she's just accusing Ben King of just being full of shit because he said he took the pictures before any cleanup got done, because that's when you take pictures. You take pictures ahead of time so you can reference them later for whatever work needed to get done, or if you need to charge somebody after the fact for the amount of damage done to a property that you're renting. Welcome to how reality works.
Feeling glass underneath my feet and slipping. I couldn't get up. I couldn't alleviate the pressure on my neck as he was crushing me. That's around that, not around, that's next to that.
So you're on the floor over here now too. You gotta move, gotta move, gotta move.
All the way at the end of the picture is the bar where I was standing when he was throwing bottles at me.
You mean cans?
Can we go to 1820?
Yeah, whether or not the judge believes her is not relevant to the case, like to the defamation case, but the only reason even any of this is related to the defamation case is that Johnny Depp's saying he never did any of this. So there you have that.
Do you recognize what's depicted here? The area.
Yes, that's to the left would be where the wall-mounted phone was. Right to the left of that. To the right of that is the little L-shaped bar that I was telling you about, where I was trapped in.
Or trapped and raped with a bottle.
When you say
in the pelvic
left
bone
of the wall, what do you mean? Is it off the picture or on the picture?
So if you're looking at this picture, imagine up and to the left at person height, at site height, was
Elizabeth.
I don't know if it was antique, but
Oh,
it
hey,
was
original
kind of
Nelson Hader.
old-fashioned, like an old-fashioned, heavy.
Elizabeth has a good
It looked
point.
heavy. I didn't pick up the receiver, but it looked heavy when I was watching it break. You know, it looked like these like really heavy glass. I mean,
Where's all your bloody footprints
really,
of crawling across and
thick,
walking across the floor
heavy,
to get back there
not
after you've got
plastic,
your
but like
bloody
a
feet?
Bakelite or something.
No, I'm not
heavy,
letting this go.
Material.
Surely those footprints exist somewhere with the bruises that would be on her neck and her back, as well as the pictures that she sent to her friends of her bruised face the first time Johnny hit her and broke that chandelier that there's no pictures of.
That's my best guess. So that would have been to the left, and then to the right would have been the very end of the bar that you just saw a picture of.
All right, let's go to 1821, defendants.
And Johnny was throwing her around with one hand. What a damn good. Quick, jury, get this. If this was a movie, they would have Johnny Depp get up on the stand and see if he could lift like an X amount of
Yes,
weight
that's
with
the
one
bar
arm.
that I was just talking about.
Okay. Now I see a
Still no
phone
bloody.
on the
Hey,
right
there,
side.
yeah,
Is
there
that
is a
phone you were
phone.
talking
That's
about?
not a wall-mounted
No, that's
phone.
not. This is a wall-mounted phone. That's just a landline.
Wall-mounted phones are landlines, dipshit.
And you see, straight
Landline has to
ahead
do with
at
being
at the
corded,
very-
not to do with
if
where
you
it's
look straight
located.
ahead of the picture, on the top part of that, it appears to be
Fucking
some
millennial.
broken glass. Do you recall? What do you recall of that?
I recall more than just this window being broken. This is one of the windows that he broke when he was throwing things at me. My body was standing in front of that little kitchen sink you see at the end of the picture. I suppose that's some of
Where are
glass
the
that
bloody
fell, though,
footprints?
on the backs of my arms.
I cannot wait for the cross-examination.
Like when
She's gonna
when
blow
the
a
window
fucking
shattered.
gasket.
Okay. Let's go to 18.
You know, right now she's recalling the exact same thing, but has none of the same emotional responses to it.
22, I don't have in evidence. 1822 is not in evidence.
That's exactly why I just went over here. Let's go to 1825, I think. Is that the next one, Your Honor?
1825 is in evidence. I'm not sure.
Okay. Do you recognize this picture?
Yeah, you could have a cellular wall.
Yes, that's where Johnny was standing when I found him the last morning. That morning, it might have been like
I thought he was sitting at the
midday.
desk
When I
with
say morning, it was
bottles
after I
beside
woke
him.
up. It was certainly not early morning.
The glass wasn't cleaned up; it's still in
And he
her
was
back
standing
and
at
arms.
that desk, behind the desk,
Legs,
with the
feet.
Manson blaring. When I found him and told him that I was going to call 911 if he didn't call Jerry.
If you look in this picture, there appears to be a lampshade down below. Do you recognize that lampshade down below the table?
That's one of the lampshades Johnny wrote threats or messages to me on.
Okay. Then let's go to 1827.
So there's something called like what you would expect to see. So you apply the same thing to like flat Earth arguments or arguments about evolution being the case, and you could say, hey, listen, if there was no evolution, what would we expect to see? Or if there is evolution, what would we expect to see? And then we can see if that what you would expect to see purports with what we actually do see. So right now you could say, okay, this is Amber Heard's story. This is what she says happened. What do you expect to see? And then we look at these pictures and what do we see? Does what we see comport with what we would expect to see should whatever she's saying be true? And the answer is fuck no. Absolutely the fuck it does not.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do. That's my painting studio. So when I walked downstairs and saw all the blood on the walls, I walked into this room first.
With your
That
bloody
was
feet.
where the stairs empty into this room, kind of my painting area. And those are the canvases that he repainted.
And do you see, if you look at
Repainted.
the white
That's kinda funny.
tablecloth table to the right of that, do you see a lampshade there?
Yes, I don't know if that's the same lampshade or another one.
Okay. Then let's go to 1828. And do you recognize what's in that one?
I do.
We got 2 hours left of this
Those are
nonsense.
were my paintings. That
Now I'm getting to the point where I just want to speed this up
I
because,
don't know
oh my
when he
god.
did that, if it was before or after the writing on the walls, but he just ruined them.
So
Absence
I
of
just wanna make sure
evidence
I-
doesn't
so the
equal evidence of
painting
absence.
canvas
Hey,
that's
sometimes it
dark
does.
colored, there's two of them there.
Well, there's two or three, and then there's a smaller one in the center, and that was his daughter. I was trying to paint a portrait of, and that was untouched.
Okay, and then, but just so we're clear, the one directly in front of you that looks like it's just a lot of dark colors, was that dark colors before, or
I am
Objection, Your Honor, leading.
I said, was that dark colors before?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, change was there on that canvas?
Yeah, sometimes her argument
I'm a
is just
terrible
that,
painter,
but I
I'm
said
not that
this.
bad. That was not my
Yeah, we
painting.
heard
It
you the
was,
first time.
the start of a portrait, and he changed it dramatically.
I think I've made pretty good time so far.
And
I've done
then
a pretty
to
good
the
job
right
not pausing too long.
Side, on the other side of, more to the right than the one you already testified to, is that what that picture looked like before, or is that,
Objection, leading.
what if any changes were there to that picture?
Well, the three canvases were portraits, so they looked similar to the one that's in the center that I was doing of his daughter.
Okay. And
He ruined the painting I did of his daughter.
what if any changes were there to that, the white canvas that you see there?
It just looks like the painting was. It looks like once he destroyed.
Objection calls for speculation.
Sorry. Sustain.
Was there anyone else in the house besides Mr. Depp and you?
Not that I know of, no, and no one was around.
Okay. Do you have any reason to believe somebody other than Mr. Depp did this?
Objection, leading.
Sustain.
What if any reason do you believe that Mr. Depp did this?
Objection,
That was not, what if any?
What's the
leading.
No, I'll overrule that objection.
Thank you.
It was just Johnny and I in that house.
I'm gonna laugh my
over the course of
ass off
those
watching
3
the
days,
cross-examination.
roughly.
I'm not gonna lie.
There
I'm
might have
gonna
been
probably also lose control of
somebody-
my bladder laughing.
his assistant or something come on the first day or second day, I can't recall, but for the majority of for the entirety of what I've been describing to you, it was Johnny and I in that house.
And did you do any of this? Did you
No.
create any of this damage?
No.
Objection. This is giving me a headache.
Take a look at the white tablecloth.
Does
to
this
the
poor
right there.
jury not get another break?
And also,
Oh,
Johnny
okay,
was
they do.
covered in paint, so. To answer your question fully, that's also how I know.
All right.
Oh, thanks.
So I'm also just going to
Thanks,
draw your
Emo.
attention to that white tablecloth over there. Does it appear to have some
I don't see.
paint on that as well?
I don't see any
Yes,
changes to those
paint.
paintings.
All over the place, to say it plainly.
Now, the painting that you indicated, there was a large penis, I believe. Where was that?
Yeah, where was
I
that?
believe it was just, like, if you're looking at this I believe it was
We don't
on the
have a
wall,
picture of that.
almost right next to the painting directly center that we're looking at. That's my best recollection, but I can't be entirely sure.
Okay. Let's go to 18.
How could you have a witness fuck up their own shit, their own case so badly? No wonder her lawyers did not want her to take a stand. Like, how could she? Oh my god.
And do you recognize this?
Oh, this is one of the incoherent messages, right? I'm pretty sure that says good luck and be careful at top. I mean, I think I understand that. It's like she steps on people and like just takes advantage of them to advance her career. So, you know what? Good luck with that, and be careful when you're at the top, because when you're at the top, you fall big, right? Like you see the same people that you stepped on the way up, on the way down. I learned that from Alvin and the Chipmunks Christmas special. The CD.
Yes, I do.
What's in it? And
I hope we can all take a class
this is
action lawsuit
the-
against Amber Heard for this.
The lampshades that Johnny chose as a medium to leave me messages in blood and paint.
Okay. Let's go to 1830.
I'm kind of glad we get to see these pictures, actually, because they're like, just half of their evidence just doesn't show what they're saying it shows.
Do you recognize this?
Yes, that's one of the bathroom mirrors.
Okay. And if you could just look to the left. And
That one is kind of a little bit harder to read, so let's take a look. She's loves Ken. Oh, call Carly something she said better, something smeared. So, no, ass off, something, something. This one's kind of incoherent.
What? Over here. You see red and black there. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay. And there were some questions that were asked earlier about that red. What, if anything, did you write on this mirror?
I didn't write anything on the mirrors. I'm as confused as anyone in hearing that testimony.
And based on looking at this area that I have circled, is
So sweet, he's
is
leaving
the
her
black
notes.
on top or underneath the red?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation, leading.
I'll sustain the objection. All right, this might be a good time to take a break. Why don't we go ahead and take our
She has
afternoon
like
break, ladies?
none
Let's go
of
ahead
the
and
indication.
Have our break. Do not discuss the testimony with anybody.
She has none of the indication on her face that she's been crying. Like when you cry, your eyes get swollen, your cheeks get red, you get like there's lasting impressions on your face for a little while. She has none of them. None of them. All right, I'm jumping forward. They take a break. Up, 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 up.
Okay. All back?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Before we get the jury, I just want to see, talking with Sammy, is Friday, May 27th? It's not, we usually don't meet on Fridays, but is that an okay day to have trial on that Friday? It's the Friday before Memorial Day. I want to check with the jury, but I want to check with you first.
I love this
That'll
lady.
actually be closing argument day.
Props to
Anybody
this
that wants to
lady.
know. Okay. So, right. So I just want to make sure that keeps on track. But if it's good with the jury, I just want to make sure that Friday's good with them.
That works for me, Your Honor.
Okay.
They're extending court by 1 day. And then I'm going to jump forward again because they're all muted now. So we're just going to go to here. Because this should be the jury coming in. Plastic surgery could affect that, true. If she's got surgery done, that would affect like the tops of her cheeks. But it wouldn't do it. It would only limit it so much, and change it so much. No, like running nose.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, if you can bring back up 1830 for a moment.
Smearing makeup, yep.
1830, I'm sorry.
I do like this judge. I stand this judge, and I stand Disney Butler. Disney Butler is my favorite character in this movie so far. We stand Disney
Amber,
Butler.
we were talking about this right before the break. It still has my highlight.
That's the thing
Which
that you'll
color-
notice that Rez makes a good point on. Judges is professional and personable. Everybody so far has been personable, except Amber, because she's bullshitting. She's not reacting the way a normal human being reacts to things. She's putting on a show, which is why she's coming across this way and why other people do not come across this way when they're talking. Because keep in mind that the experience Johnny described was also quite a traumatic experience, but his was believable because he responded and acted. Again, we have yet to see a single coping mechanism from this woman. No, at no point have I seen her make light of something that's bad. I haven't seen her like have to stop and take a break and be like, okay, hold on a minute. She doesn't have like a stress ball with her. She's not doodling on paper. She's not like stressed out when she's sitting. She's sitting there composed and purposefully presenting herself however she wants to present. I am not a fan. Oh, Hughes wasn't personable either. Fair enough. I haven't seen that one yet, so I'm still catching up on that crazy bitch. But all right, I'm gonna hit play.
Is underneath the other.
How do you go 7 hours and not come across like a fucking human being? God damn.
Based on your perception, which color is
I'll
underneath?
sustain the objection.
All right, let's do this. Let's bring up defendants 375.
Yeah, it would be fun if we got to
which is
see the
already
jury's
into
face.
Evidence. I think I need to clear that highlight, Your Honor, but I don't have the control on mine. There we go. Thank you.
It's in the top right corner if you need it, but that's fine.
Thank you. There it is. My menu was hidden.
Fucking boomer. Doesn't know how to use the
Ask you to take a
technology.
look. This is the picture that we saw earlier. And do you see the area that's written in red here?
Yes.
Wait, hold on.
What,
This
if
is a,
anything, did you?
this is a different picture. Now it's easier to see because there's not additional like black on there. She's saying she didn't put that black on there. So what's the timing of these pictures to know like what had transpired between picture A and picture B? Because that's a lot easier to read. I like that there's a smiley face on the bottom. See, he's being nice. He's friendly. He's a friendly. Send that bitch a smiley face. Bitches love smiley faces.
Have to do with the writing of that red?
Nothing.
Do you, before this trial, did you know who Carly Simon was?
Yeah, it's definitely Johnny
might have
Depp's counsel
heard
that's
her
making a
music,
spectacle
but-
out of this. Definitely not
No,
her.
I didn't.
Or her team.
Did you know what songs Carly Simon wrote or sang?
No, you had to tell me.
Thank you. All right.
What? She couldn't read that? Confirmed
Just
Amber Heard cannot
remember this
read.
picture,
Got
this
it.
picture, again, the red area there that I've circled. And then I'm going to ask Michelle to take this one down and put 1830 back up.
Yes, I would like some metadata. Please and thank you for these images. I would like to know when and what happened between point A and point B, please, because those are very clearly different images.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. What, if anything, did you do to this mirror with respect to the black or the red?
I didn't touch it.
Okay.
Do you know who did touch it?
And
Who took these photos?
what, if any, pictures did you take?
There we go.
I took a picture of it was the picture we had right before this, is the one I took because it was in the bathroom where I found my clothes in the tub
All
and stuff like that.
right. So let's be clear here. She's the one who took the picture that had the black on it. The picture before must have been taken by Ben King, which is our Stan, our lovely, lovely Disney butler. So something happened between Disney butler taking the picture and her taking the picture, but it wasn't her that did it. And Disney butler said he never saw anything in the bathtub. So this is all Amber shit. Gotcha. She definitely didn't do anything. It was only her and Johnny in the house, which is what she said. So, must have been him.
And that's, let's go to 374, please.
Yeah, I didn't see any death threats or anything that was like clearly violent about that.
That's
It's
already
mostly
in
just
evidence.
like snarky, snippy responses to her behavior about her obsession with her career. To be like, well, you're climbing
that
and
the
stepping on
picture you're
people,
referring
and
Yes.
you're vain,
Okay,
and
I'm sorry, I just want to make sure that I understand.
stars,
What else was in this
something.
bathroom where this mirror was?
The bathtub and another mirror, which also had writing on it. The bathtub had a few of my clothes in it and paint. And both of the two mirrors were painted. I believe I took a picture of both mirrors.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you, Michelle, if you can bring us back to 1831.
Can we get props to Michelle, who is Amber Heard's team's lady who's got all these pictures organized? Because, I mean, trying to make sense of this nonsense. Credit where credit's due, man.
And did you take this picture?
This is the same mirror.
No.
Okay. And do you see in the mirror there, can you see the bathtub in the back there?
I don't see any of the clothes
Yes,
that
I
were up on the
can.
other one.
All right. Was that the bathtub that you're referring to?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure if
That
you
had
go
your
to
clothes in
the
it?
subreddit
Objection
for
leading.
this, there's
I'm
like
sorry,
a
what,
side by
if
side of
anything,
all
did
these
it have in
pictures.
the bathtub?
A few of my clothes with paint on them. You can see, I think that's what I see in the corner of the mirror.
Okay. And then let's go to 377 for a moment. That was in evidence already. And do you recall seeing this picture earlier?
I do.
Okay. And now let's go to 1829, please.
I've seen no death threat yet, and no anything that's really that. I mean, it's an aggressive act, but it's not like.
Does that appear to be the same lampshade but in color?
It does appear that.
Okay,
It is.
thank you. All right, now let's just go through. I'm going to ask you to take a look at 1834.
Bring me some instant noodles, please. Big preach.
And what does this depict that you can recall?
That is the TV that Johnny threw the cup of coffee at.
Okay. And let's go to 1835.
When did he throw a cup of coffee? Wait, when did that happen? Hold on, what? When did that happen? When did he throw a cup of coffee at a TV? I don't remember that.
And
Was
what
that
does
part
this
of the story?
One of the sofas in the living room next to the kitchen.
Little
with
blood
on
drips.
Okay. And then
From,
let's
you know,
go to 1837.
Johnny Depp's finger, and not from your bloody mess of a body that probably would look like Carrie if what you said happened actually
What
happened.
does this depict?
Yeah, it was a lampshade.
One of the guest bedrooms with Johnny's iPad on the bed and blood and or paint on the duvet cover.
All right, thank you. Now let's do 1838.
Let's see her bedroom and how bloody that is. Was that supposed to be here where she was sleeping? Because that ought to be like a.
And what does this depict?
A lampshade or a lamp that has been robbed of the shade.
And the lamp part.
Let's
There's
go
no
to
bulb there.
1839. What
Yeah,
does
her
this
swimsuit moved from the
I know,
shower
a different
head.
bed
Hose are twisted in
with,
different directions,
more
and the
blood on
towel's
it.
missing in the second picture. Yeah, there's like there's a
let's go
lot
to
of like
1840.
analysis comparisons of these pictures online. I definitely recommend checking them out if you're interested. I don't have time to do that here. I've already been live for almost 8 hours. So
And what does this depict?
Blood on one of the guitars that Johnny was apparently trying to play.
Okay.
speculation.
Then-
Here's a.
You didn't try to play the guitar.
Objection, Your Honor.
What
Call
if
for
any-
speculation.
I didn't even get the words
At
out.
this point, next, your question. Go ahead.
Okay. What, if any, effort did you make to play a guitar?
I've never played the guitar.
Okay.
There's a really weird
Go to
question.
1841.
Was the blood on this guitar from your bloody hands that have no markings on them whatsoever?
What does this depict?
It is where Johnny slammed the end of a bottle into the wall.
while holding me up against it.
Is this in the bar area?
This happened in 2 rooms, so it's hard to
Which
tell.
hand was the
The
one that
bottle
was cut?
into the wall, the best of my recollection, happened in the kitchenette bar area downstairs, but I can't be 100% certain.
Okay. And let's go to 1842.
Ari makes a good point. Basically, Depp is so incoherent that he throw extremely degrading insults when he beat her, but after that he spent the night writing
broken
snarky
lamp.
/ sassy / sad comments
And then
everywhere.
we've got a few more left. 1805.
So if it was his right hand and his
what
right
does
hand
this
was cut,
depict?
Wine spill. It looks like the remnants of a wine glass being thrown. And it looks like broken glass.
Do you recognize where this was in the house?
yeah, I'm not
It looks
sure
like a
what it is.
bedside table, but I can't be certain.
Okay. Let's go to 1806.
Thrown or knocked over, because the glass was still there and it looked like it was intact.
All right. Let's let's skip that one and let's go to 1808.
Skip the weed. No weed. It might make him seem less violent.
Do you know
Oh,
what
that's
this
sad.
depicts?
It's a fuzzy white
wine
carpet with
spill.
wine in it.
Okay. All right. Now, you
Wine spillage on the carpet.
started to testify about, well, before we go there, in these pictures, would you say they accurately depict the damage that you saw that third morning?
No.
What else, how are they not accurately depicting?
Well, if you can believe it, this is it seems significantly cleaned up. There was much more damage, specifically broken glass. On the countertops, there was.
Okay, so yeah, she is legitimately trying to claim that the butler is covering up for Johnny Depp, and so are all of the all of the people that were working in the area, including everybody who didn't see her beat up face, and that they specifically cleaned up around the blood spots of Johnny to clean up her bloody ass footprints. Wow, that's quite the conspiracy theory you've made up there, lady. Damn. Whew. By the way, no death threat, which she said he wrote on the wall to her. I saw no death threat.
A lot of broken glass. I could feel it cutting my arms when I was trying to get up, and I could feel it underneath my feet. So I don't know when these pictures were taken, but there's been some cleanup.
Okay.
How dare you say
indicated
Disney
that
Butler was
the,
lying to us? We stand
that
Disney Butler.
Johnny had turned on your iPhone and recorded, is that correct?
Yes.
Did there come a time that you discovered a recording on your iPhone from Australia?
Yes. Much later, there was this 5-hour-long recording, and naturally, I didn't know what that.
A good manservant would totally cover for you, though. Yeah, if they were your manservant. Disney Butler Johnny Depp was a client of a service that Disney Butler worked for, not his direct butler, nor his direct manservant. So there is no reason for him to cover up for Amber or for Johnny, because that would put him in his business, not only his personal business, but as well as his where he was working for, as well under scrutiny or under the bus. So yeah, perhaps yes, but also in this case, no.
Could possibly be, because even though Johnny and I recorded each other often as part of our
struggles to figure out our relationship.
Yeah, that's definitely why
This one
you
was,
sold that
5 hours
thing to
was
TMZ,
unusual,
right?
And that's when I discovered that there had been this recording of the end of that Australia incident, if you will.
And did you listen to that recording?
I have heard it, yes.
And does it accurately represent what was depicted in that recording?
Yes.
Objection, form, lack of foundation.
You want to approach? I'm not sure. Ms. Perhoff, just could you tell me the number of that, the exhibit number, so I can...
378.
I was just talking to myself. Don't worry about it.
Thank you.
I was just saying I was going to be over on Dapper Dino's channel on Saturday at 3 p.m. I said thank you to Garth.
Remember, you testified that you
I
made
do Fekk Fridays on
arrangements
Fridays, and I
to
stream art a lot of the time.
return home. Can you describe...
Shameless self-promotion.
Let's take you to at the point you left the Australia house to go to
airport was
the
just raided.
airport and were accompanied by Ben King. Could you tell the jury what transpired during that period of time?
Yeah, okay. So Disney Butler, they had to go on to the airport. Nobody in the airport noticed, recognized, or saw that she had been beaten around the face the night before. And the Disney Butler only saw some scratches, like light scratching on her arm. And he didn't notice or see her maybe limping after this whole debacle. Okay. Yeah. Seems legit.
So I left Australia shortly after that. My understanding was Johnny was in the hospital for his finger, and Ben King was going to accompany me. And on the way to the airport, Johnny calls me, and we were just crying on the phone. He was crying. He asked if it was, if he had killed it, meaning the relationship, it was, I don't remember the exact words that he used, but it was kind of asking.
Oh yeah.
me
This video will stay up.
Is it done? Is this over?
If you've stuck with me so far, thanks. I appreciate it. If
I
you're gonna
tell
watch it
him.
later, feel free. It will be left up.
That sort of thing. I don't remember what I was saying to him, but we hung up as I went into the airport.
Yeah, the whole finger thing has just been left out almost entirely. She's like, I don't know, there was a lot of time between when I took a bunch of,
really was
2
making perfect
sleeping
sense
pills
to
and
me,
passed out in a
sure.
bloody mess.
And I flew back with Ben.
Don't
I
you
really remember
think
speaking.
that maybe Disney Butler would have taken pictures of her bloody ass fucking bed that would have just been an absolute mess if she fell asleep all bruised and bloodied on it?
Ben on the flight.
Do you, when Mr. Depp was, what you testified on what Mr. Depp said to you on the phone ride, were you on the phone with anyone else, or was it just Mr. Depp you were on the phone with?
It's about 1 hour left of testimony.
I only remember speaking to Johnny, and I remember sitting in the backseat of the SUV that had driven me, and we were outside of the...
So there's an implication here that Ben, the Disney butler, did not drive the SUV. There was somebody else driving them to the airport, meaning that that person also would have seen her, meaning they could ask that guy if he saw anything, but apparently he didn't say or do anything. The conspiracy grows. They're all working for Johnny, even the taxi driver.
Entrance where you walk into the airport, and I
should have worn my bunny hat.
Felt torn about leaving.
Wow,
I didn't want to stay,
really?
But I was in such shock and
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive.
I don't know how that's non-responsive.
We're going to ask your question again.
Okay. Please tell us how you felt at that point and what Mr. Depp was saying to you.
It's 8 p.m. for me right now.
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
She was in the middle of responding to it, Your Honor, and Your Honor said
It was a different question, but I'll sustain that objection if you want to ask a question.
Okay. How did you feel at that time?
Shocked.
I felt destroyed. My heart was broken.
She is more emotionally distraught at him calling and saying that he's destroyed the relationship than she was about being raped with a potentially broken bottle with her bloody feet that she didn't notice the pain of after the next day. Can we have like can we maybe set up court to be more like the old TV show where you get like goop dumped on your head, or you get like dunked into water when people think you're full of shit?
I didn't know what to do. I thought maybe if I left him in Australia, I thought maybe something would happen to him. I thought he might die or kill himself, because it certainly seems like the trajectory he was on. He told me he had put a cigarette out on his face before, the Friday before.
What?
And combined with all the, when I was in the bedroom and he was in the hospital, I found, and I was packing.
She just said that this man put out a cigarette on his face a couple of days before, and she didn't notice or bring that up. And also that, you know, there's pictures of this guy, right? Like, he's pretty public. You can see him. He was filming Pirates of the Caribbean 5 during this, which means if he put a cigarette out on his face days before, it would have been during filming. Hello? Fucking what? I'm losing it. I'm losing it. Guys, I'm losing it. Oh boy.
My bags and stuff, I found all these empty bags, Coke bags, you know, dime bags with white residue on them.
When? Where?
In them. They were in books, in the bedside table.
After you got back home?
I wondered how I didn't see it before, even though I had, you know, just gotten there.
Yeah, I wonder. It
So
almost
I was
sounds like
worried
you're
he
full
would
of
die.
shit.
And I was worried that we couldn't come back from what happened. I was worried that there was just
I
no
was
way
worried that our relationship was over
turn this
after you
around.
raped
There's
me with
no
a
going
bottle.
back, but shock. Shock.
Wow.
You flew out
fucking
that
wow.
airport, did you have a stop anywhere before you went back to LA?
Objection and relevance.
In a minute, I'll show
Overruled. Yes, we did. We stopped in an airport. I think it was, we stopped at the Sydney airport.
Yeah, Johnny
from
Depp's buying
Brisbane,
dime
I
bags of
believe.
cocaine.
And did you have to change gates there?
Yes, we had a short flight to get to Sydney, and then in Sydney, I walked with Ben through the airport to get the next
And
plane,
nobody
and we passed a
noticed the
newsstand.
damage to her face or her
And,
body or her limping.
I just remember I passed this newsstand, and there was a book on one of the book stands outside of the store, and it had this puzzle piece on it, and Johnny and I used to use that as a term of endearment, puzzle piece, and I saw this puzzle piece on the cover of the book. It got my attention. It said 4 ways to click, a relationship guide. So I bought it, and
Who was the
I'm sorry, you bought a relationship guidebook in an airport on a stand because you wanted to save your relationship with a man who you said left you death threats and raped you with a bottle after beating the shit out of you. And I'm supposed to fucking believe that? Are you kidding me? Are you serious? There's no way. There's no way. There is no way the jury believes this shit. There's no way.
author?
Dr. Amy Banks.
Okay. Go ahead.
She remembers the name of this book, what was on the cover of this book, and the author of this book, but she doesn't remember where in Australia or what kind of building they were staying in. Or any significant details of, like, events that would have mattered. I cannot wait for cross-examination. I'm gonna be like blue-balled for a week.
So the book, at least from the subtitle, said it was a book on solving relationship problems. So I bought it and I read it on the way home.
And why did you buy it and read it on the way home?
Because I loved this man. I loved this man so much. And it was
Hit my pelvic bone.
so toxic. And for some reason, I couldn't get him to not hurt me. I could. And it seemed like I was hurting him. We loved each other so much. At least I loved him so much. And I didn't know what to do. I didn't know what to do with this relationship.
I might have hurt him when I busted his fucking finger.
So important to me, and I loved him so much. I would have read 1,000,000 books.
Oh yeah. I'm not convinced you could.
So when you got back to LA, how long before Mr. Depp came back?
A few days. Johnny
I
came
was
back
drinking
within a few
earlier.
days.
I had to take a break
He
from
went
the
to
alcohol.
his Sweetser house, the main house, which was what we did. If there was a problem between Johnny and I, we weren't under the same roof once, the fight had either paused or ended, depending. But he would go to Sweetser, and I would stay at the ECB. And so he went to Sweetser upon landing.
He literally lets her walk away from him as often as possible, provides her with all the resources she could possibly need, being friends, family. She saw them, they saw her, they didn't see this damage on her. Nobody questioned her about, like, her fucking feet. No, like, what? There's There's no way. There is no way this is fake. You're fake news. You know, break out my Trump impression.
There was some conversations with the medical team, you know, doctors and stuff, and I just remember feeling concerned for his life because things had changed, and without saying what they said to me,
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
She said without saying.
She's characterizing it.
Well, I'll overrule for now. We'll see where we go. I became really, really worried that
Emotional support, doggo.
Johnny was not going to live through this, that there would be infections or problems and things, and he wouldn't stop using coke, and he couldn't get the
What
surgery
about the
he needed.
infections on your feet or the medical attention you ought to be seeking for the bodily harm you've sustained?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain as the last part.
Okay.
All right, next question.
So when did you next when did you next see Mr. Depp after you got back from Australia?
I remember seeing somebody's thumbnails that they had made and saying that I could not try to make thumbnails that bad. And I feel like any actor who would try to portray Amber Heard would not be able to act this terribly because they're professionals.
I saw him a few days, I don't know how long it was, but it was at the doctor. I think my best recollection is that it was in the doctor's office or around that he needed a procedure.
Did there come a time that you reconciled after Australia?
Yes, because it almost felt like it went away so quickly because there was this surgery that he needed.
The thing went away so quickly because it didn't fucking happen.
There was maybe he had more than one surgery, but it was, you know, like it became very, very about getting Johnny through the next step. She doesn't even know
what, like, she cares about and loves this man so much. She doesn't even know what was required to fix his fucking finger after she smooshed it. I don't believe you. I've known people who have been in abusive relationships, and they know very clearly what, if they compartmentalize the abuse situation to what the needs of their partner might be at the time, right? And they will know, like, whatever medical procedures need to be done or whatever had happened with specific medical stuff, because they do care about that person that's abusing them. I don't believe for a second she doesn't know anything about him. Anytime they ask her a question about, like, specifics about what was going on with Johnny, she doesn't know the answer.
You know, getting Johnny home, getting Johnny off the coke long enough to get the procedure done, and then after that procedure, getting another procedure done. And it was just these small steps. And before you know it, we were kind of back in it. With the prospect, of course, of him being done with all the drugs and drinking, because that's what necessarily had to happen for him to have this surgery. So that made me feel a little, you know, a little bit more secure and kind of coming back into this relationship with him.
Okay. So I'm going to take you to March 23, 2015, which is a few weeks after, 2.5 weeks roughly after Australia. Where was Johnny staying at this point?
She doesn't know.
He was staying at the Eastern Columbia, at the ECB. Yeah, he was staying at the ECB at the time because we were...
I hope he's doodling a picture of her as
kind of in the bedroom together the night of the 22nd, which is when he passed out, how I found his iPad.
I'm sorry, when you...
I found his iPad open. He was texting someone with it open. He passed out, and I saw what he was texting.
Please tell the jury about that.
He was texting this woman that he had a relationship with on and off,
kind of at the beginning of our relationship, so I recognized the name, but the date was right after the wedding. I saw he had gone to her house after we got married. Like, upon touching down in Los Angeles, I think it was the next day, he went to this woman's house that he has a sexual relationship with. And
What did you do as a result of seeing that on the iPad?
I freaked out. I immediately, like, confronted him about it. I was, you know, I didn't care in that moment if he did kill me, which is likely in confronting him at that stage
I got some
of our
pretzels.
lives. I didn't even care anymore. At this moment, he had already ripped my heart out. You know,
Oh,
it's like,
thanks,
I've
Darth.
just been through.
Oh yeah, yeah. He had already ripped my heart out. That's the thing that I care about, not the bottle pounding my pelvis. Okay.
After having been through what I went through in Australia, just weeks prior, I see this. It was like,
Wait. A matter of weeks? Didn't you say he had to go through all this detox and get all these surgeries? And now you're like, oh, and he was getting all clean and stuff, and we had managed to reconcile, and it only been a matter of weeks? Because wow, you get over some horrific shit pretty fast, lady. Damn. It's almost like it didn't fucking happen.
unbelievably painful. Unbelievably painful.
So,
But you didn't
What
feel
did
the
you
pain
do?
on your glass feet.
I'm yelling at him. So yelling. I was calling him all these ugly names. I was screaming at him. Told him to get the fuck out of the house. That's what I said. Excuse my language, but we were screaming at each other. At some point,
Could you imagine taking a nap, trying to come down off of all these drugs and the surgery, who smash your finger, and you're taking a nap and you wake up and this harpy's fucking in your goddamn face screaming at you for talking to some other woman? Because again, there's nothing to establish that he actually cheated on her. So, because we don't believe a fucking goddamn word that comes out of this woman's mouth, we're in a situation where we now have to assume. I'm eating pretzels. That Manya actually sent to me. Thank you, Manya. Okay. Alright. Because she's mad that he's talking to somebody that he used to see before her, allegedly. And that allegedly they had slept together after their marriage, potentially, according to this text message, which has not been entered into evidence. Assuming that he didn't and was not cheating, assuming that what she's saying isn't true, which is, pretty easy, since we have no evidence otherwise than her word, and we know her word is full of shit. We're now, if you look at it under that pretext, it means that he's isolating, or she is isolating him from anybody else that he might like. So that's her doing the isolation, the things that abusers do, not him behaving that way. Because up till this point, even by her words, there's been no time where Johnny has kept her away from friends or family or anything of that regard.
Upstairs in Penthouse 3, and we kind of get into a how do you describe it? Pushing each other, And I just remember being so mad at him.
It's always each other. It's never like I did this thing that wasn't appropriate. It's a we or he did this, therefore
cheating on me and doing so in this way, like right after the wedding, and then right after my wedding.
Why would this is like a while after the wedding, right? So this is like, did she scroll back in the messages? Like, but what was said? It's so vague.
Go to see him, and then Australia happens, and it just felt like everything came crashing down, and I was so hurt. Anyway, I break out of his grasp at some point, and I go into my sister's room. The apartments in the ECB are connecting. At least 3 of them are, and they connect from upstairs only. So you could get from Johnny and I's apartment into the neighboring apartment where Whitney, my sister, was staying at the time. And then you could go from that apartment into Penthouse 5. Again, still on the top floor. So I went through Johnny's office, which is how you access the door that gets you into Whitney, the neighboring apartment where Whitney was, my sister. And I went in there and woke her up crying, screaming, saying, what am I going to do?
Hey, if you were married to a lady who smashed your finger and broke your shit and was ruining your life and you kept trying to divorce, do you think that whatever vows you made, would you consider talking with another woman cheating? I'm curious to know what you guys think. You let me know. Because, like, if you're separated or you're not together, but you're still married and your relationship is absolute trash, is getting with somebody else still considered cheating? I'm just curious about what you guys think when clearly the agreement has already been broken.
Honor hearsay.
Sorry. All right, I'll sustain.
I don't know. That was Dafford to prove the truth of the matter.
I'll sustain.
In any event. All right.
Sustain the objection.
Okay, so you went to Whitney's. Don't tell the jury what you said to her, but what happened next?
She's absolutely
Johnny
screwed
comes
those audio
into
recordings.
Penthouse 4 and grabs me. I don't know why. I don't know what he was doing, but at one moment I I'm aware that my sister's somewhere nearby, and I thought about that. I just remember thinking about that, and he I remember getting kind of free from Johnny, and he left, or he walked out of the room.
When you say free from Johnny, what, if any, connection did you have? The physical connection before that?
Well, I mean, I'm, trying to stand up for myself, and Johnny would, at that stage in our relationship, he would just throw me, shove me, hit me in the face. I mean, it was just like, all I could do is just try to fight back, or try to not get more hurt than not doing anything would have certainly left me. I don't really recall specifics. I remember at one point he had his uncasted hand in my hair, and I was looking at the carpet. I don't know what happened immediately after that, but I remember he left. He was out of the room for a while. I don't know how we got into, I think I heard him in P5. Again, this is the neighboring apartment of that. So there's P4 in between, and P5 is the corner. And that apartment was empty, basically. And so I used it, the top bedrooms, the bedrooms on the top floor as my closet. And I had all these clothing racks and shoe racks and stuff like that in there. And then it had another level, the mezzanine, which is it hung over the rest of the bottom floor. And I use that as my office. And the bottom floor is, of course, the living room with just some sparsely decorated, just some big couches and a low table. And I I hear him in Penthouse 5. And on the lower level also is another painting studio, like painting area.
I would like to point out again and remind people, we looked them up. They're almost the same height. Not to say that like can't more easily potentially throw women around, but just for context.
So I go in there because I hear him, and he's screaming, but I don't know why. I don't know who he's. I
did all of this with his bum hand and his finger
he was
fucked
screaming
up.
at me, but I wasn't in that apartment. I could hear him, and when I heard him, I came into Penthouse 5, and I have to go down the stairs, and I went down the stairs to the mezzanine level where my office was, and I could see him and a security guard and Debbie, the nurse, and he was sitting on the sofa when I first walked into the room, and he kind of stood up, was drinking Red Bull and screaming at me.
The drug.
And Debbie came up the stairs because I'm screaming back at him. She came up the stairs, I think. And while she came up, I'm supposed to kind of comfort me. And while I was up on the mezzanine floor, Whitney came down, and he threw the Red Bull can up at me, certainly, but it kind of either hit or narrowly missed Debbie.
Please remember, Debbie, the nurse, testified under oath that she saw no violence directly between the two.
And I said I called him a pussy, and said something about, I'm screaming at him angrily. I at least called him a fucking pussy. I don't know what else I said, but I was screaming at him because he threw this can at me and everything else that had happened. And when
Everything
I did that,
is his
he
fault.
bolted
He did this,
up the
therefore
stairs.
I did this. That's his fault.
And there's only, he was up the first flight of stairs. Again, I'm on the mezzanine, which is in between two flights of stairs. He bolted up the steps, and I don't know how he managed to get his hand in my hair so fast, but he had his hand on the back of my head, my hair, and kind of was yanking me down, and
the
hit
nurse
me in the
saw
face
none of this,
with
apparently.
this cast he had. I just remember
His bum finger.
brief struggle we had before we kind of break away. Whitney, my sister, all of a sudden put herself in between Johnny and I. She just threw herself like in the line of fire or whatever. She just all of a sudden was there and was trying to get Johnny to stop.
Yeah, to defend Johnny.
Her back
Not
was
you.
to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I just see my little sister with her back to the staircase, and Johnny swings at her, and I don't even wait.
Quick pause for a second. Things got worse for Elon Musk. He is being sued by Twitter shareholders to block his $44 billion purchase. Sued for what? We'll come back to that later. Staying on track, Elon Musk is only tertiarily related to this case. No, I haven't read a letter yet.
Don't even wait for any other, I don't hesitate, I don't wait, I just in my head instantly think of Kate Moss and the stairs, and I swung at him. In all of my relationship to date with Johnny, I hadn't landed a blow.
Doesn't mean she hasn't swung.
For the first time, hit him. Like, actually hit him. Square in the face.
Because she was protecting her sister, of course.
He didn't push my sister down the stairs. And all my time of being in that relationship to that point.
It was after the finger thing.
Hadn't even landed one on Johnny. Sure, I had tried to fight back, threw my arms, flailed my arms, hit whenever I could to try to block blows myself, but never
there is already audio of her saying, I hit you, I wasn't punching you.
Did anything. And Johnny kind of looked stunned and then laughed at me and then lunged at me again. And before I know it, security stepped in between us.
But security didn't witness this.
And pulled Johnny away. And security I went upstairs with my sister.
Security testified that they did not see this happen. So, also, I haven't seen any testimony from her sister yet.
And we locked the door, and I could just hear all this commotion happening in Penthouse 5. I could hear him raging, destroying my things. I could hear it. And at some point I saw it the next day.
Tell the jury what you saw the next day.
All my clothing racks were toppled over, shoe racks toppled over, thrown down the stairs. Desk, everything on my desk wiped off. Just it looked like everything that he could touch. He
still no coping mechanism mentioned or brought up or
smash,
visibly or
but my clothing racks, these huge heavy clothing racks full of clothes. There was at least one of them he threw down the stairs. The rest were toppled over.
Yep, there is.
Amber, I'm going to fast forward to December 15, 2015. Were you and Mr.
This is the shit that's supposed to make her look good and him look bad, by the way. Just a reminder.
Yes, we were.
Did you have a fight that night?
December 15th, yes, we did, but I don't recall.
1 hour left.
I don't recall what started the argument.
It can't get worse.
We had periods leading up to that were really beautiful and really good, and then periods that weren't.
Well, let's talk about the December 15, 2015. What do you recall of your fight that night with Mr. Depp?
I remember him chasing me in the kitchen. I remember throwing something in his direction to slow down his momentum. I remember him screaming. I remember him getting on top of me.
Pretty strong and fast for an old fat man.
Me. Mostly at that moment downstairs, he was hitting me in my face. Again, this is another example of when
welcome back.
I wish so much I could tell you an exact sequence, but I can't. It's
bullshit. I did not hit her. I did not. Oh, hi,
so
Mark.
I'll tell you what I do remember. I remember at some point trying to flee upstairs. And
this whole thing's been acting.
He got a hold of me and I got free, and I managed to get all the way up the stairs almost. I was on the last flight, and we'd had some interaction where I think I said something to him on the stairs. It might have been
Tommy
broken up, but I think I
Wiseau
said something on the stairs.
gets
and
to play
I just
Johnny
remember
Depp.
how quickly he shot back
The lady
up
who
the
played
stairs
Lisa gets to
and,
play Amber Heard.
grabbed me by the back of my hair, my head, and slammed his hand on my head.
Guy who plays Mark gets to play.
And I went down on the stairs.
Isaac.
And he overtook me. I remember him so well. I remember his boots and the sound they made. I remember him grabbing my hair, my head, and kind of dragging me up the stairs the rest of the way. He dragged me into the room that those stairs open into. It's like a salon foyer area. And we had this argument that kind of, was a shoving match that I was losing. By the second or third shove. He sent me toppling over this chaise lounge, like a little low-lying sofa seat, and I hit my head on the brick wall. There was an exposed brick wall. I remember I stood up, and I remember Johnny asking me if I wanted to go, and he did that thing where he's like challenging me. He said it in that way, challenging me to stand up and get back up. And when I did, he said, "Oh, you really want to go now, tough guy?" Shoved me back down. "Oh, you really want to go, huh? Oh, you're so tough." I stood back up again. This time he hits me in the face. I stand back up and look him right in the eyes. And it was just a really still moment. I'll never forget it.
She's kind of copying a little bit what he said, because he said that what had happened was that she hit him, and he's just like, "Do you want to do this? Do you want to hit me again? Will that make it feel better?" She's kind of taking that and flipping it and escalating it.
Still. I stood up and he said, "Do you want to go again, tough guy?" And I just looked right at him, just looked right at his face. And he balled up his fists, leaned back, and headbutted me square in the nose. Just right as I stood in front of him. I was a foot from him. Just slammed me right in the nose, instantly, searing pain. It's one of the few memories I have in this long relationship that I actually remember the physical pain in that moment, just searing. And I remember thinking, you have your hands free. I had time to think. You have your hands free. You could have hit me with your hands. Why did you headbutt me? I told him that.
Wow, how ridiculous.
I went through his office to go into the other room where I kept all my stuff. We had another struggle. He overtook me. I was trying to hit him off me. I was trying to get him to trying to get his body off of me, and he was just pummeling me. I don't know how else to describe what I was. I went down to the floor. I remember being on top of me, and he's screaming and swinging at me while I was on the floor. He had me by the hair and dragged me the rest of the way from the office into the neighboring room, the neighboring apartment. I remember the door that connected these two rooms had a metal grate, not a grate, but a metal bottom, metal floor that separated it. It's a big, heavy bank door. And I remember he was dragging me, and I removed my hands from my head and kind of tried to grab onto the metal door to prevent him from dragging me into the room. But I couldn't stop him. He dragged me all the way from that carpet. I was trying to get free of his grasp. I was trying to stop him from pulling me. I remember feeling the carpet and the metal. And he wrestles me, drags me up to the bed, throws me down onto the bed. It kind of wrestles me down onto the bed. And he kneels on my back with one leg. And I was trying to fight him off me because I was face down on the bed top. And he wrestled me down, kind of trying to hold me down with his knee on my back. And he's punching me with a closed fist, punching me repeatedly. And I don't remember even feeling the pain. I just remember the sound of Johnny's voice. he got next to my ear and he was screaming over and over and over again. Each time it sounded louder and more desperate. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. I fucking hate you. Over and over. Fucking hate you. And then pounding the back of my head, pounding it with his fist. And I don't even remember feeling pain. I just could hear myself.
Oh boy, this is so
scream until
dramatic.
I couldn't hear myself anymore. I could just hear him say that he was going to kill me. And that he sounded like an animal in pain when he was saying that he fucking hated me. He sounded
likes
like
to
he was
describe it
almost
as an animal
crying
and a
or
beast
something,
and a
his
demon
voice
and a
was different.
monster.
He sounded different, like he sounded like he was in agony. It was
Oh my
high-pitched.
god, does she have anything to say that isn't sound like some kind of over dramatized mess of a fucking, how does this answer the question about, like, this is not he was hitting you and you didn't feel it, and this other time he was hitting you and you didn't feel it. You don't remember feeling any pain except for the one time he reeled back and headbutted you out of left field. And which incident was the one that the police were called to? That the police were like, there was no sign of domestic violence? Holy shit. But her heart was broken.
Loud. And I don't know how many times he just hit me over and over and over again. And I got really still. And it felt in my body like quiet. And I thought, this is how I die.
Seriously, she actually describes things as if they're like the way they are portrayed in a movie. Like, you know, in a movie when somebody takes like a large amount of bodily harm and damage and it kind of goes, because they're dying and they're gonna like black out, and it goes like the sounds get muted and they're not like reacting to any pain because it's a dramatization of like that stillness you feel when like your nerves are no longer, like your brain's no longer comprehending the pain that's going on. But she describes this for everything. Oh my god.
You know, and I'm not. He's gonna kill me, and he won't even have realized it. I couldn't breathe. I remember trying to scream and I couldn't.
I have
scream.
pictures of all of these things since this was not the first incident. I knew to take pictures this time.
In this pillow top, with him holding me down, punching me over and over, and I don't have any memory after that until I woke up.
When you woke up, was there anyone there?
This sounds delusional. Not in that this type of thing can't happen, that somebody can't be attacked like this, but her description, the way she describes these situations sounds like complete nonsense. It sounds like a dramatization. It sounds like the way you would describe what happened in a movie if you were to write a script. And I mean, some people think in script, and some people think, like, have visualized memories and descriptors in the way they express themselves, but, like, what? Johnny Depp, like, stood up and described what he was doing, like, protecting his head. Were you protecting your head? Like, she's so non-specific. Same problem that we had at the
Hearing
beginning, we're having at the
my
end.
best friend's voice, I felt like it came, felt like it was like on a speakerphone, like it came from
Remember when I said she's describing this like the way you would describe it in the movie? Hey, Amber, wake up! And then like, oh, the sound come in, there's ringing, and then like everything feels muted, and then I could hear somebody's voice speaking to me from the darkness, and it started far away, and then I heard it, and I woke up, and I was like, God, that's what she's describing.
everywhere. I just heard her voice in a weird way. It felt like it was coming from two directions. And I realized that I was sitting on the edge of the bed, on the carpet of the floor against the broken frame of the bed. And there was a low-lying bed with a really thick wooden frame.
Was this also an apartment that somebody would have taken pictures of?
Boot trying to get a purchase on it while he was.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
I could feel it. Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
I was there for it. And while he was on top of me, I could feel that. I could feel him trying to get balance. I could feel him slipping. I could hear it. I don't know how I got off the bed. I don't know what happened to me from the time I stopped hearing myself scream. I don't know what happened to me. It's a really weird feeling because I
cannot wait for cross-exam
to
ask her questions like that.
Leaning against the broken part of the bed and on the carpet, and my friend saying, "Oh my God, oh my God."
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Go ahead. And without
And then
repeating what Rocky said.
I eventually, she called.
Do we know if Rocky Pennington's going to come on to the stand for this?
She got something out of the freezer for my face. She did a concussion check with Aaron on the phone. I thought I probably had a concussion, and certainly thought I had a broken
Nobody
nose.
saw or heard any of these things, and
everywhere,
all
blood
images
all
of
over
her
the
after the
pillows.
fact are totally clear.
My head was bleeding from the ripped out hair, chunks of hair on the floor all over the place, actually. It was just all over the apartment.
Yeah, we saw her live, and there seemed to be no indication of that, as well as the pictures that were taken of this did not. There's no blood or roots on the hair that she presented pictures of, and there's also no spots on her head. Now, you could get toupees or things to cover that up and hide that, but if she's saying there's chunks of hair all over the place, that would assume more than one pull spot. But hey, it's almost like she's exaggerating or something. Exactly what the forensic analysis said.
He, after leaving me, had written on the countertops in Sharpies.
Michelle, I'm going to ask you to bring up Defendant's Exhibit 510. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes, I do.
And does it accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes, that's the next day, I think.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 510.
No objection.
All right, 510 in evidence. You can publish it, please.
All right, let's take a look.
Thank you.
What we got? Show me. So this is her hair that's ripped out. This is the hair all over the place. There's a clump of hair, no blood, no roots, no damage. Okay. Is that a fistful?
What that is?
It was chunks of my hair that Johnny ripped out.
Can't wait for them to show her a picture of her own shit on the bed and ask her about it.
Thank you. Michelle, could you bring up 513, please? Defendant's 513. Does this picture accurately depict you and the scene portrayed?
I think this is a couple days later, but yeah.
Okay. I'm going to move the admission of defendants 513.
No objection.
All right, 513 in evidence.
And could you tell the jury what this is and what it depicts?
This
Couple
is,
days later.
My face with a busted lip, which it's difficult to see in this picture, but my two black eyes, one is worse than the other.
I don't see two
I
black
was in
eyes.
maybe a day or two later. And my broken nose.
That's a broken nose?
Thank you. Michelle, can you bring up defendants exhibit 514?
That's supposedly the broken nose? Is that the one she sent to her friend and laughed about? That's a broken nose?
Does this accurately portray the scene?
From a couple of days after the fact. She didn't take the picture.
Yes, that's my
she
face.
waited 3 days.
Sometime after.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of defendants 514.
No objection.
514 in evidence. You can publish.
Sip that Kool-Aid.
All right, if you could just briefly describe for the jury.
A few
what
days
this-
later, same t-shirt?
That's my face. Some time after, and Johnny beat me up.
Thank you. Michelle, if you could bring up defendants 515. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Going to move the admission of exhibit 516.
No objection.
515 or 516?
516, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
You said 515 before.
I don't get it.
515.
No objection
She's
to
got
515?
this
Okay.
again. We're back to the problem of she's presenting this horrific thing that happened, and then the picture that, and she's describing something like this level of violence, and then the picture that she's presenting shows like, man, I've walked into walls that gave me bigger bruises than that. Not somebody chased me around my apartment, threw shit at me, and then sat on my back with their knees and punched me in the back of the head regularly, so much so that I got a bruise and a broken nose. God damn.
515 in evidence. You can publish.
And what does this depict, Amber? Could you tell the jury?
This is my face. Sometime after.
All right. Let's look at defendants.
I thought you were
516,
supposed to
please.
have two bruises, like two black eyes. There's no swelling there. Side note, there are a lot of analyses of these pictures side by side and compared on like
this
Reddit
accurately
or somewhere on the internet. You
portray
can
the
definitely go find them
scene
if you decide to
depicted?
go look for them. I'm not going to go through them here. I'm not going to play the back and forth game right now, only because I've been live for a very long time and I'm just trying to get to the end of this.
Wait, let me move.
Have
it first.
mercy.
May I move the admission of defendants exhibit 516,
No objection.
516 in evidence.
published to the jury, please. Okay, Amber, go ahead and explain what it is.
I think this is maybe that night or the next night.
There's no
after,
bruise.
Johnny left me on the bed.
There's no bruise under the eyes.
517.
Hey, welcome back, Alicia.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes, it does.
Move to admit defendants 517, Your Honor.
No objection.
517 in evidence.
Amber, please describe for the jury what this.
Hey, now you can see the cut on the lip, but not really the bruise on the eye.
That's my face after this incident.
And what's portrayed on your lip?
Well, he busted my lip when he punched me.
A cold sore.
It's bleeding in this picture. It kept reopening. You know, it's a mouth.
The lips move.
Which is why it would bother you during the interview you gave after this, right? Right? Okay. Have we seen the metadata for these pictures, by the way, for the dates on them?
Yes.
Out of curiosity?
519?
No objection, Your Honor.
519 in evidence.
And tell the jury what this shows.
This is my lip a few days later.
Damn, she does heal fast. Holy shit.
Defendant's 520.
Wait. There was no bruise under her eye a few days later. But she had a bruise under her eye in the other picture a few days later, and the cut was different on her. Wow, okay. Wow, okay. Okay, sure. Wow.
Does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
Yes.
You imagine putting nail polish on your lip? Ugh.
520.
No objection.
520 in evidence. Published.
Can you please tell the jury what's depicted here?
That's my scalp with a chunk of it missing from when Johnny was dragging at my hair.
Let's go to defendant's 521, please.
I don't know what I'm supposed to be looking at.
I don't think that's the same. Let's take that one down. Let's go to 522.
Oh boy. Metadata, please. Please get these confirmed over the week while you're away. Who took these photos? I must be balding.
Is this, accurately
I've been beaten by Johnny Depp. You do realize
took
that the
a few
next
days
time I get
later.
a cold sore, I'm gonna take a picture of it, I'm gonna tweet it out, and I'm gonna say Johnny Depp beat me
No
up,
objection.
right? Like that's what I'm gonna say.
And what shows there?
No
My
damage on the
face
lips,
is healing.
no
Let's
bruise.
go to 523.
Oh wait, hold on. Look at the back. Hold up a second. Go back to that just a little bit. Hold on. I want to look at this.
And what
The calendar there says January, not December. Is that a Charlie Chaplin Hitler thing taped to the fridge? This is supposed to be December 2015. Why does she have what looks like a schedule that's been thrown up there for January? I mean, I guess you could have one ahead of time, maybe, but I don't know. Maybe you get your schedule ahead of time for stuff. Like, if you plan a month ahead. I don't know. I'm not trying to, like, insinuate anything. I just noticed.
shows there?
My face is healing.
Okay. Let's go to 523.
Yeah, I've also got
Is this accurately portrayed the scene
Kyle's
depicted?
Goldfish is sending me like
Yes, I
breakdowns
think
of
this
some of
is-
these pictures in the background.
Day or so after, maybe longer. I
Yeah,
can't
maybe if
tell,
it's a
but
shooting schedule, things could be done ahead
yes,
of time.
It does.
Move the admission of 523.
No objection.
523 in evidence.
And I'm just going to draw your attention, Amber, to an area up here. What, if any, bruising did you sustain?
I really
in that
want to
area?
know what the
Objection.
dates are on all of these pictures because, like, some of them are showing some damage, some of them are not showing. Like, this, where's the broken nose part of this? Where is anything used to help her heal her busted ass nose? None. Zero. Welcome back, Lila.
Leading.
What, if any?
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay.
I see nothing up there. Now you just wrote a giant
What, if any,
cuntsy on her
bruising
forehead.
did you sustain?
I'm
Same
sorry.
objection.
There's no bruises.
What injuries did you have?
I had bruising on my temple, my chin, my neck, the back of my head. I had swelling and
I certainly would expect to see that with what you described, but I certainly don't see that in those pictures.
Gross, pussy. But this is of the bruising around my temple from one of the blows, several of the blows, I don't know.
Let's go to 524.
Yeah, I agree with Dawn. That one picture made the lip look like it was a cold sore.
The scene shown?
Yes.
Okay. Move the admission of 524.
No objection.
524 in evidence.
And what does this show?
It's, I had
Yes, please tell me. I see nothing.
Can I touch the screen?
Yes, ma'am, you can.
Yes.
And I had a pretty gross bruise right there in my head, on my temple. It's difficult to see it in this light, but I remember it was pretty ugly.
Now let's go to defendants 509. Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yeah, we got 30 minutes left.
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, I move the admission of
And
defendant
now she's trying to cry
509.
again.
No objection.
All right, 509.
Take a shot. Why does she look like she's more
please tell the
upset
jury
looking
what
at the
this is?
busted up bed than she did looking at her own bruised as fuck face? Bruised as fuck face. I'm just calling her a fuck face, but whatever. Bruised ass fucked face.
That's the bed that Johnny broke while on top of me.
Gosh, she's just so not believable.
All right, let's go to defendants
I'm curious to know
511,
about some of the
please.
damage here, but I don't buy her story at the very least. I mean, certainly something went down, but as she depicts it, not buying it.
Does this accurately portray the scene depicted?
Yes.
Move the admission of defendants 511.
No objection.
All right, 511 in evidence.
What do you see in this picture, Amber?
Just more destruction from a part of the fight that happened in the bedroom.
God, some
Not
shit
the
got
bedroom
knocked
that I
over.
was just talking
He hit her
about.
with the bed.
It was the main bedroom.
He hulked out with that Red Bull, picked up the bed, and threw it at her.
A part of the fight that happened in there too.
Let's go to defendants 512, please.
She actually started looking more upset and crying and being like, ugh, when looking at the picture of the bed. Like, I know there's such a
Does
thing
this
as like
accurately portray the scene depicted?
disassociating, but
Yes, that's downstairs in
Come
the
on.
main.
Wait, let me move the admission of it. Move the admission of defendants 512, please.
No objection.
512 in evidence.
Okay, now please tell the jury about it.
It's downstairs in the main apartment.
Okay.
I knocked over a wine bottle.
Let's go to defendants 525.
Oh my god. Is that the parakeet floors?
And does this accurately
The guy's got a
depict
Ukraine
the scene
tie.
portrayed?
Yes.
Move the admission of 525, please.
No objection.
All right, 525 in evidence.
And please tell the jury what this is.
This is Johnny's graffitiing on our kitchen
Why be
counter.
a fraud?
That he left
All
out when he- on his
is such
way out, I suppose.
bullshit.
All right. And
How
I think
threatening.
defendants 526 is.
Still no graffiti of death threats.
Bring that up.
526 is in evidence.
The calendar 2013. Yeah.
All right.
JD and
Jeff's been to the bottom of the ocean.
JD in his testimony admitted to slamming the bed frame with a bottle, which is supposedly caused the splintering on the side, which he then took a knife to. Okay, cool. The knife to the bed frame to shave down the wooden splinters so they didn't catch anyone and impale them. Wow, what a sweetheart. What an asshole.
After, as of December 15, 2015, what were your plans for Christmas that year?
Well, up to this point, the plan was to have our families join us. We would go with the kids and celebrate Christmas together, you know, as a married couple.
I wouldn't want this lady around my kids.
And we would all go to Johnny's Island, and he had invited my best friend at the time, Rocky, and her family, meaning her mom and her fiance, and my parents, and my sister, and we were all going to go to this island I've told you about that Johnny has in the Bahamas and spend it together. And that was the plan leading up to this.
Then I got uninvited.
And what, if anything, changed as a result of this night of December 15, 2015?
After they saw my face, no one wanted to go to the island anymore with Johnny.
Oh, so that time everybody saw your face. Okay.
Did you have to
Not the time
appear,
in-
were you
in
scheduled to
Australia.
appear on the James Corden show on December 16?
That's right. I was promoting The Danish Girl, the film I had done earlier in the year in London before going to see Johnny in Australia. So I was promoting that film that had been completed,
day
and
after
they asked
this
me
happened.
to make an appearance on a night show called The James Corden Show. After this happened, and I did the first concussion check with Aaron on the phone, I got worried that I wouldn't be able to hide the bruising and swelling.
It was a lip that you said was cracked and bleeding when you moved your mouth.
Iced it all night, and the next day
Thought it happened
checked
at
in the
night.
mirror to see if I could get away with it, meaning hiding it, so I could make an appearance. And I gambled and thought maybe I could pull it off. I had my hair and makeup team come.
The hair and makeup
and they
team see
worked
the
around
bruising?
it, meaning worked around the lesions on my head with the hairspray, because that stings. And worked around the bruising by covering it with heavier makeup than normal bruise covering makeup. And I remember my lip was still bleeding and swollen, so we did this like really thick, super heavy, matte red lipstick. You know, I remember very well at the time that we had no choice in color, and that was one of my favorite colors to wear, and in this occasion we had no choice because nothing else would hide my busted lip.
You would have literally bled
And I
while
went
you
on
were
the show.
talking that day.
Did what I always do. I told people I had an accident.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Sustain the
It's not
objection.
offered to prove the truth of the matter, but,
Sustain
because you didn't have an accident. but-
Your Honor.
Stop arguing with the
Sustain
judge.
the objection.
Okay, please continue. So did you appear on the show?
I appeared on the show.
Okay. And did there come a time that you changed your mind and went to the Bahamas with Mr. Depp for Christmas?
Eventually.
2015.
Eventually I did.
Okay.
Wow.
And you went there with whom?
I went with Johnny's
All this
kids.
happened and you still had the balls to show up to that fucking island?
I was,
wow.
You know, obviously I didn't see Johnny after this because he doesn't.
Helios makes a really good point. She said that she was unconscious and woken up by her friend. So if she had iced it all night, her timeline is all over the place. So like the fight happened at nighttime, then she passed out during the fight, then her friend showed up and woke her up and then tested her, and then she was icing it, I guess, for the rest of the night, but we don't have a really very good time frame of what was going on or what length of time passed.
Face the damage he caused in my experience. He was never around for the cleanups. And so he wasn't around for a few days. And I eventually heard from him, and he said he wanted to talk. And then he understood that it couldn't go back, you know, like almost as if he understood that I wouldn't forgive him. Made it easier somehow to talk to him.
He was trying to get out and didn't want you to come back.
In that case, because, you know, how could I put up with this, right? But with the understanding that we were done, I could, you know, allow for us to have one last conversation, I suppose. But I just, you know, it's like, I was heartbroken by the idea that I would spend my first Christmas as a married couple with his kids and everything on the island. I was heartbroken at the idea of missing that. And, you know,
oh my God.
The best I can describe it is it's like for every hit, every instance of violence, every time I was choked, every single one of these instances.
Never had any bruises on her neck, though.
Like a heavy coin put into a piggy bank. And, you know,
didn't she say he had her by the throat again during that interaction, but there was no bruising on her neck at all? Her neck's pretty tough.
You think, okay, well, each single one of these is like...
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive.
I think it's responsive, yeah.
The question was, with whom did you go?
If we could ask the question.
Tell us how you felt and what you were thinking in this process of whether to go to have Christmas with Mr. Depp and his children.
You know, I guess I was
back on
trying
script.
to explain.
Go ahead.
That, you know, it just, after you think each one of these is...
she better be memorizing this
almost
shit.
like for each one of these things that happens, you lose the will or resolve to leave. You know, it's like every single heavy coin you put in this piggy bank is like an investment into the future you're going to get to, you know. And
what a weird analogy,
you know,
but okay.
You're just carrying around this weighted ball. This piggy bank's too heavy. You can't leave. You know, for every single
She's
time
talking about the gambler's fallacy.
I went back or allowed him back.
So for anybody who doesn't know, the gambler's fallacy is basically you've put so much in that if you stop, you lose everything that you've put in without realizing that whatever you've put in, you've already lost.
After this sort of thing would happen, I lost a piece of myself, a piece of my self-confidence.
She speaks in cliches and she's outside the scope of the question.
Trusting myself to leave and move on. You know, I lost fortifications, I lost myself, and it was somehow easier to stay.
He's shaking his head.
I didn't want to stay in the violence or in this. I wanted to stay with Johnny.
But I followed him to
the good Johnny,
the island anyway.
That I loved.
Yeah, some
so I put another one of those coins in the piggy bank of investment in hope and future, and I forgive him. Not
it wasn't even that simple. I just decided to believe him that it would never happen again. Clean and sober, once again. This time was the last time because it couldn't be worse than this, right? It couldn't be worse. And part of me thought that maybe it just needed to get this bad to get, you know, like now we can't go back. That there's no way this could happen again. So I went to the island after a few days of talking with Johnny, arguing.
I can understand why people who are victims are so frustrated listening to this, because she's doing such a bad job representing and describing how a victim gets caught in this kind of cyclical up and down kind of behavior, that it's like, it's a weird cliched version that's like weirdly exaggerated and weirdly watered down at the same time in a way that you just end up with mush. And so like, it's not a very good description for like, this is the kind of thing that harms victims telling their stories in the future, because she's getting some things, like there's some truth nuggets to cliches a lot of the time, but she's leaning so hard into it that it's going to make victims in the future sound like they're being cliched when they are not.
With Johnny, talking with Johnny, negotiating that it was going to be clean and sober. I wasn't going to drink anymore. He wasn't going to use anymore. He'd never lay a hand on me again. He'd rather die than do that, is what he was saying. And I was scared. My friends were scared, but I decided to go. After a few days of having the plane and the kids waiting, not knowing what was going on, they were at Sweetser, the main house, kind of just waiting to go on this Christmas vacation. And eventually I got in the car with Johnny, and we picked his kids up and left for the island.
So let's go to the island for the Christmas holidays. And what, if any, arguments did you have with Mr. Depp at the island over the Christmas holiday?
Towards the end of the trip, the trip itself was pretty nice, but towards the end, he started drinking again. Started with wine, and we were on the couch in the main house, a cabin. It's like a one-room kind of cabin. And we were sitting on the couch, and Johnny, what I perceived as nodding off. I don't still know what it was, but he was kind of passing out or nodding off or something like that. And I'm sensitive at this point to the clues that I can pick up on to know what pattern of behavior I'm dealing with, because they made a huge
You don't remember
difference in my
shit
life.
about
So
him.
if
You
I
don't know
knew what
anything
he
about
was
his patterns
on
of
and what
behavior,
he was
lady.
doing, I could react accordingly. So I'm picking up clues. I'm sitting next to him, and he's nodding off, and every single time he kind of like nods off, he dumps this glass of wine on my lap. And I say every single time because it happened like 3 times. First time, whatever. Second time, I'm like, Johnny, are you all right? And I probably say it like a little weighted. And in my head, I'm just wondering what he's on. Does this mean he's on the Roxy's again? Is it nodding off? What's going on? What am I going to deal with? He just promised that.
He's falling asleep. You're panicking because you think he's going to do something. Because as he's falling asleep, I assume, like, you mean his hand is tipping as he's nodding off, and the wine is spilling into your lap. And somebody keeps refilling his wine glass so he can spill it more. Why would you not just take the wine glass and put it on the... You got wine spilt on you. Why are you not getting up and going to get changed? What do you mean? This is completely nonsensical. Listen, I've seen people nod off at parties when they're drinking or whatever. I've seen this happen. Generally, what somebody does when somebody's nodding off with a drink in their hand is they take the drink out of their hand, put it on the table, push the person over so they fall asleep on the couch, and throw a blanket on them. And then get up and walk away. Done. No problems. Like, what kind of reaction is this? Are you kidding me?
It was clean and sober. We had this horrible thing happen in December. I thought we were moving forward. And
This
third
horrible thing
time
happened. I thought we were moving forward, and then
this
he
happened,
fell asleep with a drink in his
I
hand.
jump up.
And I was
already changed my pants
horrified.
twice. And
God damn.
I jumped up and I shouted at Johnny, like, what are you doing? Or Johnny.
So again, he's falling asleep, and she is waking him up by screeching like a fucking harpy in his goddamn ear. I wouldn't be a fan of that. I'm not gonna lie. People wake me up like that. They're prepared to have. Lucky if you get wine in just your lap, not like my boot to your face. Fucking screech at me like that while I'm trying to sleep. Ugh. Ugh.
Spill on me again, something to that effect. And I get up.
Why are you so weird?
Get up off the couch, and
why did
Johnny's
you wait
son
for him to spill on you
says,
3 times before you stood
I'm
up?
not offered to prove the truth of the matter. It explains what's coming.
This makes no
I
sense.
just don't know.
That is completely nonsensical for any way that any normal human being behaves. Something gets spilled on you, you go, oh shit, and you get up, or you or oh fuck, and then you deal with it. She waited for him to spill on her 3 times while he was clearly falling asleep, and then she's just like, she doesn't take the wine glass away from him, she just stands up and screeches at him, and then is like, everything was so awful. What are you talking about? Just, while he's asleep, move the wine glass away from him, and let him sleep. Or hey, if you're scared of waking him up because you're worried taking the wine glass from him is gonna trigger him, leave the wine glass alone and get up and walk away. Go to bed. Leave him. Let him sleep on the couch. Are you kidding? What are you Who behaves like this? Who was refilling the wine glass so he could keep spilling it, Amber, if it was just the 2 of you there? Amber, who was refilling that wine glass?
Continue.
Johnny Depp was
Jack.
sleeping, and it was only you and Amber
Sam
there, Amber.
Says, are you okay, or can I help? Something to that effect. And I
Wow, what an
pointedly
asshole.
say to Jack, but really to Johnny, thank you, Jack, to make a point of the fact that he hadn't offered to help me or even acknowledge that he'd been spilling wine. First, he's drinking wine. Second, he's spilling it all over me. And third, he's spilling it because he's nodding off, is what I assume. So I kind of say this in a pointed way.
So you woke him up,
Jack,
screeched at him,
thanking
and was a
him
bitch.
for offering. And I get up, go to the closet, take off the pants. that had
Being
just been
sassy to this half-asleep man that didn't
ruined.
immediately
And,
jump up and offer to help you after you screeched
Johnny
at him and he
comes
doesn't
into
know
the
what's going
closet
on.
right after me and slams me up against the side of the closet.
Oh yeah, here we go again.
And
They're fucking laughing.
just with clarity, while holding my neck, he said he'd fucking kill me if I ever spoke to him like that in front of his kids again. If I ever embarrass him, and he just shoved me in embarrassed. If I ever embarrass you, if you ever embarrass me again in front of my kids, I'll fucking kill you. And I don't recall who told Jack to leave, or I don't really recall having an awareness of where he was at this point, but I leave the closet.
She's not aware of a whole lot.
Go into the bathroom, which is right next to it.
This happened
You
in
can
front of the
barely
kid?
into the bathroom behind me. Before he does that, I said something snarky to him. Don't fucking ever talk to me like that again, or I hate you, or something in response.
I hate you as a
just
snarky.
something.
It's just mean.
So that I felt like I
Confirmed Amber
wasn't
Heard
just
does
being
not know what
punching
the word
bag.
snarky means.
And I kind of get over to the bathroom, but I didn't even have the door shut before he was in the bathroom with me. And I don't know if he used my body to shut the door or if he just shut it. But again, brings me up against the wall. But this time he just grabbed my vagina, like.
What? I was just waiting to finish chewing on the pretzel I shoved in my face. But I was about to comment on what Kyle's goldfish said about me being in the courtroom. Now, I would have been kicked out of this faster than to make your head fucking spin. I would have been kicked out of this courtroom way before this bitch got on the stand. But I'm sorry. Did she just said he grabbed me by the vagina? Trump was more coherent than that. The grab him by your pussy thing is like, grabbed her by her vagina? Confirmed Amber Heard doesn't know women's anatomy. Fucking what? I need to readjust the way I'm sitting because like I am not prepared for wherever this is fucking going. All right. You were losing me, and now we're back into it. Let's go. What do you got, lady? Insert Monty Python's Get On With It here.
I was wearing this peach, kind of like netted kind of style swimming suit underneath. That's what I had on from the waist down, and he just grabbed me. Best I can explain it with his shoved his fingers inside me, but through my bathing suit. He didn't like move my bathing suit out of the way, and just kind of held me there and asked me if I was so fucking tough. I thought I was so fucking tough. Said, "Oh, you tough like a man now? You some man now?"
What?
Taunting me.
What an incoherent thing to say. Bowling ball gripped her. And she says that like the way she describes insertion is like as if it's so simple. Like I thought he was punching me. I thought it was his fist that was hitting me in the pelvis bone. Now he's just grabbing me by the vagina. Two, like what? Like two fingers? Like one finger? Like, I mean, I feel like if you're trying to do this, like you could grab somebody there and like hold them, but like the penetration, kind of little bit, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Especially like through the bathing suit? What the fuck? Yeah, but yeah, no, legit bowling ball grip.
While jerking me around. And he kind of seemed to do this thing where he was smiling. It was like teasing me. You know, like, oh yeah, you think you're so fucking tough. Now what? Now what? I don't know what happened after that. I went back into
She has no details. She literally has no details of anything. I don't know what happened after that. I don't know what happened before this. I know a little bit. I only know this like really, really specific detail that's also really vague at the same time.
His hand landing on the back of my shoulder neck area. I remember trying to get him off of me. I don't know. I don't know what the next thing that happened was. But
my criticism from the beginning about her presentation of information is the same.
At some point, I ran. I ran out of the back door, ran out onto the patio.
You have bruising on your neck that people saw?
At some point before I ran, he swung at me, but I don't even remember how much of an impact it made. But I remember running. I threw something in his direction when I was getting away from him. I ran down the deck, ran out into the kind of like parking lot area, his gravel parking lot area outside of the house. And that's my estimation of when Johnny...
You cannot grab somebody like that. If you want to insert, your hand needs to be up and under. You're not going to be able to grab. You'd have to get up, in, and then maybe you'd be able to get like some, but like to grab, you'd only be able to curl your fingers up. You wouldn't be able to like penetrate through a fucking bathing suit. This is not like how do you think he's literally Edward Scissorhands and like that's just how long his fingers are? Like this is fucking not, I don't even think this is what she's describing is physically possible. Like, I'm gonna test this on myself later. Like, I mean, you could... I really don't think that would be... That's quite the feat for somebody who's struggling. I'm skeptical of this situation. Like, maybe you'd be able to get, like... I don't know. I gotta go stand up against a wall and like test this to see if I can make that happen. But that's also different if you're going like at somebody. Maybe I can find a volunteer. I gotta go out to the bar and ask somebody if I can see if I can pick them up by the vagina like that, or like throw them against a wall. I mean, I'm sure I can get somebody to volunteer for me.
Reached me. Grabbed me by the hair, swung me around.
And nobody else witnessed this.
I remember he hit my face at least once, but I'm not quite sure in what sequence. Was it before I broke away or after? I don't remember. I just remember the lights of the ATV coming up. The island, two of the people who worked on the island for Johnny, CJ and Tara, they pulled up in the ATV. I remember the headlights. I remember separating from him. Or them kind of running up and saying something and separating us.
Female anatomy lesson, everybody.
And I didn't see Johnny for the rest of the evening is my recollection. I just found him the next day, passed out in the cafe that was close to the house.
He literally like woke up and this happened. He woke up oriented enough to pull this shit.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you can just stay there for a moment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be breaking, again, this is the time that we break for a week, okay? So I won't be seeing you until May 16th. But I wanted to talk to you a little bit about how the remainder of the case will progress, okay? All right, so we promised to get the case to you by Memorial Day. So in order to keep that promise, there's going to be a few things I need from you, okay? One thing is starting on May 16th, we're going to start having court at 9 a.m. So we'll be going 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Some days we might have to go to 5:30. So I want to let you know ahead of time so you can plan accordingly, okay? The other thing I need from you is Friday, May 27th, which is the Friday before Memorial Day, is going to be a court day.
Okay, that's good enough. That's good enough. We get some information about what's going on with that. Okay. So Jesus Christ. Yeah, I know, Puck. I gotta get out of here. I gotta go home. I gotta take a shower. I gotta go test myself to see if I can find a volunteer we'll go back and forth. I'll get a volunteer and I'll see if I can bowling ball them and they can try and bowling ball me. I don't know. We'll see if it works. I'll let you guys know. Follow me on Twitter. You can find out whether or not that functions. Side note, what what I his son or John saw his dad slam her against a wall and then just walked away, and then things escalated, and then he chased her around the house where all of the family was for Christmas, and not a single fucking person saw this. Oh, God. Oh. I don't know why people wanted to see me react to this shit. Either because they think it's funny, or they want to see me suffer, or maybe they enjoy my insight. I don't know why to any of the above. Maybe all the above. My analysis at the beginning pretty much follows all the way through. That's a whole lot of a compounding problem of like her descriptions of things is very like animated in a way it's not like her being animated. It's her description is like plays like an animation. So there's been nothing that backs any of this up. The majority of the evidence that they brought forward goes against what she's saying, including the evidence that they brought up while she was on the stand. From the sounds of things, they're going to have her counsel is going to have more time to have her as a witness on the stand before the cross-examination. From the sounds of it, I hope you all enjoyed this. I have been live for holy shit. I've been live for nearly 10 hours, 9.5 hours watching this. I can only imagine how the jury feels. Taking an additional 2 hours, though, to go through 7.5 hours worth of footage is actually, I think I actually did pretty well. Sometimes this takes going through something like this can sometimes take you actually want to analyze it. You're taking 10 minutes at a time. It takes a half an hour to go through every 10 minutes. But, I'm kind of impressed with myself. I see this as an absolute win. Things that we've learned. I have learned that Warner Brothers actually gives you superpowers when you sign on with them. And that's where Amber Heard's healing factor is coming from. I have learned that she's basically invincible and does not feel pain, apparently, from her description. I've learned that she doesn't care about Johnny Depp. I don't think she ever cared about Johnny Depp. She doesn't know anything about him. She doesn't know anything about his likes, dislikes, what's going on with him. She's not good at analyzing his behavior or why or how he feels, and she makes a lot of assumptions. Assumptions just based on what she was describing her interaction with him was like in normal day-to-day stuff, not even in fights. She does not deal with confrontation well. Everything is an argument with this woman. Everything is like a debate. So there's no if she asks you her opinion, if you give her a different opinion than what she already thinks, it's now a debate. And if you don't tell her she's correct, it escalates. She is very much interested in being right rather than resolution. And we've seen that in the past. We've analyzed that before. Go check out previous videos for stuff like that. I cannot wait to sit down and piss myself laughing when she gets cross-examined, because there's no way in hell that she's not gonna commit perjury or hasn't committed perjury already. There is no way in hell. Last word on the matter, Johnny Depp is far more charismatic and believable. From his interpretation of events is actually reasonable and what would be expected. The pictures and images that we saw related to that are far more what you would expect. The expectation was set and the expectation was met, whereas her expectation was set way, way high, and what was met was way down here. If she had said something like, if you presented that picture with the bruise here, and her description of the event was yeah, I said something and he turned around and kind of gave me a whack and it hit me in the face, and so I ended up with a bruise. That would have been I would have believed that. That would have been far more of a reasonable story to go along with that picture, but not what was presented with us. The changing pictures are good between her bruising and her lip thing, and the being interviewed right afterward. As well as the changing pictures of what was pictures that were taken by her and what was pictures that were taken by the butler. Shit's not lining up. The idea that she's presenting that people cleaned up the area around what she had described happened, but left the drops of blood from Johnny Depp's finger, and also kind of implying that would have been her blood. Which, here's the thing that breaks it for me. She stepped on glass and had bloody feet. And there's no evidence of that whatsoever. Not only is there no evidence of that, there's evidence to the contrary, because there's nothing there. You see the pic. She's just basically claiming that everybody just cleaned it up and they're everybody's out to get me. Okay. You're delusional, I guess. But I will take a look at Twitter now when I get off of here. I'm going to be over at Dapper Diner's channel at 3 p.m. tomorrow to do a little bit of riff tracks for some chick tracks. That'll be fun. It will be fun, though. Please come check that out. That'll be fun over on Dapper Diner's channel. I will also be live on Sunday, just doing a little bit of fun. Then I'll be off Monday, Tuesday, I believe. But catch me back here on Wednesday for Dungeons and Dragons, as well as Wednesday, Thursday, Friday for more art, Critical Role art. So I will see you guys soon. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed your dinner, Kathy. And I'm going to go take my dog for a walk because he's ready to go. Expectation here. I stand Disney Butler. We love Disney Butler, and I'm gonna die laughing watching this cross-examination because it's gonna be gold. I guarantee you they're not gonna touch on things that I think probably that we've talked about here, and the reason is gonna be for brevity because they're only gonna touch on the things that matter. But I'm out of here. Consider liking, subscribing, following. Links in the description down below. If you want some cool art that's basically gonna cost you like $1 or $2 a month, let me know. And I will be back next Friday with some other dumb shit. Might be talking about Mark Wahlberg. Anyway, maybe next Friday I'll do some more of this nonsense because... oh boy. Okay, bye.